we let Roots decide what 15 through 25 is.
Or ChatGPT.
Oh, that we could do that. We could next time the four of us determine 1 through 15, and then we let like Jammy and Root that they have to come on and do the second half of the show.
Yeah, the second day.
What's up, you guys? Welcome to the insane. It's going to be insane. Top 25 debate for PSVR 2 games. We've done this 1,000 times. It feels like by now over the last 9 years, and the formula keeps changing. We keep trying to figure out new and better ways to do this. And I don't know if today's way will be new and or better, but it'll definitely be. It'll be a thing. So here we are. Thank you everybody for being patient. It took a long time to get everything set up and formatted and ready to go. But we want to make this the best possible experience we can possibly make it for you guys with as few audio issues as possible, and with as few other issues as possible too. Guys, what's up? I've hung out with all three of you guys earlier this week, but I appreciate you taking your time out on your Saturday. And hanging out and doing this. How's it going? AJ, what's up?
I'm going back to bed. Shut up.
Oh, then me too.
What is up, Brian? What is up, Wes? What is up, Miles? And what is up, Cats? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PSVR 2 debate. There will be blood. There will be tears. There will be betrayal. There will be lust.
Did you say lust? That's the only one I can get behind. Literally.
That's the only one I came. It's the only one that I came through the door with.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my god. Anybody else want to say anything?
What's up, excited for this debate, man. We obviously strap in. It's gonna be a long ride, but hopefully a fun and interesting one. And yeah, man, it's been a while. We usually do this every 3 months. Oh my god. Oh my god, kill me now. We usually do this every 3 months, and I guess we got so busy we completely forgot for almost a year. So I'm excited to return to tradition of getting this list done, and welcome everybody.
Yeah, since you brought it up, AJ, I think the new tradition will be I think it'll be once a year that we do this, because everyone's schedule has gotten so crazy and out of control that we'll probably do this format, this debate, once a year, and we'll try to do like a nice concise top 25 mid-year, and then before the holidays come around, before everyone gets their new PSVR 2s for Christmas or whatever, I think then that's when we do the kind of big explosive, and we don't debate not required top 50 list, right? That's got a little bit more, it allows for some more creative choices to enter the list. What I think we're looking at here is a very concentrated list. When we try to narrow it down to 25, there's not a lot of room for those awesome hidden gems that we've been talking about this week on Gamescast. So what do you think? What do you think, Wes? Is that a decent formula?
No,
3 months.
Yeah, I think so.
Possible. I don't think anymore.
No, and I think it's good, because we were just discussing before we went live on air that there's a way using math that we can come up with a very well representative list without any debate, and it would be very accurate. Whether 3 of us were inputting or 5 people were inputting, we can set up a point system that would accurately rank all of that. So but that would obviously take the debate out of it, which takes all the fun out of the episode. So we can't do that for the top 25, but for the end of the year top 50, we absolutely can do that. And have that like final list be like a more definitive, this is the best the platform has to offer this year.
How you doing,
so,
over
yes.
Miles?
TLDR,
good,
yes.
Doing good. It's wonderful to be with the three of you, gentlemen. Yeah, this is going to be a long show. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. And just to be clear, we say this every single time, but it just becomes truer every time we do a top 25 list. This has been absolutely agonizing to do. Yeah. I don't think I'm happy with the list I came up with. I wasn't happy with it last night. I changed it to make me feel better. Still not happy with it. There's so many amazing games that didn't make the list. And the way that you order it, there's so many different ways you can quantify what puts one above the other. So, yeah, should be interesting. Which is why I love discussing this, because that means I can share the blame with you guys if anyone's unhappy with the final list.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not. Go ahead, Wes.
No, I was going to say that in general, I agree with Miles' sentiment. With so many more awesome games, there was a period of agony when putting together this list. But in other ways, I felt like it was easier this time, because up until this year, the way I've always put together my top 25 list is there was always like 10 to 15 that were kind of in their own class. And then the hard part was kind of narrowing down the rest to get 16 through 25. Now it's been like over a year since we did this last. That initial 10 to 15 that were in their own class and easy to figure out, that group has now grown to about 30. So like so figuring out what should be in the top 25 was kind of easier this time for me, but determining what that order should be was a lot harder.
Yeah, I completely disagree because it's having this cutoff where it's 25. I think a year ago, when you try to make a top 25 list, it's like, okay, well, at least I know the 25 games that should be on this list, and it's not that big of a deal. I was just constantly knocking off games that I considered essential games for PSVR 2. When I was trying to not cut it down to 25, it was like, well, do I cut off the Light Brigade? Do I cut off Synapse? Like I talked about this on Gamescast this week. At one point, Synapse was actually on the bottom of my list. I'm like, how is this possible? How is this? Don't you shake your head at me, Wes. Listen,
ridiculous.
I'm going to be shaking my head at you later on. I promise you that.
Yes, you will.
But there's a couple things I want to get out there before we start this. In fact, Super Nintendo Chalmers had posted on Gamescast Live, I think it was last night. He said, "Please don't hold back any games for your top 25 favorites because you're worried no one else will pick it. We want to hear from for the Parole crew's favorites in a comprehensive list that takes everyone's taste into consideration." And I got to say, I think that we kind of did that. I think we took a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. You can certainly see where my tastes kind of slant towards, but the ultimate goal here, I think, for everybody was to create the best list we possibly could for as many people as possible, right? We're trying to create this ultimate list. I think is the word that AJ likes to use. Right?
There he goes again.
The ultimate. That's all I do. If anybody doesn't know, I've never had an original idea ever. I just steal from AJ 24/7.
You do, but you take a lot of pleasure in stealing my ideas lately.
At least I'm very transparent about it.
That is true.
Right?
It's funny.
And so there were moments where I was like, I can't put this on my list because it's pointless, and I want to reserve this spot for something I think will actually make the cut. But I also want to spend some time today talking about the games that almost made it. The ones that were so close, but no one had on their list, which I think there's going to be a lot of people very upset about some of the games that didn't make anyone's list. And trust me, we're upset about
I'm upset about it. Yeah. I'm upset, Brian, because one thing that was very apparent when making this top 25 list was that there's definitely some games that are worthy and some really good games, great games that are going to fall off the list. And I think at this point in time, I think 25 might be just a little bit too low. I think it to realistically make a list of all the best of the best that PSVR 2 has to offer. I do think it does need to bump up to like 30 or 35, but for now, we'll maybe see what happens at the end. We do have ultimate power to do whatever we want at the end of this, but Yeah, it was tricky. It was I had to chop stuff out. It was like there's no room. There's no room for these games. So it was really difficult, especially with all these different genres. But I also was looking through the list and was like, wow, like this is we have some pretty good games on this platform. So I'm, while it sucks that some of these fell off, we are going to give them some flowers here momentarily before we get started. It's also just a testament to like how good the library is, because it is fantastic.
I started. So the way I kind of went through my process was I just went through the PlayStation Store top to bottom and made a list of everything, every game that I would think that I wanted to consider for the top 25 games. The games that are that good that realistically they could be top 25. That list, when I got done, was 64 games long.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. But I very easily took that list of 64 and started moving over and kind of ranking the top ones first. And it didn't take me long to whittle that list of 64 down to a list of 31. And that's when things got really difficult because, determining which 6 games out of the 31 kind of can't miss bangers should be eliminated. That was a tough decision, and one that we could literally sit here and second guess ourselves for 2 weeks, right? And reorder and kind of put one back and take one out. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I could change it right now if I want to sit and think about it hard enough.
So Brian, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, the way I went through it, I relate to what Wes said there. Like, there was so many pendulum swings in the list, stuff right near the top, like top 10, that ended up going near the bottom. Like, the margins are so narrow, and it's pretty tough. The way I did it was I had my PSVR 2 list I used for all my Let's Plays, and I literally copied the list, and I went through all 300 titles, deleting everything that was like, these are no contenders. And I think, similar to you, Wes, I probably ended up with about 70 games. And then I cut it down some more, and I basically had 3 categories. I was like, what are the essentials, which are absolutely great, and which are like nice to haves? And then I got rid of all the nice to haves. And I think in the end, I came up with like around 40 to 45 games, and then just getting it down to the 25 was just agonizing. And then once the top 25, the agonizing thing was the ordering of the top 25, which is actually something I'd not struggled with in previous ones. When we've done top 25s before, I'm like, it makes sense, the ranking. This time, I would say, with exception maybe to the top 5, even that's debatable. The whole rest of the list could be in any order, because there's just so many. There are games that you absolutely love that are completely janky and like need a lot of optimization, yes. And there are games that are incredibly polished but perhaps don't have the long staying power that you want to have with compared to other games. So yeah, this is going to be a great conversation.
The 15 through 25, that was a really hard challenge in terms of determining what games would make it, as well as the order. That 15 through 25 area was brutal. But Brian, which games do we want to give a debate nod to?
Well, let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's go through, and we'll have everyone read their top 25 list. We'll do the big reveals, and then we can kind of point out some of the games that were not on my list, your list, West's list, Miles' list, anybody's list. But yeah, if we don't want to start talking about any specific games right now, otherwise people will find out that they're not on our list. So let's bring up the official top 25 debate screen. That's not it. God damn it. Hold on, is this it? That's not it. Hold on. Oh no, where did AJ go? Hold on a second, I got you, AJ. I got you. There we go. People keep disappearing. I don't know what's happening. I spent like an hour setting all this up, and it was just broken. Thanks, Obama. All right, you guys, here we go. It's I'm going to read through my top 25 list, starting from number 25, Alien Rogue Incursion. Number 24, just so Wes doesn't hurt me, Horizon Call of the Mountain. Number 23, so everyone else doesn't hurt me, Synapse. 22, Metro Awakening. 21, Crossfire Sierra Squad. 20, Subside. It's not going to make the cut. 19, Propagation Paradise Hotel. 18, The Moss series of games. 17, Phasmophobia. 16, Into the Radius. 15, Song in the Smoke. 14, Madison VR. A little low, if you ask me. 13, VR Skater. 12, Walkabout Mini Golf. 11, Ancient Dungeon. 10, The Red Matter series. 9, Ghost of Tabor. 8, Arcanage. 7, Demio and Demio Battles. 6, Legendary Tales. 5, Saints and Sinners series. 4, No Man's Sky. 3, Hitman World of Assassination. 2, the Resident Evil series. And 1, Gran Turismo 7.
Traitor.
Says Benedict Dungeon himself. I thought, AJ, that you and I had an agreement that we would both put Ancient Dungeon and Hellsweeper on our lists.
You never agreed to that. I pitched that to you, and you just laughed in my face, and so it never happened.
Well, watch
and
me
plus,
laugh in
and plus, I wouldn't
laugh
put it
in your face
for
when
1
Hellsweeper
second.
doesn't make the cut, AJ.
I wouldn't put it past you for 1 second to agree on those terms, and then totally leave Hellsweeper out completely.
When
The trust is lost, Brian.
When have
The
I
trust
ever
is lost.
betrayed you? No. Listen, I thought that was the deal.
Me too, Brian.
I thought that was the deal. And then you sent your list last night, and I was looking. I was like, Ancient Dungeon, no. Ancient Dungeon, no. Ancient Dungeon, no. Ancient Dungeon, no. I was like, that motherfucker.
I said we could. To be fair, I did pitch the idea that we could bundle, because we do bundle some of these games together, like Moss Book 1 and 2, Resident Evil Village, and Resident Evil 4. I was like, hey, we could totally bundle Ancient Dungeon and Hellsweeper and just call Hellsweeper the sequel. Because it feels like a sequel, Brian.
I mean, Ancient Dungeon's the sequel. It's the bigger, better game of the two.
No, it's not.
Well, we're gonna find that out, AJ,
So
aren't we? Aren't we gonna
Who's
find
next,
out?
Brian?
Yeah,
Who's
we
next?
are. Okay, we're already off to a great start. AJ, why don't you take it away with your top 25?
All right, so let me just say real quick, the way that I determined this in the end was I went and I played everything. For the last week or two, I've literally just been jumping in anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour of every game that I possibly could, because the biggest challenge is not only is there like way too many games, an abundance of good games that could make this list, but a lot of games get updates, and that's not always for the better. Sometimes games get updated that were, launched in poor states. Now they're like amazing, but there's also games out there that get updates and now they have like new issues that have been introduced. So that's why I wanted to get a fresh take on every single game, and I ran through each one and played them. So kicking things off, This was trouble. This was a tricky one, because the rhythm games I feel like on my list are the ones that suffered the most. I wanted to include rhythm games. I just had trouble finding a spot for them above some like blockbusters and things like that. But anyways, at number 25, Maestro, with its hand tracking. It is the new cool rhythm game on the block, I feel. Super good. 24, Ghosts of Tabor. 23, Arizona Sunshine remake. I really, really liked it. 22, VR Skater. Still so good. 21, Synapse. Okay, I kind of did this for everyone else. 20, Demio. 19, The Light Brigade. 18, Behemoth. 17, Pavlov. 16, Alien Rogue Incursion, which Brian clearly didn't go back and play. 15, Hellsweeper VR, baby, that I've been absolutely obsessed with.
Ancient Dungeon. Got it. Heard. Yeah.
14, Walkabout Mini Golf, which I remembered last second. I was like, oh, you know what? That needs to be on this list. Like, that's a really good game, whether I feel about the graphics or not. 13, Metro Awakening VR. 12, Brian, you saved this one for me, telling me there's a performance mode. At number 12, I went back into Song in the Smoke. Oh, thank goodness for that performance mode, because it's awesome.
All over
yes,
again.
I know. It's so good. Number 11, Arcanage. I heard it sold big. Number 10, Red Matter 1 and 2. Definitely feel like that's a top 10 game. 9, Moss Book 1 and 2. 8, Into the Radius. 7, one of the scariest games I've ever played, Madison VR. 6, the biggest, best RPG on PSVR 2. For all you Diablo and Souls fans out there, Legendary Tales, baby. Probably my game of the year last year, actually. Definitely my game of the year last year. 5, Agent 47 joins us at Hitman, World of Assassination.
5. Huh?
Number 4, No Man's Sky. Number 3, a VR benchmark title through and through forever, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapters 1 and 2. Has a chainsaw, by the way. Number 2, Gran Turismo 7. And number 1, still for me, Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4. Now, let me just say one thing about the number 1 and 2 spots. It kind of depends on how you look at these two. So I'll be interested to see how what you guys ended up going with and how the chat feels, how everybody feels. But to me, Gran Turismo is actually like a superior immersive VR experience in terms of like the experience, the gameplay, everything. The reason I put Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4 as number 1 is because they don't require a $250, $350 or more accessory with it on top of this. They come out of the box with and use the orbs, and they're designed with VR. And so that was kind of the determining factor. But if having to have a wheel and a wheel or whatever for Gran Turismo 7 isn't a problem or isn't a factor, then I would actually put that as number 1. Because it's just so insanely immersive and realistic, and like you feel like you're a race car driver, and you don't even have to become you don't even have to be a fan of racing to enjoy it. But that's how I determined that. But yeah, I'm super proud of this list. Not perfect, missing a lot of rhythm games in my opinion. But other than that, I feel really, really good and was like so proud of seeing all these games and was like, wow, we got some good stuff here.
All right. Miles, why don't you take it away, man?
Cool. Yeah. I was just saying there was at least five games on AJ's list that were on mine at some point, and I'm really glad he's put them in there so they can be a part of the debate. This is exactly how this is going to work.
Right.
So for me, from the bottom, 25 Star Wars, 24 Metro Awakening, 23 Ghost of Tabor, 22 Into the Radius, 21 Stilt, 20 Subside, 19 Madison VR, 18 Legendary Tales, 17 Crossfire Sierra Squad, 16 Puzzling Places, 15 Alien Rogue Incursion, 14 Hitman World of Assassination, 13 Ancient Dungeon VR, 12 The Moss Series, 11 Arcane Age, 10 Demio, 9 Horizon Call of the Mountain, 8 Synapse, 7 The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, 6 Tetris Effect Connected, 5 Red Matter, 4 Resident Evil, 3 No Man's Sky, 2 Walkabout Mini Golf, and 1 Gran Turismo 7.
Bro, I love that you have Tetris Effect on there. I really do. Like it's a game that I went back to this week, and you know, I don't want to say it was the first time playing it on PSVR 2 because there's no way that's possible, but it felt like it was the first time I was playing it on PSVR 2. It was just like all the additional haptics and the you know the visual clarity, and just the overall experience was just magical. And I think it's so easy to be like, oh yeah, this is a game from last gen that got a PSVR 2 update, and it's easy to kind of skip those games and not put them on our list. But Tetris Effect deserves to be there. I just couldn't find space for it.
Yeah, just a few things. When I put this list together, there was a few things I did. Firstly, I went back through a lot of my Let's Plays, and although my Let's Plays were first impressions, it was just a quick way of dipping into the game and like what my initial thoughts were of it. I also check out all your guys' coverage of stuff because we obviously cover games in different ways. I've played and like live streamed a lot of games, but a lot of them I haven't run to completion. But obviously, there's going to be some people that go, "How can you put something high on your list if you've not completed it?" What's he just rather I didn't put it on there at all? Like sometimes I do have to lean on you guys that have rolled credits on certain games and what you've said. But the other thing that's happened this past year was I've mentioned a lot that at Christmas I bought my dad and my mum a VR headset. It wasn't PSVR2, it was a Meta Quest, but it has meant that and also when I've had friends come over, I've really got to see like the games that really resonate with like the casual VR players as well. Like we're all hardcore, and I do think that if you're a hardcore PSVR2 player and you want a hardcore top 25 list, you're going to completely disagree with my list. Even though there are some games in there, but I think it's why some games perhaps ranked at all or even a bit higher than normal. But again, I'm really up for this conversation.
I appreciate your angle though, because I was looking at my list and I actually modified it a little bit, but in its original state, I was like, man, this is like for only hardcore gamers. like this does not like some of these, like these are all the best of the best in my opinion. Yes. But also it's like, yeah, it's missing this like just casual player thing. Everything I had on my list was like so like challenging and hardcore. And I was like, oh yeah. So no,
Hellsweeper. Hellsweeper
nice
and VR Skater that you had on your list, I wanted on my list so bad, and I was agonizing I couldn't put them on there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But when Brian got me really excited when he was like revisiting games, and he was like, "Oh God, I just played Tetris Effect and it's so amazing and everything." And I was like, "Oh man, yeah, like I love Tetris Effect. I want to go back and play it." I started to, and then I was like, "You know what? I just want to play some Hellsweeper." And I just played some Hellsweeper for like another hour, and then I was like, "This was the right decision," because yeah, you got to judge it by like fun factor and like so many different factors. And while I try to remove personal bias from my list, it's impossible, and there's obviously some personal bias things, but I also I didn't put anything in there that I didn't truly believe belonged there. So it tilts the list a little bit in some ways towards like a little bit more hardcore games, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice that you have the balance. Anyways,
Wes,
it's time for Wes's list. Let's do it.
So I'll say that this time around I did lean a little bit more into my personal favorites than I typically have done in the past. I always, when I do one of these lists, balance it out, right? Like I try to balance what my favorites are with, versus kind of games that have more mass appeal and are popular with the community. I did lean a little bit more into kind of my faves this time around because that's kind of what this top 25 debate is. It's kind of one of the core like pillars of what we're basing this list on. Otherwise, again, we could just do the math and tell you what the best games are. With that said, my list does lean a little bit more, or not a little bit more, but a lot more into kind of hardcore gamers and what hardcore gamers would like. My list is kind of like what AJ's initial list was. So you won't find many games for casuals on my list. That's not who I am, and I don't think that those are the best that the library has to offer. So when I put this top 25 together, these are the games that I feel for the most part are the best. And there are a few in here that, I wouldn't consider my favorite game, but for various reasons, depending on the title, I feel like that they're kind of undeniable and have to be here. And that leads me into number 25, No Man's Sky, which absolutely has to be on this list, even if it isn't my favorite game in the world. But with that said, number 24 was Zombie Army VR, which I think I was the only one. Yeah, I was the only one to pick that one.
We'll get into
23, Metro Awakening. 22, Hellsweeper. 21, Song in the Smoke Rekindled. 20, Demio. 19, The Light Brigade. 18, The Dark Pictures Switchback VR.
I think you were the only one with that as well.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me. 17 Crossfire Sierra Squad. 16 Arizona Sunshine Remake /2. 15 Alien Rogue Incursion. 14 Vertigo 2. 13 Moss 1 and 2. 12 Legendary Tales. 11 Horizon Call of the Mountain. 10 Behemoth. 9 Red Matter 1 and 2. Mostly 2. 8 Into the Radius. 7 Synapse. 6 Madison VR. 5 Gran Turismo 7. 4 Arcanage. 3 Hitman. We'll call it 3, but the Hitman trilogy. Hitman World of Assassination. Yeah, there we go. Number 2, The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, chapters 1 and 2, Retribution or Not. And 1, of course, Resident Evil Village /Resident Evil 4.
Man, these are good lists. And as everybody's reading through them, I want to change my own list. Like
Yes.
I don't think there's stuff I want to pull off my list in favor of other things, but I definitely want to kind of, I sort of want to rework the order a little bit, which hopefully will come out in the wash when we do the debates, and we can work all this out. Wes, I like that you gave some representation to games that really needed them. It is crazy to me though that there are certain games that didn't make any of our lists. Just, it's insane. So, timeout. I saw Grant Nova in the chat says, when you do these lists, are they strictly your own personal experience with the game, or do you take into consideration how good the game is as a whole to the general audience? We did kind of cover this earlier. And it really is, we're trying to somewhat remove personal bias. It's all going to come in. Our favorites are obviously going to make the cut. But we're trying to make the best game that best list that we possibly can, featuring all the best games. So it's a little bit of column A, but mostly column B, where we're just trying to make the best list, which means to follow up on this at some point, I would love to be to make some video with each of us talking about our favorite games. If we were to remove all of this stuff, all of the everyone needs to play Hitman, it sounds crazy.
We did that before. We did that before a couple years ago, and my picks shocked everybody. Because I think I had the Solus Project 1 at number 1 or something, or Farpoint or something. I don't know. I remember when I went with my personal favorites, you would think that this is my personal favorites, but if you actually knew my personal favorites, you'd be like, holy crap. You'd look at me differently, because it happened last time.
I already
I was like, no, I'm not saying these are the best. I'm saying these are my personal favorites. And people yelled at me. I'm like, these are my favorites. How are you yelling at me for my favorites?
Right.
Well, good. I'm glad people are yelling at you, because I'm so used to them yelling at me. So it's nice. No, but so if this was my personal list, and I'll probably do one at some point just to show people the difference between what we're doing here and what I would do for my favorite stuff, Phasmophobia could be number 1 for me. It really could. Beyond Village and Resident Evil 4 and Gran Turismo and all these other games I've sung, I've got 100 hours in Phasmo. Could it be number 1 on this list? I would never put it number 1 on this list, right? Because we're not talking about favorites. We're talking about favorites. You get to ignore stuff like, oh my god, the frame rate's fucking broken sometimes, or sometimes I can't open a door when I'm getting chased by a ghost, right? Those are the kind of things you can ignore when they're your favorites, but not when you're trying to make this ultimate list for other people and you're going to bat for these games, saying these are the best of the best. So Phasmo can be on my list, but it can't be number 1, right? For all those reasons. And that's why I don't think any of us had The Midnight Walk or Wander on our list, right?
Well, yeah. I initially had The Midnight Walk on the list, but I haven't played The Midnight Walk on console since the update. And so my initial time in The Midnight Walk was on PS5. But afterwards, when I went back to the game, I went back on PC because a lot of the issues that were present on the PlayStation version did not occur over on PC. So I just basically took my PlayStation headset and played it on PC. So I initially ranked it in my top 25 based on that experience. But then when I kind of asked, where others kind of had these at, um, people informed me that, hey, like the Midnight Walk, it's kind of in some ways worse than it was when I played it on PlayStation. So at that point, I started kind of debating maybe I should remove it from my list as well. And then I realized at that point that I had overlooked No Man's Sky, which again, while it's not my favorite game, it's not even close to my favorite game. Definitely deserves to be on this list. So that kind of made my mind up for me.
These are the things we have to consider when we're picking apart these games, and I know it's going to bother some people. I get comments before. I've gotten plenty of comments from people who don't understand what we're doing here. Right? All of these games that are on our list are here for a reason. Even the games that didn't make the list that we considered were here for a reason because we love them and we think they're the best of the best. And so, a lot of what happens here today is us picking apart these games for their flaws and trying to find a correct place for them. Sometimes it means we don't give enough credit to the game. Sometimes we don't talk about what they do really well, right? And so we're gonna try to do a better balance of that today. But I don't want anyone thinking that we don't like a game because we're trying to pick them apart. And I'm really looking forward to December. If with any luck, maybe the Midnight Walk will get a patch that will make these visuals
better, man.
It better.
It absolutely better because I wanted Midnight Walk should be a top 10 game for me. Should be one of my favorite VR games on console VR of all time. Yeah. I really enjoyed the game on PC, but unfortunately the version we got on VR2 on PS5, between the frame rate issues and the hand cannon thing, I mean, I think fast travel games should be ashamed of the port that they gave us and then made us wait and then fixed, the resolution and then now it has these other issues. I think it's kind of disgraceful actually. And I've actually been really trying to be very supportive of them and they just lost all that goodwill because of this. So not having the Midnight Walk hurts here. And I do, like you said, I hope they fix it. I want to make more noise. I actually captured a little bit of footage of it, and it's just like you can just see the frame rate in the footage. You can see the frame rate tanking, and then the hand cannon just going like this. And it's like that's totally unacceptable, man. Like they're so close with this game. But those issues, things like that. Yeah, that's why it didn't get on my list, and it's a shame because it should have been in the middle or top of the list.
AJ, I'm going to have Looper send you a link that I need you to copy and paste into our chat here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Midnight Walk and Wanderer would likely be in the top 10, if not top 5 of our list if it weren't for game-breaking bugs that keep you from being able to play the game for any significant amount of time.
At least Wanderer has a roadmap. We know it's going to get finished at some point, and they're sticking with it. And yeah, that is another shame, a big disappointment, because that game, I still believe, should have been the best VR game ever made. Like it was that promising. And it's just, the state that it came out in is a complete disaster. I'm copying this now, Brian. But
thank you.
I am hopeful about Wanderer because, they acknowledged the issues and they said that, they gave us a roadmap. They're communicating as best as they can, even if it's sloppy. But Midnight Walk is making all these bullshit excuses that really pisses me off, actually. So I hope they get their shit together and quit bullshitting and just be honest and be like, yeah, we screwed up the port and we'll fix it. Give us time and we'll be patient. But they made up a bunch of really poor excuses, and and tried to pretend like it didn't have issues that it does, and I don't like that one bit. Sketchy.
Yeah. So again, if anybody's wondering, that's why these games didn't make the cut. It's because we want to reward them for when they do the right thing, when they finally get here, and then we can thoroughly recommend them, right? Because sometimes some people aren't sensitive to frame rate issues, and some people didn't hit almost any bugs when playing through Wanderer, right? But you can't say, well, we recommend this game to 20% of the people out there, right? We're trying to recommend to 100% of the people out there. So it's been a struggle, and I got to say, I wish more games had a lot of bugs, so I could have left them off the list and make room for a lot of other games to be on the list. It would have been really helpful.
Yeah, if No Man's Sky still had that shimmery grass, man, I would have knocked it off for sure.
All right, you guys. So that link that AJ just gave us in the chat, you use that for the tier maker instead of the one that sent you previously.
You need to hit remix.
Hit remix and then bring it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So just a couple of games. We just talked about Midnight Walk and Wanderer. A couple of games that I feel really, really bad did not make the cut. Not that we want to drag this out too much, but I don't think anyone got Vampire on their list. Is that correct? Vampire: The Masquerade Justice.
Yeah, it fell off my list. It was there originally.
Yeah. It was one of the last omissions for me. Like it was 26 through 30.
Yep, same. But I mean, I knew this wasn't going to make the cut, but Max Mustard was there for me. It's good delivering on the Astrobot absence, right? Something had to fill that void, and I think Max Mustard did a great job of it. Didn't what?
I didn't even have it in consideration because I don't think it filled that void.
Max Mustard was a great game. I know you don't like the character at all. We remember that very clearly from your initial coverage of the game.
Yeah, but the gameplay itself, like it has its moments. I think it does like some cool things. I think it's a good game, of course. But yeah, in terms of the best, I think it falls very, very short of like what Astrobot was, or even its own potential. I think it falls short of.
I agree with that to some extent. It's not on the level of Astrobot at all. And I do agree with it didn't live up to its own potential in some respects. I think it's a bit nerfed in general. Like I think that the difficulty certainly could have ramped a lot sooner.
There's moments in that game, like in the first 2 or 3 levels, there was like a moment where you're like, it kind of takes you for a ride, and like you know what I'm talking about? Like you're in the van, you're going down the waterfall. Gonna take you for a ride. You're in the van, you're going down the waterfall, and I was like, whoa, like this is next level. That was it though. That was the only time it ever did that. And I was like, oh man, this game peaked at like the 2nd or 3rd level, and then never came back to it. There's a couple, of course, a couple other parts. And again, I like Max Mustard. I think it's a good game, but this is just these are my critiques of it. And why it wasn't.
Anyone else got games that they're real sad didn't make the cut?
Oh my gosh, like so many.
What's that?
I got a list I can quickly reel off. Max Mustard, you said, I mentioned on yesterday's show that Paint the Town Red was a game I was going to fight for, and in the end it just didn't make it. Ghost Signal, even though I have a bittersweet memory with that. Arcade Paradise, Zombieland was on my list last time, it missed it. Barbaria, Before Your Eyes, I think is an incredibly special game, but I can't get it onto this list. And then Beat Saber, I've always fought for. I don't think it's on any of our lists, right? Beat Saber.
No, I considered it. I was going.
I don't have any rhythm games. I don't have any rhythm games at all, and I know Wes is happy about that.
I'm actually really upset that Wes won this battle. Like,
Wes actually got Beat Games to remove it from PSVR 2, just so.
A couple you didn't win the battle, Wes, but you won the war.
I definitely consider Beat Saber. Despite all that stuff, I would still recommend to buy Beat Saber and play it. I still think it's a fun, great game. I tried to think of any reason I could, like what I would critique about it or how to stack up, and it still honestly could make this list for me, but it just didn't. So yeah, I would give them an honorable mention. Hubris, I went back and jumped into Hubris, and man, it is just a stunning, fun sci-fi adventure. I had Vampire Masquerade, and then it got replaced by Hubris, and then they both got knocked off, and it was tough. But revisiting Hubris, I was like, wow, this is just such a stunning game visually. It is really nice, and it's fun too. It's really fun and quality. And yeah, some of the rhythm games like Res Infinite, dude, with the eye tracking is so much fun. Pistol Whip, I really wanted to include. But again, these are sort of like those, like these are games that are way more popular, but still just don't really fall into like what I like, the best of the best for me. Although they could. I'm still torn because I feel like Pistol Whip and Res Infinite could be on this list somewhere, but those the rhythm games like those are the biggest ones, biggest glaring omissions from my list that I feel. So other ones I feel like Ghost Signal, stuff like that. I love that game, or I like that game a lot. Some of these fall into like a special, like more like hidden gems kind of list to me. And so like that's how I mentally cope with that, is to say, well, it's going to make my hidden gems list. So that's the only way I could emotionally deal with this.
Looper pointed out that it's good.
So you guys have named most of the ones that kind of were close for me and got knocked off at the end. I do want to say that I feel like games like Res Infinite and Thumper don't get their just due in these conversations ever, just because they've been around for so long, and we kind of take those games for granted. I think for a new gamer coming into PSVR for the first time now, those games would probably be higher up on their list than we would ever put them on one of these. So definitely those deserve honorable mention. But one other game that you guys haven't mentioned yet that I definitely think is good enough to be in this top 25 debate is a game we just spoke about recently on the Gamescast, and that is Genotype. I think Genotype is excellent and definitely is good enough to be on this list. But at the end of the day, like, I couldn't in good conscience pick that over something that's a little more popular like Demio or No Man's Sky. So
it was on my wider list as well. Yeah.
That's another one of my that's on my hidden gems list. I think I factor in everything, right? Like I for this, I factor in graphics, gameplay, sound design, storytelling, characters, art design, just like content, replay value, everything. And I think when you factor in like just production values and everything, like, Genotype has a lot of that, but Genotype is like a really solid full length game. And I definitely think it's underappreciated and underplayed. But ultimately, it didn't, I don't even think it actually even was in consideration for the list, just because the competition is fierce. It's not always about, like what Brian said, it's not always about like bringing a game down. It's like, no, there's just others that are just that good. And that's kind of the majority of the situation I found when making this list, is like this is a great game. Yeah. Well, bye. This one's better. And that sucks. But that's the way it is.
Like, games kind of have to have everything to make the cut, or I just have to love them that much, right? I have to be that over the top in love with them for it to be able to overlook some of these things. And while I think Genotype's a great game, man, I think it maybe could have made the cut if it had the adaptive trigger support and haptic support. Every time you use those injections and you pull the trigger, it's like, man, I should feel that in the sense controller. It goes dunk, 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 as it's injecting into my hand, but it's not. It makes me feel like I'm playing a quest game, and I'm like, it's small things like that, and a lot of the reason Vertigo didn't make the cut for me, because there's no, the haptics and adaptive trigger support practically missing in that game too. Not to mention, if you're not playing on the Pro, you're going to experience way more frame rate issues than if you are, right? And so it's all of these things that, like, all these games that I love. But I just didn't love enough to overlook their flaws.
Those haptics, adaptive triggers, the more nuances are taking advantage of the PSVR 2 features definitely wins you a lot of points with me. Absolutely, because those are like really, really advanced features and technology just for like, little tiny things that make such a big difference that add up over time. It's such a
And
cool
in general, they're not that hard to implement. DFR is, dynamic foveated rendering, depending on the engine you're building in, can be very laborious to add to the game. But adaptive triggers, like advanced haptics, headset haptics, these things are all very easy for developers to add. So when they're not being utilized, it definitely is a big, strike for me.
Wes, I think the last game I want to talk about before we finally get into the debate. I'm having more fun with this conversation, to be honest with you. So I don't even want to get into the debate. But I want to hear why After the Fall didn't make the cut for you, because I know that's a game that you've spent hundreds of hours in, and we have, as far as I know, the best version on PSVR 2. It does take advantage of. No, you stay right there. You sit back down, sir. He's not listening to me. I'm just going to take him off the screen. So what happened? Is it just old news?
Yeah. I mean, while it certainly was a game that I lived in its day, we even picked that, I think, as a game of the year when it was released. Love After the Fall, but it's not a game that I go back to ever anymore. And the reason why is everything that I think is special about that game exists in Arizona Sunshine Remake and Arizona Sunshine 2. And the things that really hold After the Fall back from being a great title, namely the lack of any type of direction or campaign to play through, those are present in Arizona Sunshine Remake and Arizona Sunshine 2. So while it was a great multiplayer experience for its time, I think the limited scope of the game kind of holds it back from kind of being able to hold its place. There's just, since that game came out, there's been so many great games that have come into the library. There just isn't room for it anymore.
All right, you guys. Well, then I think it's time that we do this. Maybe not. Let's read some tips. We got Game Cato, the Australian $5 tip. I feel like I'm edging everybody. The $5 tip says 90s extreme skiing for the win. Double S tier. Tuner Max devs are skiing in 1 hour, so I can't be here for the show. Well, good thing that he's not here, because whoa. Nope, we're good. All right, good. He's not going to see us not talk about 90s extreme skiing multiplayer. He says, have fun. I need a nap after drinking all night. Oh, Jesus. All right. Congrats. Jealous. We got the Game Cat Andrew Ehrenreich with the $5 tip says, which is best? Steak fries, curly fries, waffle fries, or regular cut fries? Easy.
Waffle.
Yeah, waffle.
Sweet potato waffle fries.
Bam. Wow. You had it and then you lost it. Yeah. I like curly fries, though. They always have better seasoning than regular fries.
They're pretty good.
I agree with that.
But waffle fries dominate.
Especially if they're Go ahead.
It depends, right? It depends on where they come
from. We're doing 25 fries right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so. Yep. They're in no rush, Miles. Don't worry.
Zucchini fries.
Sorry, what?
You don't like sweet potato fries, but you like zucchini fries, Brian?
Just
okay.
As long as it irritates you a little bit. Yeah. I need some cheese sauce for these fries, too. Can we make that happen? Salvador with the level 3 membership says, let's get ready to debate. I wanted a clean debate. No tie pulling. I don't think anyone's wearing ties. That works. No beanie grabbing. Can't promise you that. No puns below the belt, Miles. And no teaming up with your mom. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Salvador.
Nice. Oh, dude. Shout out to Sal. Real quick. Shout out to Sal. Twisted Metal Season 2, baby. He got me this. And it is awesome. It is so cool, man. Obviously, cool. I'm a huge Twisted Metal fan, and
I already
so
want
is
some
he.
now.
And I hope this makes Right Pop very jealous. But thank you, Saul. You're awesome, man. Love it.
Luke Sparling with the Canadian 7 says, number 1, Arcanage. That's awesome. Number 2, Village. 3, Red Matter. 4, Moss. 5, Legendary Tales. Not a bribe, just money and an opinion. Taking
It's good. Top
taking
5.
all bribes, FYI. Taking all bribes. Let's go. Looper, the Underground Game Cat. Thank you, Looper, by the way, for getting this all set up for us. So if you have any complaints about the way it's done today, tell Looper. I don't want to hear it. He says Hitman number 1. Did any of us have Hitman at number 1? I don't think so, right?
No, but
I considered it. I did consider it.
I did as well.
Yeah, I almost made it the top. Seriously.
That is a game where any one level is practically longer than most VR games we had last generation.
That is true.
Yeah.
If you want to play it to completion, yeah, it's like a full VR game.
Yeah, for real. What's up, GC13, the Diet Pepsi Cat? With the $25, man, bringing it. Says, love this parole board. Too bad Good Dog, Bad Dog doesn't qualify. Hashtag Freegorn. Calling out
And
Flat
there
to
it
VR
is.
as Studio of 2025.
Got to come to PSVR2 first.
I agree. If all goes well, GC, if all goes well.
I'm gonna give Flat to VR the Studio of 2026.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it depends on what they're releasing this year.
Who knows?
How much? Yeah.
Who knows?
If only we knew some people at Flat to VR.
Yeah, no idea.
I think anybody who watches Gamescast already knows what they're releasing this year.
That must
AJ.
have a pretty good idea.
Nobody watches Gamescast.
Bruh, I feel like if I rewatch
just
Gamescast, I
kidding.
learn a bunch. I'm like, was I actually there
Yeah.
for that? I black out during the entire thing. Bambino Ramos. AJ, give it to me. How do I say that?
Bambino Ramos.
There it is. With a level 1 membership. It says number 1, Hitman. Number 2, Arcanage. Number 3, Resident Evil 4 and 8. Number 4, No Man's Sky. And number 5, Game of Thrones. No, I mean, God of War.
There it
I
is.
mean, no, Ghost of Tabor. Just kidding.
I was wondering. I was like, "Where's Ghost?" I'm like, "Are you shocking me right now?" Because I thought he
Yeah.
would have put. I thought he would have put Ghost of War 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I think I was actually surprised it didn't make number 1 for Bam, but that's good. I'm glad you're not letting recency bias get the best of you.
Yeah, and shout out to Son and Bambino Ramos for helping me actually, and you as well, Brian, for playing. And Awesome Tatum, can't forget Tatum, who really helped us. I had to figure out a lot about. There's a lot in that game. Holy shit, man! There's a lot of content and a lot of stuff that they don't tell you in the game that you have to just discover over time. And thank y'all for helping me get caught up because I was really quick to do that in 1 week. And without those guys' help, I couldn't have figured it out. But maybe it didn't land on my list where you'd hoped, Bambino, but we'll see. Maybe it'll bump up a little.
I will say that over the last week of playing here and there, I mean, I probably have just from this week, because I think all the hours I played on Quest and previously and at launch don't count because, playing with people who know what they're doing and really getting in there and trying to investigate. I probably clocked about 10 hours in Ghost of Tabor this week, which isn't enough to say that I know everything I'm doing, but it's enough to know what I don't know and to really have a good understanding of what the game offers. All right. And so there's still
That's
a
a
lot
great way of
about it
putting
that
it.
I'm like, I hope so. Because I want to be transparent. I want to tell people, and I do think the more I play it, the higher up on my list it'll get. Right. I think that by December,
That's how I feel with it.
I think it's going to be top 10 for me. I think by December, if I keep playing. So
Ghost
you guys,
of War is kind of like Phasmo for me. It's like it just goes so far in content and fun factor, even though it has some obvious like jank here and there, some rough edges. It's like it doesn't matter. It's fun factor and content is just so strong that it propels it.
I think that's a really great comparison. Comparing Ghost of Tabor to Phasmophobia.
I think I stole that from Brian. So suck it, Brian.
Um,
you're welcome.
but that I kind of look at that from the other perspective, and a lot of the kind of flaws that these games have. The shared flaw of those two titles are the reason why neither of them made it on my top 25 list at all.
Sometimes flaws can get through by just like the sheer ambition and scope of the game. The bigger those are, the smaller the flaws seem in the big picture. But yeah, I actually, after this whole discussion, I think I would actually maybe swap my 25 with Phasmophobia. Maybe.
Let's do it. Let's just do it right now. Hurry up. Yeah, listen, I think it's so funny because I think, Firewall dominated the last generation, and obviously Ultra didn't deliver the way we wanted it to on PSVR 2. It's essentially dead at this point. And it's so funny getting into Ghost of Tabor and being like, just understanding the scope of Firewall and how limited it was compared to something like Ghost of Tabor, where it's just like it blows out. I mean, just some of these massive open world environments and what you're doing, when you play PvP and the stuff, and the fact that like you're not just trying to kill the other team, right? It's like there's so many more survival elements and everything. You know what? Maybe I should shut the fuck up until it's time to debate this thing. Matt Vegan, shout out to Matt Vegan who sent 5 without parole gift memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity, Matt.
Thank you.
Vegan.
O Vegan.
Also, shout out for the same reason to Awesome Tatum. Also sent 5 without parole gift memberships. Man, the generosity is on fire today. Thank you, Tatum. Bro, my Switch 2 showed up today. And it was just like, how do I do a top 25 debate when I want to play my Switch 2? And Tatum is not helping anything. He's my Switch 2 buddy. We got Paradise Decay with the 2 quid says 44 question mark.
PD.
What up,
PD?
I'll give that a heart. 44. You're getting closer by the day, PD. Keep guessing. Only 1 vote a day. Urban Wolf Games. Oh, shit. What's up, BJ? With the 5,000 Wu-Tang clans. He says, how's everyone doing? 3 a.m. here. 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Jesus.
You must be lonely.
With...
Wow,
right.
Really? That's the hardest I've ever made Brian laugh, and it's such a gag-worthy joke.
It was because it was that half second of like, what? And then it was like, okay. All right. 3 a.m. here with pizza and a bottle of beer. Well, I hope you have many more than just 1 bottle of beer, BJ, because it's going to be a bloodbath and it's going to take a little while to get through.
Miss you, BJ. We don't talk enough.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Wow. After us 4 went and revisited Legendary Tales, Legendary Tales. I came in today knowing I was going to be fighting really hard for Legendary Tales and Hellsweeper. These are like 2 personal favorites of mine. But I also think that they're also really, really good and would be a shame if you missed out on them. And Legendary Tales has jumped back up on my list again. I brought it higher over time. And I have like 70, 80 hours in it. And I want to spend like another 200 hours in it. Like I know at some point I'm going to get some free time and I'm just going to go create another class or something with that. As a big Diablo and Souls fan, it is like a dream game. It is the best we have that's like close to that.
Well, and we were fortunate enough to jump in when we were doing the fundraiser for PAX East. We were fortunate enough for all 4 of us to get in there and play together for an hour or 2. And man, that felt so good. It was just
so much fun. That was such a fun time. Yeah,
reminding us of how good the game is and all that. And I think it's a game that's great in single player, but man, it just shines in multiplayer, especially when you get to some of those bosses. And why are we doing this? Why are we debating games before we even get to
because it's the top 25 debate. That's what we're supposed to do.
Don't bring me into this. I'm waiting for us to get on with the list.
Yeah, right. But anyway, I'm super glad that we had a chance to play that more recently, and obviously, Urban Wolf is working on DLC for it, which is like just so exciting. So can't wait to see what you get planned for Legendary Tales, BJ. Hopefully, we're going to see that world expand even further with new dungeons. But we have to rate it based on what it is today.
Just make some new enemies, new variety of enemies and environments, and you are golden.
Yeah, that'd go a long way.
Son WTF with a $10 says, "Here's your CWS kickback, Brian." What's CWS?
Combat Waffle Studios.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, hey, listen, it's gonna take a lot more $10. You want to get top 5? I'm just saying, okay, keep that money rolling in. I saw Son earlier in the chat. We were stressing the fuck out playing that Tetris Effect B-roll because that's actually from when I was playing it the other day, and I tend to let those towers get real high before I start knocking out blocks. All right, listen, we got one more tip, and then we are going to start this. We got Izzard. We're like an hour in. We're going to start. Izzard with the level 1 membership says, Human Anatomy VR is almost 4 out of 5 stars. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than Space Explore. It's actually a really good educational tool, but definitely did not even consider for top 25.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it were our favorites list, obviously it would be up there. But
One last tip before we get started. Ray De La Torre with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. As I recently repurchased the PlayStation VR2. I'm back, baby.
What?
Let's go.
you know who
did
else
Oh,
loves to get in one more tip before we get
What?
started?
Who?
I have no
I
idea.
don't
No.
know.
No,
Question.
who?
Question.
I don't know who. No.
Who, Wes?
No way to find out.
Ah.
All right, you
Chat
guys. Again, shout out to Looper for getting all this together for us. But this is the tier maker that we've got. And Wes, I know he explained all of this to you in terms of how all these tiles made it to where they are. So could you rehash that for anybody who is confused about why all these tiles are where they are?
Yeah. I'll not only will I do that, but I'll also explain how he intended for us to kind of navigate this list and refine
Sweet.
it.
Okay.
And why we're probably not going to do it the way he wants us to do. But I guess we'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Sure.
So it's really simple. The criteria that he used, the process that he used to make these categories. So anyone who can see the list can see that there are 5 categories of titles. There's candidates for 1 through 5, candidates through 6 through 10, candidates for 11 through 15, and then 16 through 20 and 21 and 25 respectively. And the way that he determined which games go into each one of these categories is if any of us had a game ranked in the top 5, then it's in the 1 through 5 list. Similarly, if anyone had a game in the top 10, it's in the 6 through 10 list. And so on and so forth. Anybody that had a game in the top 15 will fall in the 11 through 15, 16 through 20 the same, 21 through 25 the same. And the way that he intended for us to kind of work through this is we start at the top at 1 through 5. We debate which 3 don't belong, and those 3 get kicked into the next bracket down. So then those 3 would get added to the 6 through 10 category, and then we start again. We have a debate. We pick 5 games for this slot. All those that don't make it get kicked into the next category. And we do the same thing. We pick 5 more. Everyone that didn't make it gets kicked into the next category until you get down to the bottom, and at which point you'll have your 25. I think we decided that we weren't going to go that way about it because we don't think that it gives much of a chance to the 21 through 25 games. I think if we do it Looper's way, that we'll have our top 25, before those are even a thought, right? And we want those games through whatever process that we use to work through this. We want those games to have a chance to move up, right? Which I guess it would in that last debate with the big, list of games, probably 25 or 30 games for the last 5. But still, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to go about it. So I guess I'll just kind of kick it back to you, Brian.
I think it's actually going to go a lot like Looper wanted us to do it, and we're going to use. If anybody's watched these before, we've used a couple times in the past. So we got the tier maker list right here. But in order to debate these games, I think we're going to go and use the pub meeple system that we've used prior, where it does literally put one game versus another game. And that's our chance to really, fight for these games and talk about how good they are versus some of the faults that they might have, and really help us start creating these brackets. So what we're doing right now is really figuring out what games will stay in the top 5, but not maybe the order of them, right?
Right.
And as Wes said, the couple of games that don't make it will fall into the 6 through 10 category, and then we'll again put all those games into Pub Meeple. We'll have the 1v1 games, and then even more games will fall. But what Wes said before the show was, which I think is really smart, that we do one big extra list of Pub Meeple instead of having doing a separate one for 6 through 10, 11 through 15. It's just everything else. We'll have Pub Meeple figure out what the rest of the games on that list are. If none of this sounds easy to comprehend, bear with us. It'll be fine.
So clarify for me again, Brian, because I'm not sure I was following you there
Yep.
exactly. Are we going to do the meeple for every bracket, or are we going to wait to the end when we have the big well of extras and just do it for the last bracket, or are we going to not even do it until after we have our 25?
I think we're gonna kick it off right now with the 1 through 5 bracket, and then that'll determine which games get knocked down. Because Pub Meeple will deliver a list of 8 games or 7 games, however many are there, and then we'll take the bottom ones that don't fit into 1 through 5, and we'll throw them into 6 through 10, and then we do a Pub Meeple for 6 through 10, and then even more games fall into the next category. And I think what happens is like I said, I don't want to do it for all of them. I think maybe doing one massive list for 11 through 25, like you suggested earlier, is the way to go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's fair. I think it's good.
all right. Looper is DMing me though, so maybe he has something to say about this.
What the meeple thing? Do we have like a link to that, or are we going to?
No, because I'm going to be running it here. And
Okay, so we just debate and determine and then decide.
Yep. Looper, what are you doing, bud? Okay, we're just going to include Looper on the next one. Okay, I got you, bud. Thank you very much for the warnings. Looper is like, well, if you do it, it might be really long. It's just saying, it might be really long
Yeah.
debate if you do it that way.
Yeah.
And
That was my concern as well. Yeah.
yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Talk to me, AJ. What's up?
So we're ready to begin?
Yeah. Are you? The question is, are you ready to begin?
Yeah. So can we all agree that Gran Turismo and Resident Evil need to be in this first bracket? We all agree on that?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Okay. I guess. Yeah. I guess I'll wait for you then.
What?
Well,
All right.
I'm interested to see
I don't know where
direction
to-
you're taking this, AJ. Why do you ask?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Well, because we have to get this started, right?
You,
We're doing
AJ.
Pub-
I know
Pub
you haven't been
Meeple.
paying attention because it was me who was talking,
Yeah.
but that's not how we're doing it. So here we
Okay.
go. We're kicking it up. It's going to be real simple, and you just follow my lead, or keep an eye on the screen, because kicking this off with Pub Meeple, we have the Saints and Sinners series versus the Red Matter series.
I would easily say, as much as I love Red Matter series, I would easily say Saints and Sinners, because it's one of the very few on this list. Part of what I used to make my list was giving these like a number rating, and Saints and Sinners I actually had as a 10 out of 10 on my thing. I think it's a VR benchmark title. I think not only did it have a huge impact when it came out, but I still think after all this time, it still remains one of the best complete full length built for VR games out there that has tons and tons of VR specific features, and would have to give it to Saints and Sinners here.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I think I love Red Matter 2 especially, but this is a no contest. Like the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners series, while it isn't my number one, it very well could have been. I think it's interesting. I think a lot of the things about this game that I recognize it for being the best, right? Like I often call this the best games that you can get in VR, and that never has really been challenged. in terms of kind of be a game coming and kind of having the complete package with all of the content and all of the different variables. But I think it's interesting to note that this time that I do feel like there is a game that challenges it on a lot of its strengths. And that game we're going to talk a lot about is Hitman 3. But with that said, with regard to this specific question, no contest. Saints and Sinners all the way here.
Markio in the chat says save the talking for the no contest voting, and this will go so much faster. The reason we're not blasting through this is because we've done that before, and some of these games did not get the conversations they required, right? Because sometimes you go, oh yeah, obviously, boom, and then you get to the end and you're like, we didn't even talk about Gran Turismo and why it's so good, right? It's because it was no contest with 90% of the games it came up against.
We'll try to keep it tight though.
Yeah, but that's definitely first time we go through every game, we should be talking about it. For me on this list, and I mean, straight off the bat, this is an excellent example of how this is going to compare to last time, because last time we did this knockout stuff, and I was very much stuck in my ways of like, Red Matter, I had higher than Saints and Sinners, and so when we got to this point, I was like, well, I had it higher on my list than Saints and Sinners, so I'm going to stick to it. Whereas I know that, like, in the faith of how this goes, this is all about discussion, and I was agonizing about stuff, and on reflection on everything, like Red Matter 1 and 2 are just absolute benchmarks in terms of fidelity and atmosphere, and they're games that are much slower than what I kind of like, but there's just something so mesmerizing and intriguing about them. It is really otherworldly, and it's an example earlier. My father's got a MetaQuest headset. I bought in Red Matter. I was like, you just need to experience this. So I do absolutely love Red Matter. But with everything that's been said by AJ and Wes, the Walking Dead, both games together, are just benchmarks in terms of VRAF mechanics. They are absolutely packed with content. The funny thing is that I never completed the first game because every time I kept coming back to it, I loved the game so much. I was like, I want to start again. Those early days of scavenging and building stuff together. So I have sunk tens, if not hundreds of hours into this game, having never completed it, because there's so much you can do with all the weapons, all the crafting, all the progression. And so, yeah, I think when it comes to these two, it's going to have to be Saints and Sinners series.
There's different ways that you can go about finishing the game, right? Like there's it's not like the typical VR game that there's one path to the end of the story campaign. This game is heavily story driven, but how that story unfolds and how you get to the end of it, to some extent, is up to you. And it's one of the things that makes this game very unique and special.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here for a second. Whereas Retribution feels like more Saints and Sinners Chapter 1, right? I mean, on PSVR 2, I will say, it's they gave Retribution a lot more love in terms of the port, right? It does have a visual upgrade, and it's one of the sharpest games we've seen on the platform. It was just beautiful to look at, right? But all the mechanics are very, very, very similar to the first game, and a lot of the weapons are similar. So, ignoring the chainsaw, and a lot of the locations are similar. It feels like really glorified DLC, right? Great DLC, but glorified DLC where Red Matter totally reinvented the wheel. They said, hey, like the first game was all about puzzle solving, couldn't even jump, and now we've turned it into a platforming game with a jetpack and jumping, and kept the story awesome, and made sure that you still had plenty of puzzles to solve, but we balance that out with some combat, and it never really feels like it gets old, right? This is a studio growing and evolving and making their next game bigger and better than the last game, to a substantial margin where it almost feels like where it does feel like a brand new game, where Retribution feels like we played this before. Thank God it was good, because we're playing it again. So that's the only. I just wanted to make sure we gave Red Matter the credit it deserves. And when all is said and done, I still have to say Saints and Sinners is the better series.
Yeah. Okay, so all 4 votes for Saints and Sinners.
Boom, Saints and Sinners chosen. Arcanage versus No Man's Sky.
Yeah, no contest here for me either. I think Arcanage has quickly become one of the top titles in all of VR. I think it's an action and adventure game that is complete. And nails so many different aspects of great VR game design, right? This game is the definition of VR AF, whether you're talking about things that have become kind of cliche and boring in VR. People things that people are sick of doing, like climbing and swimming and all of this kind of stuff that we've had enough of. Arcane Age does it in such a way that it not only makes it so that it's not tedious, but it makes it that it's actually fun. Almost everything that you do in Arcane Age is fun to do. And there's just so much content here. There's a great story. The production's great. It really just kind of nails it in almost every category. And I honestly think that this is it's one of the best titles in VR right now.
I would agree with you, but I do not think personally, obviously. I mean, look, I have probably near 1,000 hours in No Man's Sky, and just what that game does. I think one thing that goes a little underappreciated about it is how well they VRified it. A lot of hybrid games, you can really tell that they were a flat game converted to VR. There's sacrifices that had to be made. I think one of my favorite things about No Man's Sky, besides the endless exploration, the multiplayer, the literally the 1,000 hours of content, is how well it was VRified. And they redesigned first-person cockpits for all of the vehicles, from ships to mechs to hovercrafts to, they called them exocrafts, all sorts of things. They continue to add content to this game every couple of months that gives you reason to go back, and they're constantly improving new features, making new features. I love both of these games, but I think while Arcane Age sold big, I think No Man's Sky sold just a little bit bigger.
You go, Brian, or do you want me to go?
I'll go because I don't want to forget what I want to say. This is exactly what you were talking about, Miles. Whereas I had No Man's Sky higher on my list because I think the scope of it's incredible. I think that their commitment to updating the game constantly is incredible. And it's just I mean, it's a game that everyone should play and figure out for yourself if it's for you or not. But man, if we're just talking about which game I enjoyed more, even though it's lower on my list by 4 games or so, I'd have to choose Arcane Age here. Arcane Age is a game I get into and I do not want to stop playing, and you can play it completely differently. We were saying this about Legendary Tales not that long ago, like literally minutes ago. The different builds you can have for each weapon is crazy. You can go in with awesome melee weapons or guns or blades of chaos type, not blades of chaos. What is his axes? The axes he's
That's what they're called.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking chains of chaos. That's why I was getting confused. Chains of what are those called? It doesn't matter. We're not talking about God of War. But yeah, so it's just there's so many options, and I tend not to really love these arena games, right? The games where like the developers go, we'll give you all the tools to make your own fun, but we didn't actually program fun. You go in and you just do what you want. Arcane Age was one of the few times where I was like, what if I try this? What if I try this? Can I do this? And the answer was always yes. Yes, you can. And it's always interesting. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I think Arcane Age, this is why Arcane Age is on my list and like Undead Citadel's not, right? Because I didn't want to get all that creative in Undead Citadel, but I wanted to get creative in Arcane Age. So I think I just had way more fun. I'd have to go with Arcane Age on this. Miles.
Yeah, well, that's what Miles go.
So, yeah, I mean, Arcane Age is phenomenal what that team has managed to put together. I mean, visually it's impressive. The immersion you get in the combat is great. And I love the ways that you can customize and, whether it's traversal, deciding where you want to go to explore for items, swimming in the water, jumping about, climbing. I've had so much fun with Arcane Age, and although it's a game I haven't rolled credits on, it's a game that every time I'm in it, straight away I'm like, I'm so glad I'm in this. This is so much fun, and I do think about it a lot. No Man's Sky is an interesting one, and I think that there are some similarities with the debate that we had between Red Matter and Saints and Sinners. Um, no Man's Sky is an example of a game where, when I think of VR and the titles that make me think this is what VR was for, this is what makes me believe in the future of technology and gaming. I think of it when it comes to like Gran Turismo, and like I feel like I'm actually in a car on a racetrack right now. There are just certain aspects of No Man's Sky. Now, it's not a game I've been back to for a while. I have sunk hundreds of hours in on flat screen, and maybe not 100, probably close to 80 in VR. But the scope of the game, and they keep deepening the mechanics with all these constant updates. And as has already been mentioned, when they do updates or do anything, this doesn't feel, I mean, some people might disagree. For me, it doesn't feel like a hybrid game. It clearly is a hybrid game, but like they've taken so much care when it comes to the fidelity, the haptics, and sometimes the menus can be a bit overwhelming every time I come back to it and there's updates. I'm having to relearn it again, and so that in itself, won't appeal to some people. Like if I was to say right now, what's a game you can jump into? You know what? I'm probably going to say Arcanage. But No Man's Sky, there are certain memories I have that I just like have stayed with me, like having a freighter ship in the sky and standing on top of it, overlooking a planet you've just built a base on, and stuff like that is just unbelievable to me. And I'm just like, it just makes me excited for the future. Unfortunately, we get to live in it now with stuff like that. So I could say a lot more about the two, but No Man's Sky is going to have my vote on this one. But Arcanage is absolutely phenomenal.
Just to add to what Miles said, which I 100% agree with you, Miles. I think the highs for No Man's Sky are higher. And that's what it kind of comes down to for me. Yes, Arcanage is very tight, very polished, and I love it. But with No Man's Sky, you have this vast ocean of or vast universe to explore and get immersed in. And there was like the last time I jumped into No Man's Sky, I'm floating in a spaceship above a planet that I just left and just went straight out into space with no loading screens.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and like a space cloud, like a solar cloud, like appears, a lightning cloud out in space. And I'm sitting there chilling in my spaceship, and I'm flying through this cloud, just enjoying the view, the beauty of this thing, looking at two twin different colored stars, and there's lightning going off, and I'm even to the point of getting headset rumble from the space lightning cloud or whatever. And it's like, that is just a level of depth there that I think is just absolutely insane. Something that can only be there after a game has been supported for 10 years and expanded upon and grown. The amount of content. Yes, it's sandboxy, and you guys have stated clearly that you do not like sandboxy type games. But that doesn't take away from how good it actually is. And you mentioned like your fun factor there, and really, with No Man's Sky, you do have to dedicate time to it. And so you do, but the reward is also, I think, much, much higher. If you've just jumped into No Man's Sky for, a couple hours and just walked around on a planet and said, okay, I've seen everything. No, that's doing the game a huge disservice. And I don't think that's fair. If you play these games, see what both of these are all about, and put them up against each other, I think it's clear in that regard that you see that No Man's Sky, while it may not be your type of game, is the better game here.
I think there's a couple of things that are really holding back No Man's Sky from being the kind of top tier game that you're holding it as. I agree with most of what you said about this game. This is an amazing technical achievement in VR. It is absolutely massive, the scope of this game. It's unparalleled in VR in that regard. With that said, I think in some respect, the strength of the game is also its weakness. Yes, this game is massive, and there's tons of it, but that's not always a good thing. Like there's so much to it, and it's so incredibly involved. It's going to put a lot of players off immediately, and myself included, because it's too much in some respects, with regard to learning the systems in game and all of the different things I mean, you got to play this thing for hours and hours and hours before you even just get a general idea of what the game's offering. Besides that, while you say that the game's massive and there's just endless exploration, that's true to some extent. But at the same time, there you can explore endlessly, but you always kind of have an idea of what you're going to find. Like they do a great job of creating all of these different worlds and having them look very different, and having the kind of atmosphere and ecosystem be very different, with different types of creatures that are on the island, or on the planet rather. It has all of that, but you're never going to find anything really that surprises you, right? Like it's not like
I disagree.
disagree with that
I disagree with
hardcore
that.
because
Saw that coming.
that's the thing, Wes, is that I've been playing this game. My main save file is
I
like
know
600
I know
hours.
you've played it 1,000 hours. I know.
Yes, but look, and I
Wait, why
still
isn't it number
to this
one,
day
AJ?
have
Why isn't it number one?
surprises.
Huh?
Because
Why?
it's not my top list. It's the top list. Look, to just to make it short and sweet, Wes, I still to this day get surprised every single time I jump back in there. I see something new because there's new updates, there's new worlds, there's new fauna, there's new plants and planets and animals and
what
I
and what
play
do
this-
those and what do those add to your experience other than wow, that looks cool?
Well, that's a big part of it is the exploration. That's what the
When
core
I
of
explore-
the game. But
when
on
I-
top of that, Wes, you can collect these things. Like let's say you not only find these animals, but you can adopt them as pets now, or you can go dig up dinosaur bones and you can go build a dinosaur, your own custom dinosaur statue. Yes, they added archaeology. They just added archaeology to this game. Like you can go build racetracks and race with your friends. You can go fight sky pirates. There's so much stuff in this game. Yes, which may be daunting, but if you're not going to play it, then I don't know. Like it's there. It doesn't mean just because there's too much awesome stuff doesn't make it worse. It should make it better. If that there's more to do.
I would love to explore these thousands of planets if there were any possibility at all that I might happen to discover a civilization that have things going on. They have a different language, so I can't really make out what they're talking about and what type of culture that these inhabitants have. But maybe I hang back and kind of do some recon from the shadows, see if these are like a soulless reptilian civilization, or more of a kind of a spiritual, kind of connected to the universe type of civilization, or somewhere in between. It would be great if I had the possibility of being discovered by this civilization, and then they, as a community, kind of have to decide what I am and what larger questions I present to them about their understanding of the universe that they live in. It would be great if I could explore one of these planets and find like hieroglyphics, and then eventually when I decipher those hieroglyphics, they contain clues of some larger mystery that I can go to another planet and pick up on the next clue and have this saga unfold. But none of this is there.
I was going to say, is that sarcasm? Because you've listed a load of stuff that's in the game.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Wes, but a lot of that is in the game, and if you don't play
there are hieroglyphs that the hieroglyphs in the game give you like lore. They're not going to send you on a 10-hour story campaign.
They literally
isn't that what the
do,
expeditions
though.
are?
No,
thought the
they
expedition.
literally you find hieroglyphs. Look, long story short, Wes, that's all that stuff. It may not, be exactly what you're describing, but it's very similar to what you're describing.
There's
Um,
hieroglyphs in the game, but it's not like the hieroglyphs in Solus Project, right? That have this kind of like grand discovery of this whole different aspect of the
They
game
do though,
that you weren't
because there's like
expecting.
races you discover. There's story between the races that you discover. There's lore. You find out the Gek, which seem like this like tiny little cute reptiles, are actually these huge pieces of shit that are like merciless and like wiped out like and enslaved like the Korvax and like they like committed mass genocide
So
on them.
so how
And
hard was it for you to help free the Korvax from them? I mean, they enslaved them, right? Like you should be able to go like do something about that, right?
you kind of get to discover the story. You do some stuff, but yeah, you don't. There's no like I know what you're. I
It's
guess you're looking
wallpaper.
for.
It's wallpaper, AJ, and that's what I'm saying.
Wallpaper.
All of this stuff that you're talking about as substance isn't really that substantive. It's enough to make another little kind of cool aspect to your sandbox. But at the end of the day, it is still a sandbox. And my criticisms and worries about what I think a game like Lo-Fi might be versus what I want it to be is exactly the same issues that I have with No Man's Sky. Like this game has the potential to be the very best game in VR, but it falls short in so many ways.
Well, because like a sandbox game is a type of game.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
like, and it delivers on that type of game. Hitman is also a sandbox game.
And it certainly is. And Hitman has a lot of stuff in it that a lot of aspects to it that this game does not.
But this is
That's true.
also an yeah, it's an open world exploration game. Yes, like I get that you weren't able to like make your own fun with it a little bit. Yes, but there are things to do. There are guides that there are
Make
like
your own
stories.
fun is a lot of the experience with No Man's Sky to the contrary.
Well, and I can understand that being daunting when you don't know where to start, but it that's why there is like a progression to the story and to the experience because it starts you with just learning how to survive. Then you go from basically learning how to survive a small little heat storm on a planet to basically running like a galactic like command ship in the universe and going around and like the universe is your oyster and yeah, I mean again, look at the most simplistic level, like I love exploration and and No Man's Sky is the best exploration game I've ever played. I think and it's also I think one of the best games of all time. And so to have that in VR and converted, tailor made with like, handcrafted, finely tuned things, VR mechanics, that's something that we just like that's what makes it special. That's what really sets it apart. Is
Give me a handcrafted level and a handcrafted story any day.
Well, it's procedurally generated, but it almost feels it's been they've revised it so many times that it looks and feels fresh. Like it feels like and looks like handcrafted levels. I don't know when the last time you jumped in, but like with every update, they kind of add something pretty special to it. One of the more recent ones was like redoing the mountains and the geometry so that like all the landscapes are even more different and varied than they were before. And yeah, I mean, if you just don't like
Because
exploration, then I guess, if you don't like exploration,
I love exploration. It's one of my favorite things to do in VR is explore. But I don't like just exploring because that I
I
might
like the
find
beauty of it. Yeah, I love the
I like
beauty and the
that.
scenery and discovering the animals and finding new pets that I get to keep and then I can ride them. And yeah, like that's a big part of the game. But there's like optional 1,000 other things you can do as well.
Yeah, I love exploration. It's one of like anyone that watches any of my gameplay streams will tell you that it takes me twice as long to complete a game versus a typical person, because all I do is explore. I look at the smallest details, and I love environmental stuff, but I have to have
I'm not
something.
convinced you've seen. I'm not convinced you've seen the best of what this has. Like I don't know how much you, Brian,
I probably haven't seen the most beautiful stuff
like,
that
and
it
that's
has.
the thing is you have to. That's the way the game works. Is the more you explore, the more stuff you discover. I've seen so many people. They start off on like a planet that maybe looks a little underwhelming. And they go, "Oh, that's it. That's all that there is." It's like, no, you have to gradually.
How many
better.
dozens of hours do I have to play a game before I appreciate it fully? Like, it's not like I haven't played the game. I've played it for probably 30 or 40 hours. Like, how much do I have to do it before it finally clicks?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, yeah, it's just, if it's not going to click for you, it's not going to click for you. But I still don't think you should like say that they're, just because like that stuff is not for you doesn't mean that it's not amazing, and it's not really well made, and it's not a lot of it, and it's not.
To be clear,
I've let you guys talk for a long time without interjecting.
Okay.
I think
I let him talk too, to be fair.
Well, then go ahead, Miles. What do you have to say?
No, you go.
It's on all of our lists, right? The fact is you can't say, oh, you're not giving it the credit it deserves just because it's not for you. Just because it's not for you doesn't mean it's not good. We agree with that statement. Just because it's not for us doesn't mean it's not good, and that's why it's on everybody's list here. We all think it's an amazing game, but that's why it's going to be in different places on everybody's lists. Just remember.
I can't wait for the poll. We're polling the chat, right?
Are you going to do a poll for the chat? Because we're split right now.
Deciding vote.
We have to.
No, we're not split though, because I changed my vote to No Man's Sky.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
You're welcome.
Why?
Yeah, I just did. Because I agree with everything that's being said. I totally agree with Wes. This is a massive game, and everything I've ever found in it, where it comes to storylines and civilizations and whatever, I'm just like, oh, but that's how they did it. That's how they want to deliver this thing that they added, and I'm never impressed by it. Right. And so anytime somebody's like, you should get back in, I'm like, watch the video on it. I'm good. Right. I'm just because I know what it feels like to be in that game. However, I know if I spent 100 fucking hours in No Man's Sky, it would click for me, and I'd be like, oh yeah, now I'm like, because I love progression and I do love exploration.
I am still shocked to this day that with how good the jetpacks are in that game and how fun it is to jetpack around, it still blows my mind today that you how much like you just don't spend every day jetpacking around in that game.
Yeah, I know it's because I'm running a PSVR 2 channel, AJ. I can't spend time on these games.
Never ever make sense to me.
No, I understand, but it's the same reason that Minecraft never like resonated with me either, right? I saw somebody in the chat say, "But this is like Minecraft for adults," and I think you're right. But also, Minecraft it didn't resonate with me for the exact same reason, right? Because it's the same type of game, which makes me surprised, AJ, that you didn't spend more time in Minecraft.
I did not like Minecraft.
What?
I love Minecraft, but I didn't enjoy the VR version.
Yeah, it could have been better. Okay, listen, I changed my vote, so we're going with No Man's Sky. But I'm glad we had this conversation so we could get all of that No Man's Sky discussion done. So the next time it comes up, we'll have a better understanding of what
and for what it's worth, man, like again, like I agree with a lot of your points about how good Arcanage is. Like there's I hardly have any critique of that game overall. And
it sucks that we didn't even talk about Arcanage at all. Like I could sit here and talk for 10 minutes about the way that the weapon crafting works and how you can pull one piece of one weapon and another piece from another weapon and put them together and make a whole new weapon that has completely unique attributes to it. There's so many little aspects about Arcanage that makes it truly great. But we just talked about No Man's Sky.
Son WTF in the chat said Arcanage is number 4 for Brian, and no, you must have meant No Man's Sky is number 4 for Brian, and Arcanage is number 8. Exactly, but that's why we have these discussions, because it really does allow us to think deeper about these things and really helps remove some of the bias, I think.
Yeah, and although I did like try to make everything in order, like when I made my list, like I didn't lose any sleep thinking over the order of things because I knew the order was going to change anyways. So
Yeah, I agree. I tried not to stress too much about the order. Madison VR was way too low on my list. Way too low. I mean, like, and especially for like
the fact that I had that higher. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we're going No Man's Sky, and that brings us to the Resident Evil series versus Walkabout Mini Golf.
Oh Lord,
this is gonna be a close one. Even though it was on my list.
God bless you. Walkabout Mini Golf.
If only they had a Resident Evil theme course. That'd be good.
Right, and this is why that would be fantastic. I'd love to play through the Spencer Mansion.
Yeah, it'd be really, really good.
But this is something we need to spend a little bit of time on, just because I don't know how many more times Walkabout Mini Golf is going to come up, and so let's make sure we give it its flowers now. This means the second half of the conversations are going to go much quicker than the first half. What were you going to say, Miles?
What was I going to say? I mean, look, I know Resident Evil's going to win it, and like, yeah, rightly so. So for me, Walkabout Mini Golf wise, it made it high on my list. This is a game where again and again, when I'm showing VR to friends and family, this is the game that is just so easy to jump into. The constant updates. I can't believe how it's not just like they're just doing regular updates. The polish, the feel of every course. I've never been really a golf person. I've always dreamed, I think, growing up as a kid, of doing these like mini golf courses, and seeing on the TV in America, you have the massive windmill ones and stuff like that. We have a bit of it in the UK, but it's never the same. And so maybe a part of it is me like living the childhood dream, finally getting to do it. But it is just the value proposition of what you've got here, which is you have mini golf with each of their own themes. Sometimes they're just themes, sometimes they're tied to IP. You have a hard mode that you unlock by getting the course under par or finding all the collectibles. The collectibles is a fun thing in itself. And the hard mode is a remix. So if you buy a course for, what is it, like $3-4, you're getting basically 36 holes. And the music in it is excellent. The polish, I know the aesthetics isn't for a lot of people, but I think the aesthetics work for the game that it aims to be. And every time that there is a new course, I'm excited to play it because they're always adding new mechanics. They're always reinventing. And they've started, it's been done in the last year. They've started adding new game modes, like the ability to play simultaneously. You're not having to wait for people. Walkabout Mini Golf is just a game that, like, whether it's existing VR players or it's people that are new to it, it's just something that I always just see such positive feedback on. And for me, it's definitely a top 5 game. I think against Resident Evil, and I totally respect it, is going to take this place here. Walkabout Mini Golf, they could have easily like rested on their laurels when it came out because of the success, like Beat Saber, for example, where you kind of just keep doing packs, but it's the same game. Okay, they added a few extra mechanics, but Walkabout Mini Golf, like, I don't sense any complacency. Like, they're always looking for new IPs, interesting new mechanics. And I think that what Mighty Coconut does, even the way that they reach out to creators and that, they are a well-designed machine that clearly love this. You feel it through and through of everything they do. And I think it's another example of a game which is like, this is why I play VR.
Yeah.
But Resident Evil, I could say a lot on, but because I know you guys are going to vote for it, I'm happy for you guys to ooze about Resident Evil, which is fucking incredible VR horror.
Yeah, I think what the great thing about Walkabout is that I had my major complaint was I love playing with a lot of people, but it takes so goddamn long to play through with a lot of people. And they were listening. Mighty Coconut listened, and they said, "Oh, well, what if we just let you all play at the same time, simultaneously?" Like, oh, you can just, well, now we can play through with 8 people. We can play through any course in about 10 minutes instead of it being an entire afternoon, a 3-hour ordeal. It's like they literally changed how I play the game. You know, I can play through all these different courses now in an afternoon rather than just spending all day. And it's so sitting there and just like waiting for everyone to take their turn, right? Because we're all having conversations and everything during, and then it's your turn. You don't even know. Like, the notification popped up, you weren't even paying attention. You're like mid-story or something, and then everyone's like sitting around waiting for you to take your. That one change of many, many, many changes that they've added revolutionized the game, made it infinitely more playable with more people, right? I don't think that gets enough recognition. That changed the game. That made it from being an awesome multiplayer game to being possibly the best multiplayer game. And so I just wanted to put that out there before we move on from this. But yeah, clearly Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say Resident Evil and move on.
Yeah. You don't want to talk about how good it is.
Yeah. Maybe when it goes up against Gran Turismo.
I am interested in all you guys commenting on what is your personal favorite Resident Evil on PSVR 2.
Village. I think Village personally, look, so this is the tricky trade-off, which is why I'm really glad that we combined Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4, even though they're not really like directly tied sequels like how we traditionally do this, like Moss Book 1 and 2, Red Matter 1 and 2. But the reason I'm very happy we did that is because they do both offer something slightly different, and that complements each other well. I think Village personally is the superior VR game because it was designed with VR in mind. The way that it was executed from every single cutscene, well, not every single, but 90% of the cutscenes being, first person in VR, you're there watching the story, experiencing the story literally from your eyes, from your own eyes, which is really a really cool and interesting way to do it. There's also these huge cinematic moments that don't take you out of first person. They keep you in first person. That being said, the game itself for Resident Evil 4, I would say is slightly better, maybe better for replay value. But the reason I give it the edge to Village is because I don't think people really talk about this enough, but I do think that I have some issues with Resident Evil 4. I do think while the game is super fun, I do think there's some like jank that people don't mention. There's some jank, there's some control issues that people don't talk about. I don't like the flat screen cinematic deaths. I don't like that. There's a lot of moments in Resident Evil 4 that in Resident Evil Village, it's like they keep you in first person. Like I said, they keep you in first person. Doesn't matter if they're throwing you, they literally throw you around, like in the whole mech section in Village, and you stay in first person. You're flying through the air. You're getting swung around by a giant monster, and you're in first person. In Resident Evil 4,
Happy Funland.
In Resident Evil 4, the only little issues I had with it is that the stuff like the jet ski part is like so janky, so poorly done. Some of the stuff from the remake I don't think is as good as the original game. And so like that's not really anything to do with the VR, but that's just the game itself. Like I actually like some of the, even if it was kind of goofy, some of the charms that the original had slightly more. The boss fights in Resident Evil Village are better. The boss fights I thought were a little iffy in it's all stylized really well. Like stylistically, it looks great and everything. But I think just gameplay wise and the polish wise, I feel like there's a little bit of jank and rough edges on 4. So to answer your question 5 minutes later, Miles, I like personally Resident Evil Village more, even if Resident Evil 4 is more replayable.
Before I throw it to one of the others, I just really want to quickly say Resident Evil Village, the opening to that game is the most scared I've ever been in VR. Now, there have been scarier games arguably since, but it was my first horror game on PSVR 2. And just stepping into that new hardware and that, going through the woods and that, like people saw the live stream, saw me absolutely shitting it. But yeah, just incredible.
I think it goes without saying, but Village is way more VRAF. I mean, going from every time I say this, people are like, but Brian, you can take the flashlight off of your head in Resident Evil 4. You know, the thing that's strapped to your head for some unknown reason. Only when the game deems it time to turn it on. It's like, yeah, I know that's not VRAF. That's just weird. Village kills it. You have a trench coat that you open up, but you look down and you open up your trench coat and grab shit out of it. They went above and beyond with the VRAF stuff in Village, right? And it's that kind of stuff, along with it being a scarier game than Resident Evil 4, that makes it my favorite of the two. But Resident Evil 4, since it has a platinum trophy, really helps out with the replayability. You know how many times I would have played Village by now if it had a platinum trophy? I still haven't unlocked the lightsabers in Village. I need to. I really want to do that.
I got so close to it. I never got to it.
Yeah. But yeah, Village is phenomenal, and Resident Evil 4 is just great for all sorts of different reasons.
Yes. And yeah, like it's got the action, adventure, exciting, fun times as well. So
Exciting fun times.
and you get to play as you get to play as Leon, which is like one of those iconic characters. Like there's a lot of things, even with
Fuck
some
Leon.
of the little, things here and there. Like Resident Evil 4, I think is still up there with Village, even if I like and appreciate the polish of the VR implementation a little bit more with Village. Which isn't perfect either, by the way. Yes, I saw somebody say that. Yeah, the cutscenes can be a little rough in Village. Yes, but I love it. Like I'll take that tiny little. That's like literally one of the few small blemishes on the game. Like I'll take that. It's not as big of a deal to me as like the third person stuff in 4 and like the third person. It's not even third person. It's like flat cinema screen.
Sometimes, yeah.
And
Wes, anything to add to this?
It's a much more immersive game than 4 is. What you guys said in so many words. It's definitely a better representation of VR horror, in my opinion. It's a much scarier game, a darker game, so to speak. Where not to say that 4 isn't, but I feel like 4 is more of a. I don't know. It's more of an action game than a classic like horror game. And while certainly those elements are in 4 as well, the balance of the gameplay is much different in 8. They play very differently than one another. I like 8 better than 4 in most ways. I think some of the action gameplay is better in 4. I think some of the measures that they took to preserve the original end up holding the remake back from being what it could be if it were just a true ground up remake. But yeah, I agree. 8 much better than 4 in most ways.
All right. I think we can all agree then. Resident Evil
4,
series.
yeah, 4 has the edge maybe on like some of the fun factor and like just action gameplay, some of the character designs, like the basic enemies you come across. Like I like the crazy townspeople more than the werewolves. But
they felt more like a repeated asset to me. Like the townsfolk just seemed like there were 4 of them,
Right,
but there were 100 each of those 4.
They were cousins.
All right, you guys. We got Hitman World of Assassination versus Gran Turismo 7. Couldn't really be talking about 2 more different types of games. But again, 2 top tier. Who wants to kick this off? Did anybody have Hitman above Gran Turismo?
I did. I think Hitman, if I had really taken weeks to agonize over my list and was completely objective about my ranking, it's very likely that Hitman World of Assassination VR would have landed at number 1 on my list. Not just the amount of content, but the quality of content that's here is atypical for VR games. It's almost like a unicorn in VR. There's 3 full-length AAA campaigns here. Excellent story, excellent voice acting, AAA production. Even though it's a sandbox, there's a story campaign going on. And much like The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, even more so for that matter, how you get through the levels is completely up to you. Like we were just praising Saints and Sinners because there was some variability in how you get from the start of the game to the end of the game. There's like might be 3 or 4 ways that you can do it instead of just the typical one. With Hitman, any level there is like there are dozens of ways that you could get through it, and it's the sandbox elements of this game unlike most sandbox games, make this game stronger. The fact that this is a sandbox on top of a campaign adds variability to each playthrough that is unmatched in the VR catalog. And on top of like all of the stuff that I play the game for, the story campaign, the not just the variability, but the spontaneity that you can use when you're playing through this game. The fact that there are so many different NPCs in this game, but they all are all very unique, and they're doing their own things and having their own conversations. When you go to a town in this game, it feels like you're in a town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It feels like there's commerce going on, and there's people living their life. The spaces feel alive, and because of that, it makes it so much harder to suspend disbelief, because that's what you're doing when you're going in VR and playing a VR game, especially when the story driven. You're trying to suspend disbelief so that you can immerse yourself and feel like you're really in this situation. And you can do that in Hitman in ways that you just can't in other games. Environmental variety. I mean, we could talk forever about all of the different global locations that you visit in this game.
Paris red carpet is
Beautiful. Yeah. And I love the options that you have to play through that level. Like, I started down a story path, like a side story path that had me kind of kill the star model and then impersonate him. And that was the way that I was going to go about beating the level. But when I started, when I made my appointment and started walking down the catwalk, by the time I got down to the end of the catwalk, I decided that rather than play this story out, I would rather just get to the end of the catwalk and throw a screwdriver through someone's eye just to see how the room reacts.
Yeah.
And I did, and chaos ensued. That is an example of how having a sandbox in your campaign can enhance the game. That's not to mention all of the like achievements and challenges this game throws at you. Like, you can play through the campaign 6 different ways, but still there's reasons to go back to each level. And they'll give there's a ranking system in this game that gives you XP that allows you to unlock new items for your future runs. And the way that you get a lot of those points is by completing challenges. We mentioned all the different potential side stories that any given level is going to give you, or potential paths to success. There's literally dozens of them in some of these levels, and each one is going to give you XP and level you up and unlock even more variables for the next level and the next run. So yeah, I could literally just go on and on and on talking about why this game is a unicorn and better than all other games. But I'll just end it by saying that if I had to go on a desert island and I could only pick one game to play forever from this point forward, at the end of that internal debate, I would probably pick Hitman World of Assassination, just because there's so much variety, not only in terms of like content, but variety to the experience, and all depending upon how you want to play it. The game and these developers, albeit through many iterations over the years, have finally landed in a place where they've given you a complete toolkit to play this game and experience it how you want, but they're doing so in a way that still values moments that they've crafted, right? Like if it were procedurally generated sandbox, like there's a certain amount of sameness that comes with that, but in a game like this, it can be a sandbox, but there's still moments that are handcrafted by the artist that you experience. Yeah, I love this game. I think it's again, it might be the best game. It might probably should be number one, but no, it's great.
And I was trying to put my personal biases aside and be like, yeah, Gran Turismo, even though it's like a sim racer, right? Like if it was Ridge Racer VR, it would be number one for me. It'd be a huge, like, no question about it. Like even with my biases in place, Ridge Racer VR number one. So I put my personal biases aside. But man, I gotta say, Wes, you make a very compelling argument. There is so much content in Hitman. It doesn't actually need any more, although we may be getting more. And the replayability is off the charts, and I get the argument for Gran Turismo. I put Gran Turismo at number one, but man, like I do feel like in watching the chat while you were talking, I do feel like, if I was really putting my personal biases aside, then Hitman could easily be number one on my entire top 25 list. And so I think, Wes, you just swayed my vote. Yeah, these are two games. Neither one of them fall into a genre that I love. Right, like Hitman is stealth and kind of like the sandbox type thing, and Gran Turismo is a sim racer, and they're both phenomenal games, and I love both of them. And so I don't know, man. You make a compelling argument. I think I got to go with Hitman. I'm changing my vote.
Hitman was the game on my list that was a pendulum swing from right near the top, and then it ended up very low down on mine. And it was for a number of reasons. And like when we're debating this with Gran Turismo now, one of the things that straight away makes me think it's got to be Hitman is Gran Turismo 7. The reason I hold it in high regard is many reasons, but two main reasons is one, driving games aren't really my go-to jam, and yet every time I play it, it goes back to that thing I was saying earlier. I'm like, I'm in the future now when it comes to VR. Like this, it always amazes me with all the updates and everything they do. But secondly, I'm doing it with a steering wheel. I actually bought a rig to enjoy this, and so I feel like when we're having this debate, it's like, yeah, if you buy the rig to go with it, then yes, it's going to be held up. But when it comes to using the dual sense, the sense controllers, dual sense controller, it's still good. It's just not as good. You know what I mean? And so I think that Gran Turismo, they have, out of the two, Gran Turismo 7 is way more polished of a hybrid game. Like, and there's a lot of arguments of, well, yeah, Gran Turismo is a driving game. Hitman is a sandbox where there's all these things going. But the truth is that when I've been playing Hitman, I have been, like, Wes was going into like how there's so much stuff that brings you into the immersion. I've had a lot of immersion breaking things with Hitman. And I do think that this is the problem, is the more immersive you make something, the more that the odd thing stands out. For me, I find some of the movement still a bit sluggish and clunky. There were some decisions with controls, which, by the way, as I say this, the chat might go, oh, you can fix this, and then I need to go back and fix it. But like I was in the Dubai level, and I was picking a drink of water off, like just role-playing and stuff, and it actually poisoned it when I was actually just trying to pick it up, and I was being attacked. And I was like, I just wish I could have picked it up as if I was blending in, because it was so immersive and I really felt like I was there. I am more annoyed than I am with Resident Evil 4 about the fact that, like, in Dubai, when you're on the edge of the building and you can see the flapping on your coat, like in the wind, which is absolutely incredible. You get to a ledge and you just press a button and then you teleport down. I'm just like, why?
Yeah.
And then also, like, the catwalk thing, like that level is incredible. Walking up to the building in Paris, there is like a news reporter. And I literally went behind the news reporter and went like, hey, Mum, I'm on TV. And then they're like, sorry, we're going to have to take that again. And she turns to me and go, are you serious? And like those moments, and I'm sure it happens in the flat screen, but in VR, it's just like, oh my God, this is happening. On my live stream, if anyone wants to see it, I actually did the catwalk. I did a little twirl at the end. I was trying to blend in and stuff. Like, it's amazing. But I was going into things which can be fixed. Like when there was gunfire in the main room, the crowd was not kind of reacting, and like, which was a bit strange. I do think the gunfire, maybe I need to crank up the difficulty. I think that the fighting, the gunfire in the game is way too forgiving. And I think what it is on the flat screen version, the AI is built for you playing in third person. when you're in first person, you just have an advantage in terms of your perspective. And so I think it does make it a much easier game. So I need to crank up the difficulty there. So I think the reason I did rank it lower than I probably should have on reflection is just because as I was thinking about it, the amount of content and all the opportunities and the way it looks and everything is just absolutely incredible. But it meant that there's just a lot of stuff I'm just like, I feel like it's missing. Like Gran Turismo 7 is a much better hybrid game in terms of how it's been adapted from the flat screen and the parity between the two versions. But there is no doubt whatsoever that, as Wes was saying, all the different environments, being at the racetrack, all the confetti, the amount of people. I went into a bar and then the music's changing and people are dancing. I thought I was walking into a bar. It doesn't feel like it's a sandbox with like same people in different rooms. Like there was a news reporter or a security person in the corridor. Like they're all doing their own things. So this is also a game where, okay, it's probably not my number one, but you know what? Ask me again in a year. It probably is, as I've spent more and more time in this game. So although Gran Turismo 7 was my number one, thinking about the driving steering wheel thing and also all the things that I'm hearing already, out of these two, I'd be willing to vote Hitman over Gran Turismo 7.
Before AJ, before you say anything, I do want to point out, like, you know, we're not debating the cost of these experiences. We're not debating, you know, it's like we're going to be putting $20 games up against $70 games, right? Oh, yeah. It's all part of the conversation. It's like, how good is the game? And so, you know, the fact that you need a racing rig to make it one of the greatest games ever made instead of being a really fucking good game, I don't even think should come into consideration. We talked about.
I think that is a factor. I think that's absolutely a factor.
Okay, well, then I just want to say that every debate that we've ever done prior to this, we always said we talk about playing it in the best possible way, right? We say, hey, if the PS4 Pro makes it better, if the aim controller makes it better, if the flight stick makes it better, then that's what we're saying. Hey, like, you know, spend the money and play this game in the best possible way. It has the capability of being this good, so we can change that. And say we gotta ding things for, you know, needing something for the full arcade experience or for the full realism experience. But I think we need to tell people that's what we're doing.
I don't necessarily ding it for that. But I do kind of. It is something I do think needs to be considered. It is because it is a reality. It'd be misleading to say, oh yeah, this is like one of the best things. Just, you know, and then not mention that. Oh, but with a racing rig. That's a big omission. And we cannot use, I do not think we can use the same thing that we used last gen with this gen. The same rule, I don't think automatically applies. It worked really well for the PS4, PS4 Pro, aim controller, things like that. I don't think the same thing translates with PSVR 2. I think we have to completely start from scratch because that's kind of what PSVR 2 is. It's something completely different. It is a lot from scratch.
But the Pro makes everything better, just FYI.
No, but the thing is, like, it's not the same situation. It's not, the Pro does not just automatically make everything better. It doesn't automatically fix every issue. It's just like the PS4
Pro didn't. You're right.
Yes, that had limitations as well, but I don't even want to get into this whole thing right now. But I
think you should get a Pro, AJ, and then we'll talk. You tell me how good No Man's Sky looks on the PS5 Pro on PSVR 2, and I think you're gonna be like, oh, I changed my mind. This is the greatest thing ever. Fuck my PC. Fuck it so hard.
The Pro is No Man's Sky is the one game that keeps making me want to get a Pro, if there was any. But that's not important right now. Okay. But seriously, it really does. Well, that sounds like it's 3 votes for Hitman, right? Which y'all kind of bailed me out here because, to be honest with you, both of these are 10 out of 10 for me. Mm-hmm. And in like really, but it is interesting though, because before a couple weeks back, I was actually considering Hitman might be the best game on PSVR 2. I did some polling. I asked the community. I asked on interactive chat. I asked on Gamescast. I think I asked in the Discord, and like everybody always said no. Like they said Hitman was top 5 for them, but nobody ever said like it was. Well, that seems to have shifted a little bit because now I see everybody saying it sounds like they're on Team Hitman now, which is interesting. But listen, man, both in terms of production values, quality, content. I mean, my God, Hitman, you have 3 AAA games in one. both I think do this basically achieve some of the highest levels of like immersion in some way or another. And like, yeah, I think both games are just exceptional. I think I would give both like a 10 out of 10 or very close to it. And so, yeah, since I don't even have to vote, I'm going to just not pick one here.
All right,
And
we all
think
picked
about it.
Hitman World of Assassination. Perfect.
Can I just say one more thing on this? I wanted to say, which is, if Gran Turismo just added in multiplayer the ability to make cups, where you say we're going to do this number of races with podium spots and like point, that would be a massive like positive for it. And I'm just mentioning it off the back of what's been said, which is Gran Turismo is doing updates, but it's maps, it's cars, tracks, cars.
It's not
I
enough
do
tracks,
feel like
I'll
there's-
say that.
Say again.
If it was Gran Turismo's not doing enough tracks, if you ask me. Like it's
Right.
always cars. It's always cars. And the only
Yeah.
time I ever find myself jumping back into it is when there's a new track, right? Because it's like, oh, good, this is what I need.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I don't because they say, oh, here's 3 new cars. I'm like, great, I only own 50 cars to begin with.
Right,
There's
right.
hundreds still left for me to get. You know, so
And that will be for hardcore driving fans. They will love that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but for me, it's kind of like those kind of aspects. I think this is why Gran Turismo maybe over as we do this more and more, will start coming down. And it's not taking away from how good it is. It's just like after a long period of time, like, and look, if it ends up at number 2, that's still pretty phenomenal. Like,
It's a game. Gran Turismo is an excellent game. It is one of the reasons to own a PSVR 2. It's a game that does one thing, but it does that one thing better
The best
than
it possibly
anyone.
can.
Right.
Yeah.
There's it does that one thing better than anyone else has done it in VR. Like this is the
Yes,
best VR
absolutely.
racer, period, regardless of platform.
better than real
this-
racing simulators I've paid money to do in the
Yep.
home. It's just like, what?
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it does just do one thing. So yeah, that's going to make it lose in a head-to-head with Hitman. And to Miles's point, over time, it's going to go further and further down our list because of that. But it's still excellent. I mean, it is an excellent.
It's one of the most immersive experiences you can
Yeah.
ever have, and it is like you said, it is worth buying a PS5 for or a PSVR 2 for. It
Yes.
is worth buying a racing rig for. I got one. I regret absolutely nothing. In fact, I love it. It is interesting though. Yeah, with Hitman, there is this like kind of multiple approach way to play it. There's multiple things to experience with it, which make it really interesting. In one ways, you get like an action movie. Let's face it, it's basically a James Bond. You get like basically 3 James Bond games. But the way that you can get immersed, the way like how you were saying how the world is so alive, that really does go a long way, and it's beautiful. It's also like graphically, it's gorgeous. And yeah, man, it's tricky, but I am definitely not mad that Hitman gets the edge here. I think it's well deserved in some ways. The one thing that I could the one like valid argument I could give, or no, not valid argument, but the one thing I would say is like, yes, like this is a point where the racing wheel thing could become a factor. It's like if you want to just buy a PSVR 2, boom, you can buy Hitman. You got the full complete experience. You know, Gran Turismo 7, in order to have a similar level of experience, similar level of immersion, you would have to buy a racing wheel at least. You don't need a racing rig, but just at least a racing wheel.
But if you're
and
gonna
then
do
a
it, just do
racing
it. Go all the way.
Yeah.
Get a race.
But I will say, just vanilla out of the box, using a DualSense controller with the ability to tilt the controller to steer.
Yeah.
That's pretty immersive, and it's an amazing experience. It doesn't hold a candle to the racing rig experience,
Right.
of course, but
still good.
it's worth buying the game even if you can't afford the racing rig.
Yeah, I love how Hitman, you don't necessarily have to go, and it's not just like your average like shooter, right? Like there are guns and everything, but I love that you can take people out in like funny ways as well, and clever, creative ways. That's the part of the game that like I really, really love and enjoy, is kind of discovering these. They have these set in place too. These are all like tailor-made, like moments that you can trigger, like having an actor explode on set from an accident or whatever. I love that aspect about it, dropping a chandelier on somebody versus just some really kind of dark and brutal sniping them over and over or something like that.
Man, actors are always exploding on set in all the movies I watch, but maybe I'm just watching a different kind of movie. I saw Bam in the chat say, I strangled a man while he was alone at his wife's grave grieving.
Oh my God.
And then I went home and played Hitman.
Okay, I was about to say, was that in game? Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, my gut, my heart tells me Hitman here. But that's why I kind of opted to just let you guys do the voting.
All right, let's do it. Let's move on. Let's hit Hitman. And before we dive into No Man's Sky versus Saints and Sinners, let's tackle a couple of these tips. Woo! Prozac with the $2 says, number 1, Hitman. Number 2, Hitman 2. Number 3, Hitman 3. I actually agree with that order, to be honest with you. Number 4, Resident Evil 4. Number 5, Truck Simulator. My name is Brian Paul, and I agree with this list. We got Phil Marshall with the 10 quid says, thanks for what you guys do for VR. It's appreciated. And for me, seeing what remains of Edith Finch in The Last Guardian on the PSVR 2 would be a dream come true. Cheers. Hell
Agreed.
Yeah, man. I want to see all
what
of
remains of Edith
games.
Finch in VR. Oh.
Good stuff. Josh Zosky with the $5 says, a little sad not to see Hubris on here. It's one of my favorites. Great AI, awesome and varied level design, amazing pacing, and scenario variety. Yeah, man, we talked about Hubris at the beginning of the show and said how sad we were not to be able to include it. It's insane.
It still holds up too. It's still phenomenal. Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
What?
Crazy. It is
So
crazy.
You want to change your list? Comment, Josh.
That
Should we come back
25
tomorrow?
spot. That
Can we
25
come back
spot
tomorrow?
on mine is just like you could literally just play musical chairs with like 20 different games.
We got GC13, the Die Pepsi Cat with the $25. Says, yes, go West, more blood, let's go. # friends tomorrow. Was this during your No Man's Sky rant?
Yes.
I think it was.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I wasn't
he's
watching
getting
the
into
chat.
it. I like it.
Oh yeah, thanks for the support, Tiff.
I was not expecting much of a fight from y'all today. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, listen, if you really want to wear us down, just drag it out as long as you possibly can, because the caffeine's not going to last forever. I've only got one pot of coffee brewed, and so by the end of this debate, I'm going to be like, whatever you guys want, just fucking you decide. Let's just do it. So enjoy this part while it lasts. He's flying around here. Trippy with the 5 quid says, I have a question. Why hasn't PlayStation remade Psygnosis classics like G Police, Colony Wars, a Wipeout with PSVR 2 in mind? Trippy, that's an excellent question, and listen, we don't have a good answer for you, but it is stuff that we 100% agree with you on. The Wipeout and Mega Collection on PSVR 1 was incredible, and the fact that we're not even getting those PSVR 1 classics remade for PSVR 2 or some kind of compatibility mode is nuts.
That's tragic.
Because large corporate executives and companies have come in and destroyed the gaming scene. And those were once games developed by passionate, creative, extremely talented developers. Now it's just corporations trying to make a buck. So for what it's worth, I tried at one point to get Colony Wars to VR, but we got that marble head game instead. I'm sorry,
how did you try?
Because I don't know, Brian, because we sometimes talk to developers, I did an interview with one of the developers that was at Psygnosis and made Colony Wars and worked on Wipeout. And I tried to get him to bring Colony Wars to us, and he was like, no. Okay, well, I tried.
Too many dead IPs over at Sony, which is crazy. They
Way
have
too
so
many.
many great games. Kava 04 now with the 60 plantains says blood. More blood. We're working on it. Cheese is nasty. Well, hold on a second. Where'd it go? Cheese is nasty. Says I get with the $5 tip. Says I get your back, Wes. It's okay to not hype or love a PSVR 2 game like other people do. Oh yeah. I mean, I agree. It's nothing but respect here. We may yell and scream and make fun of each other, but totally respect everyone's opinions. Inspector GameCat with the 5 quid says it's dinner time, but when I come back, Village better be number 1.
We shall
try
see.
not to disappoint you. Super Nintendo Chalmers with the $20 says top 25 debate. Sorry I can't watch live today. I'm working overtime. Please take into consideration that Gran Turismo 7 is dependent on a racing rig for full immersion. I must go back to work. I'll watch the full episode soon. Well, hopefully you caught the fact that we kicked off this entire thing, Super Nintendo Chalmers, with a comment that you left on Gamescast. GameCat with the Australian 5 says Dev ski session over. Here now. 1 hour sleep after drinking. Did 90s extreme skiing win? Get on those slopes, Miles, AJ, and Wes. He really wants you guys to play 90s extreme skiing if you didn't know.
Sorry, I didn't make my top 25.
I gotta refresh.
I
this
did
page.
think about playing it though. So you're almost there. Keep at it. I've almost played it.
Well, here you go. GameCato again with another Australian 10 says 90s extreme skiing is optimized for the pro. No jaggies, no reprojection, and 90 frames per second on the Pro. Get a Pro, AJ. You're a good man. You deserve to treat yourself. No Man's Sky looks way sexier on the Pro. What, is he going to get a Pro? Is that what's happening? Is he going to come back with a Pro?
Can you play 90 skiing with the Hotus or racing rig?
I haven't tried.
Okay, big good. Or the rudder. Can you use rudder support on any PSVR 2 games or not?
No, not to my knowledge. No, not to my knowledge. Although, I bet some of them might work. I bet there's some native something happening in there.
VR skater with rudder support, man. I mean,
the rudder was way simpler tech than anybody cared to admit. So I'm betting you plug it into a PSVR 2 and something happens.
Yeah.
Everything blows up. Guys, you want to get a bunch of votes in before AJ comes back?
Whoa, quick. Right, we've just done that one.
AJ, we just voted Hellsweeper off the list. Sorry. So sorry.
So which one of you wants to die first?
Okay, No Man's Sky versus Saints and Sinners. No Man's Sky versus Saints and Sinners.
Look, I love No Man's Sky, but Saints and Sinners is, it's not the same. There's just a lot that Saints and Sinners offers. It's kind of like everything we said about Arcanage, except it's much bigger and better in many ways. So I would actually look. I love No Man's Sky. I do think it gets updated so often. Sometimes it gets a little overcooked, and they have to go back and fix some things. So there is a critique I have of it, but that being said, yeah, I think shit. What did I have? I think I had I gotta give it to The Walking Dead because I mean you're talking about just like hair differences, but like to some degree I'm with you on the I like a polished, focused, story driven campaign. Yeah, like I'm a single player campaign kind of experience guy as well. Yeah, I'd have to give this to Saints and Sinners for me. It's not easy, but that's what I would vote, as trying to be as objective as possible.
I want to be less objective than I was when I was making my list. I like Saints and Sinners 1 and 2, either one, just more than No Man's Sky. It's my kind of game. It's what I like to play when I get into VR, and it handles all these VRAF mechanics like very, very well. And there is a certain amount of freedom. Like it's the amount of freedom I like in VR games, right? Like sometimes you get too much freedom, and it's like, what am I supposed to be doing right now? What am I? But Saints and Sinners says, where do you want to go? What do you want to go collect? What do you want to craft? And it still feels like a very focused game. A very it's you tackle the story when you want to progress, and then when you're like, well, I don't feel like I've got quite enough stuff, I'm going to go do all this side stuff first. it does everything in the right proportions for me. And I just never wanted to stop playing it. So that again, going against my own list, I'm going with Saints and Sinners on this one.
Yeah, I agree, and I think if you were to, you take 100 VR gamers that had played neither one of these games and put them in both, I think that at least 8 out of 10 are going to agree that Saints and Sinners is more in line with what they want to play. And
8 out of 10.
No Man's Sky was
That's an
starting a poll as we speak.
Yeah, I'd be all for a poll. I would love to have had a poll between Arcane Age and No Man's Sky.
I could make up math too, Wes.
Whoa.
I'm just saying, man.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Like hardcore survival is not everyone's bag.
They're both pretty hardcore survival games.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Saints and Sinners hardcore survival.
No,
hardcore survival is managing your water and your food, and, right? I mean,
but you have to do that in Saints and Sinners. No,
listen, my guy was coughing for about 17 hours, and I said, "What's fine?" I was like, "What? Who's coughing?"
You're like, just walk it off.
My guy was constantly coughing, and it was just like it was fine. It didn't really affect anything.
Oh, that would drive me nuts.
You don't have to spend hours collecting rocks in Saints and Sinners. Making sure that you have
calcite.
making sure you have a sufficient supply of each of these 30 different types of rocks that you will need, and you will have to spend time to collect. Right. So yeah, while there are survival
just because
elements,
you play the game wrong doesn't mean that's the game's fault.
Guy, okay. I want to point out something. I know people are probably like mad that we're not standing by our lists or whatever, but like I want to be clear that for me this isn't about being right.
Yeah,
we're trying to make the best list possible, and so I do want to start wanting to utilize these polls a little bit more often, and that's why while AJ's talking and I'm not listening, I'm reading the chat, right, so that I can see what everyone thinks about these things that we're talking about, right? Because I don't want to sit here and be like Ancient Dungeons the best game ever in the chat, and everybody in the chat goes Ancient Dungeons sucks, and then I go, but I'm standing by it. It's like I want to make a list that I think we can all kind of stand by to a certain degree. Eclipse DJ says
and people
likes the poll. Just saying.
Who? Yeah. Also, different people play games and see different things in it, which others have missed, which I think is super important with this. When we came out with our lists, we didn't discuss our lists. Like the first we saw each other's lists was on the show, pretty much. So we're all in isolation, and there's so many degrees of separation between like the 25 and onward piece. So for me, with these with these two games, kind of like as I was mentioning earlier with like No Man's Sky, and this is going to be a recurring theme probably with a lot of these VR games at the top end, which is what makes me believe like this is why I love VR and like the awe and everything I feel with No Man's Sky in so many of those situations. Saints and Sinners had definitely delivered that for me as well. Like, I know that this was on PSVR, but I still think it applies for PSVR 2. Obviously, if it was fresh for me coming in. But just like deciding where you want to go and then going into these empty buildings, opening cupboards and like seeing what there is and like what is actually the value of this. And then going back to your bus and then like, wow, you can literally scrap everything. And then you can use it later for like the crafting systems and that are so great. And it just means that every trip you take out feels so consequential. You got to do it in a certain time limit. The one thing I understand why it was in the game, and like, although I dislike it, it's a personal preference. The stamina system does my head in with Saints and Sinners. And again, I know why they've done it, and just because I don't like it doesn't mean I don't appreciate why the decision was made. It does mean sometimes, like, I wish there were other ways to make you feel restricted when you're trying to get back. Maybe you can walk slower, but sometimes when you're trying to swing and like you're just not doing damage, it's not nitpicking. It is fundamental to the parts of the game that doesn't resonate with me as much. but like the different world, like the different environments you go to, the different buildings, like everything feels like a real world that has been left torn apart by a zombie apocalypse. And even on PSVR with the motion controllers, the move controllers, stabbing zombies in the head has never felt so real. I mean, I've never stabbed someone in the head, just to be clear, so I don't actually know what real would be for that.
Sure.
But like when you stab a knife in and you've got to pull it out, chef's kiss.
Physics are so good.
It's unbelievable how immersive the knife going in the head feels. And so, yeah, and when it comes to these games, like No Man's Sky, there is so much awe and love that I've got for it. But when it comes to Saints and Sinners, just like the feeling of like, I've got to survive. How am I going to make the most out of this day? And like, again, I talked about how I've restarted the game so many times. It's because I learned so much that I'm like, okay, this time I'm going to try something else. And then I make other mistakes. And like, there's no perfect way of playing it. You are just staggering along. So yeah, Saints and Sinners gets my vote here.
Why? Dude, there's like 250 people watching. Why do we only have 50 votes on this poll right now?
Guys, democracy is important. You should vote.
Right? You showed up to make your voice heard. Make your voice heard. Anybody have anything else to say before we end the poll?
Snafu says, Miles, it's just like in Saints and Sinners, trust me. Talking about stabbing people in their head.
It's the same.
Nope. I love about
we love
games.
Our community.
I just think Saints and Sinners is a shining example of a great single player VR game, or just game in general. And No Man's Sky obviously has its strengths, but they're drastically different types of games. But I think if I wanted to really impress somebody, I'd probably have them play Saints and Sinners first.
Let's take a look at how the voting's going. 68% of you have said the Saints and Sinners games. That's a overwhelming majority. 2/3 of you are saying Saints and Sinners. All right. I think the ayes have it. No Man's Sky versus the Red Matter series.
Okay, well, this one again, I feel like, yeah, this is up against it again. But listen, like Red Matter is great in so many ways, such a technical marvel in so many ways. But the scope of the game is so small in comparison. And yes, I'm not just saying that more means better. I mean, there's more quality that is better in No Man's Sky that is available by probably about 10 times as much, if not 20 times as much, in the things you can do and see and interact with, and just the amount of stuff there. I've got some things about Red Matter that I would say that are like small little critiques, like, I don't think it's really necessary to bring this up yet. But dude, I think that listen, I think both these games are great in their own right, but this is like straight up no contest for me in between which one is the better game. And I think which one's your favorite or not, I'm interested to see what you guys have to say. But if you say Red Matter is better than No Man's Sky, I'm going to say you're crazy.
Red Matter 2 is better than No Man's
You're
Sky.
crazy. And you know why? Listen, I love that Red Matter.
Just to say, I'm still listening. I'm going to be right back. I'm still listening. I'm not like walking away as you're talking.
Listen, Red Matter only does a couple things, and it doesn't even do all those things perfectly or extremely well. I like that they tried to be a little bit more ambitious and add platforming and combat. I don't think the platforming and combat is very good in the game, and that's like one of the biggest knocks that I probably have on Red Matter. I actually preferred that Red Matter 1 was just pure puzzles and storytelling. I actually thought that worked better. Obviously, the technical achievement of Red Matter, the stuff that it does is really good, but I think as a game, yes, it is amazing. But as a fully fledged game, it's no contest that No Man's Sky where you can get into your ship, leave a planet, go fly to another one, and go explore and fight pirates and take on capital freighters and like all sorts of crazy shit. Ride butterflies off a volcano into the ocean. The amount of stuff you can do in the game is so vast and just incredible on such a large scope. It is a force to be reckoned with.
I love exploration myself, but I prefer rather than explore, procedurally generated natural landscapes that do have natural beauty and a wide variety of flora and fauna for you to look at, and even animal life that you can uh, collect as pets. I prefer to explore um, areas that are designed by hand, that some of them are massive but have tiny little areas that are hidden within, that once you start making your way through, you're exploring to find new areas, you're exploring to find clues to the mystery of what happened here. How did things get to be the way that they are, and how do I um, move forward? These are the type of things that I said when I like exploring. There's a lot of small details that you can find in exploring some of these massive areas that are have been created for this game. And
Massive
a lot of
areas
it,
in Red Matter.
yeah.
There's not a single massive area in Red Matter 1 or 2 anywhere. Massive area? No. No. There's some bigger areas, but the majority of the game is tiny little rooms.
Okay.
And there's not tons of deep detail in them. I mean, they're
Well,
detailed, but they're very limited. Like there's like
well,
literally only 3 or
rooms.
4 things to look at.
The cool things about rooms is that they connect, and if you connect enough of them together, they form into sometimes massive areas. Um, so yeah, when I say massive areas, I don't mean massive rooms per se. Although there are some of those too. I think of the one room that had the train junction in the middle, and then you had to go up like hundreds of feet of the air and go around the perimeter to all of these like security and maintenance rooms to try to figure out how to um, disable the
It's a
security
big
system.
empty garage is what that felt like. A big empty parking garage.
That's not my point. My point is I'm not talking about room size per se. I'm talking about the facilities themselves. Is what I mean by that. And there's a lot of really cool like cryptic other side things that you discover in this, like the where the story goes in the sequel is just awesome. I mean, the story in general for both is awesome. But my original point before I got taken off on that kind of pivot there, what was that what I like to explore for things that kind of have more consequence in the path that the narrative is taking me on, or whatever, uh, the campaign is built around. Some campaigns are not built around narrative, they're built around other things, but this one specifically, the story, the mystery that's unfolding, those are the things that I like to find, this type of things that I like to find when I explore.
Wes, I agree with everything you said, but unlike the moments where other games have beaten out No Man's Sky here for me, I've got to give it to No Man's Sky. The story and the the fidelity in Red Matter games and the puzzles I think were fantastic at the scanning. Really brought Metroid Prime vibes out. Here, we fix that real quick. And so there's a lot to like, I think, in the Red Matter games, and they're really they speak to me as like the kind of games that I love, right? Red Matter 2, especially when it incorporates all those new game mechanics we talked about earlier. But I think No Man's Sky, in this particular case, does beat it out. I've got to let my personal bias go on this one, because No Man's Sky is, as the chat is saying, it's just fucking incredible, vast. So much to do, and which isn't, the scope of a game isn't always going to win out over a smaller scope game. Clearly, I think most of us agree on that. But No Man's Sky just offers up so much more in this particular case that I think is worth getting into VR for. So I gotta vote No Man's Sky on this one.
I would buy a PSVR for No Man's Sky. I would not buy a PSVR for Red Matter.
I agree with that, and I would recommend people buy a PSVR 2 for No Man's Sky. Whereas I was like, oh, if you have a PSVR 2, you should definitely get Red Matter 1 and 2. Like, it's definitely a different statement. So, I don't want to move on before everyone's had a chance to like say their piece here, right? But we are gonna have to start stepping on the gas a little bit.
Oh, I won't be long. Yeah, it was really listening to all that as I was getting myself a drink,
Nice.
topping up on hydration, very, very important. Hydrate, game cats. Make sure you got snacks and drinking
Coffee.
that. So this is again another example where just because I have a list in a certain order, as we're having this conversation, I'm agonizing. So for me, like No Man's Sky was higher up, but Red Matter, the first one I loved. And what I did was I played because the second one came out first on PSVR 2, didn't it?
Yes.
And then they brought the first one, across. So I played a bit of 2 and I was loving it, and then I stopped and I said I want to wait until I played the first. Played the first, then I went back to the second. And I don't know if it was at the end of the first one. I mean, at the end of the first one, I loved it. I think it was at the end of the second game. My feeling as soon as I completed it was, oh my God, I'm so glad I got to experience this. Like, I was genuinely just absolutely blown away by this game. So this common theme with these top ones is like the awe that I feel from these VR experiences. The second game, again, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but like at the second game, you do start off on a moon base. And so you look out on the moon, you can see Earth in the distance and like blasting off and stuff, and seeing asteroid belts when you're out in space. Like all that stuff is incredible. And actually seeing on the screen as I'm talking now of the avatar, the woman speaking to you, Red Matter is like one of the best looking VR games I've ever seen. Like I couldn't believe how close going up and just going, this looks like, I think this is real life. This is like, and this is where I always use it as a benchmark of like why I've always said PS5 is the limiting factor. If games can look this good on the PSVR 2 hardware, the future is bright, because it's just a matter of like, can we now make more open world games look that realistic with everything you're looking at? So yeah, the Red Matter games I absolutely love. It was a game that I bought for my father because he's into sci-fi, and I was like, you've just got to experience this, and I love it. No Man's Sky, oh my God, this is a really tough one for me. I love No Man's Sky, and I probably would say the difficulty is, if I was to jump back into a game right now, I would choose No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky is everlasting, whereas I've completed Red Matter, I've platinumed both 1 and 2. But I still think that they are exceptional, high-quality games where there is a lot of stuff that is spoken out to you, but then there's a lot for interpretation of like what is exactly going on here. So I feel like I should be saying No Man's Sky, but I am going to go for Red Matter, just because, like, in terms of benchmarks for VR games, this is another one that makes me think of like, this is what the future is. But they're both games I absolutely love. So
wait,
Red Matter gets my vote.
We gotta do a poll for this? I was definitely not thinking we were gonna have to make a poll for No Man's Sky.
Oh my God, I didn't know. I
Red
thought,
Matter.
okay, there we
All
go.
right. Tell us.
I'm really curious to see how this balances out.
Well, I know where I was going to go. No, people are going to go for No Man's Sky here.
Listen,
but,
I thought at least 3, if not 4 of us were gonna say No Man's Sky. For the sake of the list.
So to kind of go back to my desert island scenario earlier, I think if I had to pick one of these 2 games to be my forever game and the only thing that I could play,
Lose your mind.
it would be No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Because
at least it would
there
last
is
forever.
right, because there's so much content and it's the only thing I can play forever.
Right.
But with that said, having completed both of the Red Matter games, like if I had to play one of them today and I had my free choice of which one it is, I'm going to Red Matter, and it's not even a second thought for me, because that is just so much more intriguing and immersive and fun, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess if I was stuck on a desert island, I could play Red Matter 2 and then just drink a bunch of salt water and end it real fast.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have to worry about what I'm doing for the next few years. Just
Oh my god.
Just end it all.
I hope none of you ever get stuck on a desert island. I just want to say that.
Come on, guys. 56
say
votes.
you too, Miles. Say you too, Miles. Don't leave me hanging.
That's about the average polling size right now is about 60 votes.
I want to talk to Samson143 VR with the 999. Says, y'all getting me through Basement Out. What's Basement Out? Rhythm games need their own list. Trombone Champ, Synth Riders, Smash Drums, Thumper, Maestro, Beat Saber. I love them all. I love them all. Yeah. I think
those are really hard to fit into these kinds of lists.
Yeah, you know, like people keep asking us to do something a little bit different, you know, with categories, and it's been good. It's been the kind of stuff that's been going through my brain, you know, just to sort of mix things up a little bit. And maybe when you know, November, December rolls around, and I do something on my own instead of doing a debate here, you know, maybe it's time to like do something with just like this mega PSVR2 video with the best of each category, and then like the overall top 10, and just kind of smash it all together into one big video. So
best,
you guys
best
are
dating sim.
Koi.
I mean, yeah, Koi's it, right? We never got Summer Lesson on PSVR 2, so
I feel like there's a secret great hit dating game on PSVR 2 that we don't know about, like Runes Magus or something.
Oh my god!
Wow, massive love in the chat. Who's bought all these? Ace Gamer Cat with the 20 PSVR 2 without Parole gift memberships.
Whoa!
What?
Holy crap! Congratulations to everybody. I'm just like watching name after name after name after name after name. Congratulations to all the new members. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man.
So generous. Zippies with the 50 Sekuros says, this is great, but I got my first kid coming in just 3 months and need a top 25 on boy names soon. Love you all. He says, would Cosmo make the cut? I'm very partial to names that are good, that would work for either gender. Like I love that. Like I love when guys are named Shannon. I love when girls are named Ryan. I was, for whatever reason, that always really works for me. But
here's a name suggestion: Aragorn. Yep.
All right.
Should name the child Aragorn.
Listen, guys, Zippies needs your help. Tell us good names that he should name his kid in the chat. This is going to go.
He should think about people in his life that have made a significant impact on him becoming who he is, and name his child in honor.
Red 13.
Did you name all your kids Wes?
I named one of them Wes.
Wes?
That's his name, Wes. Yeah,
it's a good name.
No, not like really. His name's Brody Wesley.
Yeah,
but yeah.
There you go.
Ryu.
Ryu's not bad. Shout out again to Ace Gamer Cat with the 20 without Parole memberships. Wild Hour the Game Cat with the Australian 10 says, thanks for doing this, people. Even if it's 6 a.m. Sleep later. No Man's Sky is a different game to most. You really have to give it some time. About 10 hours in, then you know what's happening. I've done the 10 hours. It's not enough. But
you're still running the tutorial 10 hours in, learning how to craft wires so that you can build the electrical system to build your base. But before you do that, you have to go and gather resources for this component so that you can craft the component and then craft the next component and then put those components together to build another piece of.
It's got its own full periodic table, baby.
Indeed it does.
So great.
Who at Hello Games hurt you, Wes?
I have a lot of love for Hello Games. I said this on your show the other day. Like, we named one of our award categories for Hello Games because we recognize that the way they support No Man's Sky is unmatched in any
Yeah.
other game, period. Like the support they give this game is excellent. Um, and I hate that, you know, these debates have to come off like like I'm a hater on this guy. I don't hate
Oh,
No Man's
let
Sky,
it out, man. No, that's what we're trying to
but
make a argument.
yeah, when AJ comes hard on one side of a agreement, it forces me to go hard the other way. So
I like when you guys come hard. All right, guys. It looks like with 86 votes, No Man's Sky has it by 63%. Good seeing the 37% of people out there representing Red Matter, though. So we can officially say it. We can finally move on.
I think, Brian, you need a little gong behind you every time we decide. Gong.
I can make that happen. You want? Should I just get a little tiny one and make it silly, or
Yeah.
should I get a big one that's we make
Nah, a
it
little
epic?
tiny one.
Little tiny one. Can I strap
And
the
then, and then a
gong,
big one
hit her,
behind
it's a
you for the
tornado?
last one. And number one. Yeah, get Tornado.
I got to
Teach
train Tornado
music.
to hit the gong on command. Nice. All right. So here we go. We are picking No Man's Sky. So this is when it starts getting a little bit easier because we've already talked about both of these games not extensively. We can talk a little bit more about Arcanage right now. But now it is Arcanage versus Red Matter. Listen, I'm gonna kick this off. Okay. I do want to say that at one point I think I thought that Red Matter was like the pinnacle, right? It was like, oh man, like these claws that they give you in order to pick things up, and oh, the way everything feels so tangible in this universe, and the way that you can scan items, and the way that you do this and that, and then they added all this mechanic. It was like, wow, these guys are peak VR. Listen, it's a scrappy little rat race out there. And despite the fact that I still think Vertical Robot are some of the most technically savvy developers out there, I do think Vitruvius came along and totally ate their lunch when it comes to Arcanage. It's just the evolution of everything that Vitruvius has been doing. And and we're talking about some incredible gameplay elements. It's the best climbing. I don't. Does anyone disagree? This Arcanage has the best climbing in VR. Sometimes in Horizon, I'll go up something and be like, "Oh, I gotta fucking climb this again." And it's this slow, deliberate thing. But with Arcanage, I take a running jump towards the thing that I'm gonna climb onto in midair, pull out the blades, and go poof, 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 and feel every single haptic up that tree branch or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah,
like it makes you feel awesome, right? Like whereas Horizon sort of scripts the jumps. And then like slows down time so that you can like pull out your climbing picks. This is like, no, you're a gamer. We trust you. Go ahead and do it, right? It's Arcanage for me is just like, yeah. In this particular case, wins hands down.
yeah, I think there's very little that they could have done to make this game better. There are things, of course. There are a few areas that the game lacks in. I'm not the biggest fan of like the way that each level kind of feels like an arena, even though there are lots of corridors that go underground and up through towers. Like I love the levels. I would have liked for them to be a little bit more open and I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for here, but a little bit more variety in terms of the way the levels are laid out, I guess is a way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, they just nail it on so many different levels here, where we hail Red Matter as a technical achievement by a small team because it does things graphically that you don't think the hardware should be capable of, like in terms of performance and graphics. The team at Vitruvius, which somehow is even smaller than the team for Red Matter, they not only have done an exceptional job on the production end, but they've done an exceptional job with like developing the in-game physics and all of these different systems, like progression systems. The story is awesome. The way that you like upgrade, and the way that you collect resources and buy things from the store in the game is awesome. The boss fights, the bosses are awesome. Like literally, Vitruvius is has gone like I legitimately think that they've kind of moved VR ahead a little bit, like in terms of like what indie devs can do with Arcane Age. Like I think that the game is an absolute masterpiece. And while Red Matter 2 is great in like the 3 or 4 things that it does well, I think that Arcane Age does almost everything exceptionally well, and a few things better than anyone else has done them before.
Yeah, I don't want to. I am going to jump in. The only thing I disagree with you on, Wes, is that the Arcane Age story is just bizarre to me. Like to the point where I'm like, what the fuck am I doing right now? Like, what am I doing? I was like, hopefully, if I just keep moving forward, things will keep progressing. But
I remember you saying that when we were covering the game, and I don't remember why the story went over your head.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe I would like to do like a While We Love on this game at some point and revisit it and
Same.
maybe work through that, have that conversation with you.
Yeah, maybe playing it again, I maybe it would click for me. But the Red Matter stories, I do think is that where those games outshine Arcane Age.
Now with that said, my experience with Arcane Age, I 100%ed that game, as in every collectible, every bit of lore fragments that are hidden. Like I consumed all of it, so maybe I have a better grasp of the story because of that. I don't know.
Probably. I still haven't 100% completed it. I've killed the final boss and rolled credits, but I haven't gone back and done like New Game Plus like I wanted to. Dan Kiefer says he didn't pay attention. Brian hates stories. Sometimes, but I feel, but it's sometimes that's on me and sometimes that's on the game. Like some games are better
This is
at
on the game.
others. Sometimes some games are better than others at keeping the player's attention. And I need games to be really good at keeping my attention, whereas some people just naturally pay attention more, right?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to follow the story in Arcane Age using the stuff that it gave me, and it's a mess. Like, I like it; it's original, but it's the characters are not very. There's no emotional connection to the characters. There's no emotional storytelling or anything. It's just like, oh, the sci-fi like crazy stuff going on and you're in the middle of it and whatever, and I didn't care about any of the characters or what was happening one bit, but it was it was okay. It wasn't as generic as and poorly executed like other games do.
I think you just nailed it, AJ. I think as a self-proclaimed emo, I do need that emotional connection to really care and pay attention when people talk and be connected to characters. It needs to be an emotional connection, and I think when I stop paying attention to stories and games is when there is none of that. And so I think that is where Arcane Age falls flat for me. But again, I would like to replay it and be like, I didn't get the story last time. Let's pay more attention to it this time and see if it clicks.
Yeah. So I would say that this isn't a game that's going to connect you to characters like that. There's not like cutscenes, and while there's a story, I wouldn't call it like super story driven.
Like a Mega Man story.
Yeah, I like the story. Maybe the storytelling could have been a little bit better, but I mean, I'm not even sure if that's true. Like in terms of like connection with the characters, it's hard to connect with the characters in this game because they're like an alien race and they have a very specific kind of culture and attitude, and obviously it's hard. They're not human, so it's hard to kind of relate to any one given character like that. And then obviously the other kind of race is more robotic and cold. So I just think I think what they're doing with the story is a cool story, but like obviously they could have told the story much better if it were a game that was more focused on story than it actually is.
What's the current tally on this vote right now?
I think it's 3-0.
Oh yeah, I said Arcanage by a mile. Did
All
everyone
right.
say-
Yeah. So
All y'all three
yeah,
voted Arcanage.
I mean, I haven't said anything yet, but yeah, I'd vote Arcanage on this. The only quick thing I was going to say was Red Matter, the series for me, is kind of, it feels like a really nice VR museum, interactive museum or art gallery. Like, it is just such a beautiful game, and I love the rooms that you go into and the spectacle of it all. And I do love it as a game, but Arcanage, like the deep mechanics with it, even like I've forgotten what the name of it is, but those like berry things you get off the trees and you burn them off, and then the little balls go into the little collector. That physics alone was like, that is so fucking cool. And yeah, the climbing, the progression systems, everything, the boss fights has been mentioned. It's so deep in this game, and although I'm someone who does like a story, a game sets out to be the type of game it is, and for what they set out to do, it just delivers. And so, yeah, for me, between the two, there's obviously a lot more to do in this than Red Matter. And between these two, I would go with Arcanage.
Bob Banaka sprays in the chat said, "Okay, just purchased Arcanage."
Well, there we go.
Nice.
I heard they sold big. They sold bigger now, right?
It's sold even bigger. So
Selling big.
listen, these are the developers we coined the phrase. Jeremy King actually coined the phrase VRAF too when we were talking about Shadow Legend in the episode of Why We Love, right? And so when Arcanage came along, I was like, is it going to be like VRAF all over again? Like, did these guys know what made their game special? And yeah, they fucking understood the mission, right? Like they nailed it. They almost redefined VRAF all over again for us, which is, I mean, very impressive feat. All right, Arcanage, right? We can click it and move to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
yes,
really
sir.
get a vote here anyways, because it's already 3. So
What were you going to vote?
But I will say, I mean, I have these right next to each other. I will say I probably actually would have voted Red Matter here.
Okay.
You know, I like Arcanage a little bit more, but I just think of, in terms of like, I don't know, something about what Red Matter does. I do think Arcanage does leave a little bit left to be desired, a little bit. And Red Matter kind of is like open and close, and it's done. And you know, Arcanage has like some replay value, but I don't think it's really fleshed out in a way that I probably would have liked to like really make me want to go back and play. I think there's definitely some stuff, but yeah, both of these are like phenomenal. These are two of the best like VR indie games I've seen, like period. And yeah, like I said, I have these right next to each other. I think I'd pick Red Matter, but obviously you guys already did Arcanage, so it makes this a lot easier for me.
Yeah. Also, if you want a good sci-fi story, go play Scraper.
Oh gosh,
It was a good. I think the story was better than the game.
only if you have a 3D rudder.
No,
Yeah, I've got
fuck the 3D rudder.
I've got the somewhere here. I have the signed novel that came out with Scraper First Strike.
I have that too.
I didn't. They didn't give a fuck about me.
It's right over here.
I wanted I wasn't even like a notable content creator at that time. I won a Gleam giveaway. Actually,
The book is done by Ryder Wyndham. Does a bunch of Star Wars books.
Whoa! I've just seen the next vote, the next decision. Hitman World of Assassination.
It's about to get
Resident
crazy.
Evil.
Hitman versus Resident Evil.
What is?
But this is just for the bracket, right? This isn't even like the order.
Yeah,
I mean,
We
that's,
say the
while
3
that's
hours.
technically true.
yeah.
While that's technically true, we're going to be asked to vote on these same matchups later, and I would imagine we're going to vote the same way. Hopefully not in every case, but I can think of one I would rather.
Lupa says it's going to give us the order.
But yeah.
Also, guys, listen, I value your time as probably more than you do, even. So if at any point anybody says like, "Listen, this is getting out of control. We're getting too in the weeds. This is going way too long," we can make this part 1, right? And reconvene in another week or whatever it takes to make this happen properly. So please, feel free to write.
I would never have a podcast episode go over 12 hours. Ever.
Mate, exactly. So Wes, especially, we're thinking of you, dude.
Yeah. So this is a typical.
So if it gets too long,
Sunday
let us know.
for Wes. No, but I might have to
I
order.
have just ordered dinner though, so
I was
will
gonna
be
say I
eating
might
on
have to
Tuesday.
order some food because I'm
Yeah.
really hungry,
'Cause
and
it's 9:30 p.m. here.
and we have
Dinner.
not even made the first bracket yet.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I will say at a certain point, I do think we can switch off from the debate and just vote and then debate when necessary. I think we went a little bit heavy in the early part so that we can make sure that
Yeah.
we cover these games and do them the proper justice and give them the attention they deserve. At some
what
point,
cost?
and we can go back and forth with that, right? Like we can go
Sure.
to
If anyone
quick
feels
voting
anything's
mode for a
unsaid,
little while.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want I don't want anyone to feel like they're trapped here. Again, we'll make whatever concessions we need to in order to do this right.
That was me miming like I'm in a box.
Oh well, no, I'm aware of what you were doing.
Oh, cool, cool. I'm a good mime, even without the face paint.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, listen. JD Manning in the chat says Resident Evil's great, but Hitman is the better VR game. That
Whoa.
is. This brings me back to a conversation we used to have constantly in the PSVR 1 era when the top two were always Saints and Sinners 1 versus Resident Evil 7, right? Resident Evil 7, in my book, clearly the better game. Saints and Sinners, the better VR implementation, right? So we're having the same conversation all over again, but however, with way more VR implementation into the game that is being criticized for not being as VR as the other one, which is crazy. We're making all these great strides in VR. The fact that we're saying like Village and RE4 doesn't even have that great of VR implementation compared to Hitman. It's not.
Hitman isn't perfect either. I mean, Miles pointed out earlier a bunch of ways that Hitman isn't quite so VR AF as you would like it to be. So I don't think that's a cut and dry statement that
No.
Hitman is a better VR implementation than Resident Evil. I don't think either one of them are particularly great in that specific aspect.
I mean, I think specifically Village has great VR implementation. I think the only place where Village falls in that particular department is the fact that, you know, the stuff on the table is the stuff on the table and you're not picking that up, right? It's that kind of environmental interactions that Hitman does do a whole lot better because you can use all of those things however you want to. But man, again, having that trench coat and having all the stuff inside of it and the flashlight, it's cool. It is one of the coolest inventory systems I think we've seen in VR outside of like the standard backpack thing. So VR implementation aside, I think I'd have to go with the Resident Evil games. And even, you know, specifically Village. I criticize games so frequently about not having bosses. And Village feels like it throws one at you every hour, right? There's even optional bosses where, like, if you go off the beaten path and find a whole area that you never have to explore, you go through it and find some shit, and the next thing you know, you're having this boss fight that you can totally miss in the campaign. I've talked to plenty of people who never even experienced it. There's at least one of those, if not two. Village and just RE games in general are delivering what I'm looking for in a zombie shooter, right? That's why Arizona Sunshine Games did not make the list for me at all, right? Because here we are. Resident Evil's delivering on what I'm looking for in those departments, and a lot of depth as well. I don't know.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of like one of the things that I love most about exploring in video games in general, not to mention VR, is the possibility of finding something that is hidden, be it like a hidden item or a hidden like area of the building that you didn't know was there, or a completely hidden map like that takes you to a whole new kind of chapter of the game. And it's one of my favorite things to do is to discover different areas, different items, different parts of the story. And it's something that, while there is some of that in Hitman, I mean, you can find certainly areas and rooms, and a lot of it is explorable. I feel like a lot of what you find in Hitman isn't consequential to the game and to, you know, where you're going and what you're doing in the bigger picture. Whereas just the opposite with Resident Evil, that this is a great example of a game that gives you a reason to explore. Because I mean, some of it is super consequential to the game, but there's also things that just like um, unlocks like little bits of lore or a new item. Like you might find a key to unlock a treasure chest halfway across the map from you. But I will say that Resident Evil is probably going to get my vote here. Not because I think that it's a better game, but it's a better game for me. Like it gives me more of what I like to do in a game.
Exactly. I did put up a poll because I don't know how the votes are going to go in this, but I did want to make sure that the audience has a chance to weigh in.
I mean, I'll be quick with mine. My vote's going to go for Resident Evil. Yet they're both games that I've not completed, but I've played hours of both of them, and the immersion of them. Look, and that's not to say that there isn't immersion in Hitman, and I think Hitman's going to be a game that over time maybe it will overtake. It's just going to take a long time to really explore everything that game has to offer. And also, like Village, I have a real connection with just because it was one of my first PSVR2 experiences, and it really just made me get blown away by what is on offer. I didn't talk much about Resident Evil because when we talked about it last, it was with Walkabout Mini Golf, and I thought I'll do the Walkabout Mini Golf piece. But Resident Evil 4, I had a really good time with. A lot less scarier, more action based. My first Resident Evil game was Resident Evil Nemesis, which kind of follows a similar vein. It was much more action focused, and a lot of fun in that retrospect. But Village and just the world building that Capcom is able to do, like the environments are just like every room you go into, like you can go in the Village into like an old barn, which is like, it is literally just a room. There's nothing in there. There's no reason to be in there. But when you're in it, it has the mood and the feel, like the design of everything is so great. And with that excellent VR implementation, whereas Hitman is obviously stylized, but it feels like real and lived. Just Capcom have their own vibe that they've always managed to maintain. And like when you're playing, you're like, no, this feels like Resident Evil. So there's a lot of other reasons I could give, but yeah, for me, Resident Evil is going to get my vote.
Psst, AJ.
Who's not
voted?
Hey.
Oh, wow. So this is literally like two of the best right here.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing, man. Really, really good. It could really tip either way, but I think this is definitely a tougher one. Good thing we're not voting on the order right now. I think this is just the bracket, right? So to my knowledge,
Yes,
no,
but
it is. No,
does this affect
it is
the
being
order?
ordered. It'll be ordered. 1 through 5 will be ordered.
This is ordering.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I did not know that.
I mean, listen, for the sake of time, I think we had better make this count.
Yes.
Right? Because having these
Anytime we're
same
voting, we
conversations
should be
again,
thinking about it. Like
right?
you shouldn't be playing long-term tactics.
Yeah. I don't want to have these exact same conversations again when it comes to like putting them in order. I think
exactly.
this is taking care of that for us.
If there's something that we feel is like we all agree is like wrong and out of place, we can take action on it. But I would be shocked if that were the case, because it's literally ordering them on our answers to these head-to-head. Like you can't argue with the results, right? They're the results that we made.
Okay, this is extremely tough, and I really could see myself giving it to either one. But I am going to go with Resident Evil because I think when it comes to the cinematic storytelling, which Hitman also has some of, but it's most of the biggest cinematic storytelling, I would say, kind of is done in cutscenes. I don't know. It's wow. Yeah, this is extremely tricky because they're drastically different games. But I just like the wild ride that is Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4. They take you on such a wild ride, a fun action adventure. There's a cinematic storytelling quality to them. There's also a little bit more variety of the experience. You get a little bit of action, adventure, horror, shooter, just some wild stuff.
There's puzzles.
A couple little weird Resident Evil-ass puzzles in them. But yeah, it's super, super, super close. But I'm going to give it to Resident Evil.
Oh crap! That's everybody. Hold on. Let's see what let's see what the poll said. The poll, whoa, not even close. Totally agrees with us. 72% with 67 people chiming in. Resident Evil.
What is this?
3/4 of the people. Thanks for chiming in, everybody, and confirming that we're making the right decision here. And let's click Resident Evil. Resident Evil.
Action adventure, yes. Distracted. I consider Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4 probably two of the more action adventure-y entries in the entire series.
Yeah, like survival horror for sure when it comes to like 1 and 7 and maybe in 2. But like, yeah,
2 is a puzzle. 1 and 2 are puzzle games.
Yeah,
they're survival puzzle games.
Yeah, but survival horror just hasn't defined the series in a while, and I really hope 9 gets back to that. But let's click on that, and oh, here we go. Hitman versus Walkabout Mini Golf. So I think we've talked about both of these pretty well already, and do we all agree that Hitman is the choice?
Yeah.
Yep.
What was it between?
Thanks for paying attention, Miles. It's Hitman.
I'm ordering my food.
Oh, but can you order me some too?
Hitman. Yeah, what do you want?
Sushi.
I'm getting.
They're all closed here.
I think I'm getting pad thai.
I'll order
Fish
sushi for you then.
Time.
Because
no, don't do that.
Oh,
it'll smell bad by the time it gets here.
All right, Hitman. Moving on.
Yes.
Yeah, Hitman.
Gran Turismo versus Walkabout again. Gran
Turismo.
Yeah. Good. This is when it gets easy when we've already talked about everything. Saints and Sinners versus Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Yeah,
that's very close.
Yeah, that's the way we're going this year. I will point out that this has for years been the debate, right?
Yeah,
Resident Evil or Saints and Sinners, and we go back and forth. One year we'll go with Saints and Sinners, like I did last year, and then the other year it'll be Resident Evil. So.
As you can see, none of us actually pay attention to anything you say.
Clearly, but although in reference to what Wes is saying, next year, I think when we say Resident Evil series, I wonder if we'll be also talking about Resident Evil 9, which come on, compare like 3 awesome varied games versus an awesome game in its DLC. Resident Evil, let's go. Saints and Sinners versus Hitman.
Ooh,
this is about as close as you can get, in my opinion. I'm going to go Saints and Sinners on mostly on personal preference. It's more a game that aligns with what I'm looking for in a game. But man, you could coin toss this one.
Unlike Wes, I'm going to be totally unbiased. And I listen, Hitman beat out Gran Turismo 7, and it was neck and neck almost. I mean, I know the public polling, but really, what everyone's saying, they sound very, very close. So I'm going to give the edge to Hitman here, just because of it putting up a really good fight. I think it deserves it too. I think it deserves credit where credit's due. Yes, it's not a native VR game originally, but it's an incredibly immersive and fun and deep game. Like 3 AAA games in one. This is a unicorn. This is a system seller. I gotta give the edge to Hitman here, as much as it pains me.
Brian.
Yeah, if it was personal preference, it would be Saints and Sinners.
It'd still be Hitman for me.
Yeah, if it's personal preference, it would be Saints and Sinners. But I do recognize the importance of Hitman and the gameplay that it offers. It's so tough. They both do lots of stuff really, really well. Yeah, I gotta go with Hitman, just because honestly, because I don't think there's any question in the chat either. I guarantee you, if we poll everybody, should we poll everybody just for the sake of polling? I want to say
Yeah,
Hitman,
just to see.
but I kind of want to say Hitman because I think that's what everybody would agree with, right? And I'm trying to make a list that yeah, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of love behind this, and people agree.
Well, I think that they're very comparable in terms of like storytelling. I think they both have compelling stories. I think they both have a ton
I
of
don't think Saints and
content.
Sinners has a great story, but
Oh, I love the story that they're telling there, and I love that the the way
what's the
that
main
you can
character's
kind of
name? What's the main character's name?
like the character that you're playing.
No, the character that
Tourist.
you're
Yeah,
talking to in the radio.
Wait,
What was his name?
So wait, aren't you the main character?
I said the character that you're talking to on the radio. What's
Was
his
his
No
name?
spoilers. No
I wanna see-
spoilers.
I want to see if he could remember his name or not.
Was it Jake? I want to say it was Jake.
I don't think it was.
I don't
but it
I
might have
don't, I
been.
don't know.
I don't know. Somebody's in the chat. I'm
I-
sorry.
I
I
like-
keep interrupting you, Wes. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I like the way how the story behind how the kind of factions came together. I love the fact that you can kind of choose which way to go with that to some extent, and or be neutral in it. I like the fact that while Hitman places you in, an amazing immersive level, you play through it and you're on to the next. I love that that's not the case in Saints and Sinners. That kind of, you have all of these areas that you can go to, you can visit, and you can revisit, and they won't be the same either. Every time that you go back, as time goes on, people move in, and they're not just people standing around doing nothing. Like, some of these people have stories and have kind of like side missions that you can go on with them, and some of them are confined to that event, and some of them have implications to the larger story that you have to deal with later on down the road. I love the fact that you have to kind of I love the scenario in Saints and Sinners, the kind of post-apocalyptic, not only like kind of the survival element that it has to it, but like the exploration. Like, there's a lot of territory to explore, and not only to gather resources, but to gather clues to the lore and the backstory as well. Like what went down at the high school, just as an example. There's a whole story there within the story that you can find through your exploration. And that's not to mention like just how far and above Hitman Saints and Sinners is with regard to the action mechanics or the mechanics in general. Like, the whole physics system in Saints and Sinners is a world ahead of Hitman, and that's not to mention that the the physics with the guns or the melee weapons, where they're all pretty basic in Hitman. It's very like more realistic, the way things feel in Saints and Sinners.
Yeah, more grounded.
Yeah, it's a much better VR implementation. It's while the story probably,
it's not an implement. It's not. Yeah, okay. It's a VR game versus it was built with these designs. It's not. It's not necessarily that one executed the implementation better. It's that one's actually designed, and that does show. And Saints and Sinners does it incredibly well. But some of the things about the story, man, I'm kind of with the chat here. Like, I did not find the story or the characters. The weakest part about Saints and Sinners for me was the characters, was I wouldn't say the story. Like, I liked the things that were occurring, but the way that it was told is like very like, oh, you're just kind of hearing about it. Like, there's a lot that goes on that you don't actually get to experience yourself. And one thing I think I disagree with you here is that I actually think the storytelling, the characters, the way that the story can be affected and changed is actually way more dynamic, way more engaging, way more interesting, way more well executed with Hitman. A lot of the characters stuff of story events that happen within those individual levels, and the way you can change what happens, and I think that is 10 times better than what Walking Dead. What Walking Dead to me has the advantage of is that yes, it was built. It's a like we said before, it was built for VR. It is a like good VR benchmark title where it's like, hey, they spared no detail when it comes to the immersive gameplay and features experience. I think naturally Hitman just has a bunch of immersive stuff, but they did a really incredible job with the immersive features here as well. Not everything is perfect. It's not, but I think overall, like they really did do a great job, and it's pretty awesome that I love that for all the hate that PSVR2 sometimes gets. I do love that Hitman can just be we get the best Hitman version, and such a quality version of it as well.
All I'll say is, in Hitman, like all the characters, all the people in the environments, it's what I've said before. It feels super real, like you're really listening in on conversations and things like that. I've said it already. I think as a hybrid game, there is elements to it that I have been disappointed with, that I wish they just, like, they did so much right. Why can't they have just gone and got those last few things sorted? But the disadvantage here is Hitman VR has had like 3 attempts now to get it right. Saints and Sinners, they've done well. It's twice, but it's different games. But the point is with Hitman is they did absolutely smash it with the 3rd attempt. So regardless, unfair advantage that they've had so many attempts. But I was just going to say, like with these two, and this is why I've kind of thrown my list out the window as I'm hearing these conversations. Right now, if I was to jump into one, it is Hitman, because there's a whole world to be explored, and I've barely scratched the surface on it. I do find that Saints and Sinners is a lot more intuitive with the controls. There's a lot of stuff in Hitman where I'm just like, are you pressing this button to do this, or this doesn't feel kind of right? But my vote's gonna go with Hitman.
Yeah. Man, it's such an interesting conversation, and I mean, I went with Hitman. The chat is 2/3 going with Hitman, so clear winner there. But yeah, I don't know. Like honestly, I think the one thing that holds Hitman back for me is like this lack of a central hub, right? I feel like you complete missions, you finish things off, and then you go to a menu, right? And it's like in the central hub, I think is what makes Saints and Sinners so great. You finish a mission, you get back on the skiff, and you get back to your school bus, and like you live there. Right?
You never leave. Yeah,
it connects everything you're doing together in a way that Hitman doesn't have that connection. It's very, despite the fact that each level is like practically an open world unto itself, there's no connection between the levels. And I know that's a small complaint for something that does so much so well.
Yeah,
but
especially considering Saints and Sinners. I mean, you go to a loading screen to the hub, so it's not like it's completely open world.
I agree, and I'd be fine if Hitman brought me to a loading screen to a hub where like I'm back at my base or I'm back at my apartment or whatever it is, to make me feel like I'm Agent 47, even when I'm not on a specific mission. You know what I mean? Just like something to connect it all a little bit better. Again, very minor complaint, but something I think that again, kind of playing devil's advocate a bit because I am voting for Hitman, but I like the cohesiveness of Saints and Sinners better because of that.
You make me want to vote Saints and Sinners now.
but don't, because I'm not trying to change your vote. I'm voting for Hitman.
The way the game functions, the way the game functions, I mean, you'd be looking at menus from the hub anyways. Like, because you're on a mission, or you're accepting missions, and be like, Fine. What, on a laptop or something? And like,
Can I just say another thing about Hitman? And I'm just saying why I think it was so much lower on my list, although I'm agreeing with all the positives and stuff. I got so lost with Hitman when I was playing the game for the first time of like, where do I even start? Like, there was so much stuff to do. I don't really feel, yes, there is a tutorial, but there's no, maybe I'm a complete idiot, but when I first played it, I was like, there was no real sense of like, where do I start? And like what is actually like the core objective of the game? Like, what is it to complete the game? It's just kind of like, here are all these sandbox environments, which by the way are amazing. So it's not a criticism. I just there's a lot of issues I've had with the Hitman game, whilst also loving so much about it. But yeah, all right, I'll stick with my answer, Hitman.
All right, so Hitman takes it then, right?
Yep.
All right, thanks everybody for voting. We appreciate you. All these are so close. I could see pretty much all of them going either way. We got Miles Dyer in the chat with the level 2 membership saying, I went to an undersea party last night and pulled a muscle.
Oh
shit! Did I write that publicly?
You should have mimed it. You should have mimed that instead of putting it in the chat.
No.
All
was pretty uncomfortable.
Hitman it is. This puts us Saints and Sinners versus Gran Turismo 7. Considering I put Gran Turismo 7 at number 1 and Saints and Sinners further down the list. Yeah, I think they're both phenomenal games, but Gran Turismo I think is the game I got to vote for here.
Saints and Sinners, all day, every day.
Gran Turismo for me.
Listen, I think as much as I love Saints and Sinners, like GT7 is like one of the most immersive things I've ever experienced, and it's a reason to go out and buy a PSVR 2. So yeah, Gran Turismo.
Sorry, I want to read this off for JD Manning because he said he tried to send this as a super chat. He said, aren't we constantly asking for AAA hybrids because flat screen games are bigger and better than indie VR games? As great as some are, they're not AAA. This is 100% true, but some studios exceed their reach exceeds their grasp. Is that this saying? And I think Skydance
It's the other way around, but yeah.
Grasp exceeds their reach. Whatever. Listen, Skydance delivered a game years ago with Saints and Sinners Chapter 1 that like any other studio that size was just not capable of delivering, right?
Yeah.
They exceeded all expectations to the point where we were like, this is constantly in competition for the number 1 spot when it came to like Resident Evil 7. And that's how good Saints and Sinners is, which means that no, not every like AAA hybrid is going to beat out a built from the ground up for VR game. We want more hybrid games because it's so difficult to achieve what Skydance did, and that's why we speak of Saints and Sinners so highly around here, because that doesn't happen often, right? So it's not a blanket statement, but it is more often true. You're right, JD. Was it JD? Did I get that right? Yes, JD Manning. Gran Turismo 7 versus Saints and Sinners. Who hasn't voted? Did we all vote?
Think so.
I think all of us said GT7 except for Wes, right? Sorry, Wes.
Voting my conscience.
That's it, man.
Yeah. No,
and look where that got us. Sorry.
Yeah,
Gran
no,
Turismo
like it's tricky, but yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We just vote what we think is the best. And I personally, it's kind of like what somebody said in the chat. It's like it would feel wrong to say that I think Saints and Sinners is a better game. But
so we've worked out what? We've worked out the top 20 so far.
Oh my gosh.
I think we've gotten
4.
I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's see how the progress bar on this particular set of games. About 75% complete.
Oh my god! We got to speed through these. Let's go. Yep. Come on.
So, and I think it's, listen, we want to obviously give every game a little bit of a shout out here, but yeah, I think these are the ones, like the ones that we're talking about right now. These bigger games, right?
Yes.
I think it's very important that we talk about these a little bit more in depth.
Definitely.
But it doesn't.
To the top spot.
Yeah. All right. Gran Turismo. Walkabout versus Saints and Sinners.
Saints and Sinners.
I'm going to vote Walkabout, but I know I've lost. But that's fine. I'll live with that.
Wes?
You're gonna have to ask.
Yeah.
Do I?
One was
I don't
number
know.
2. One was number 2 on my list. The other one was not on my list.
So wait. So
Saints and
so
Sinners.
So
obviously.
Walkabout. Okay.
Wait, Walkabout wasn't on your list? Okay, I didn't even notice that. I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Saints and Sinners. Walkabout versus No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah, me, it's Walkabout.
And
For-
Sky.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get No Man's Sky. Wait, was that 2 for Walkabout?
No.
No.
1 for
3.
Walkabout, 3
Okay.
for No Man's Sky.
Sorry, I'm paying attention. I swear.
All right,
Walkabout,
don't rub it in, man. All right, I've had to live through this. All right.
He's had to live through it again now.
Yeah.
Think
A lot of
what?
fucking empathy, please. Walkabout versus Arcanage.
Arcanage.
Miles?
My vote is Walkabout, but
Oh, okay. Well, you get outvoted. Arcanage
Okay.
it
You
is.
stick with it, Miles.
That's right.
Respect, homie. Respect. Don't you back down.
Walkabout versus Red Matter. I say Red Matter.
it's Walkabout for me. But no,
Red matter.
Adam.
Okay.
I was going to
we
say
did it.
I'm batting for Walkabout, but it's clubbing.
We did it, you guys. Number 1, Resident Evil series. 2, Hitman, World of Assassination. 3, Gran Turismo 7. 4, Saints and Sinners. 5, No Man's Sky. 6, Arcanage. 7, Red Matter series. And then 8 is Walkabout Mini Golf. Now,
Wow.
the way this is supposed to work is that these top 5 are actually the order.
They're locked in, but the others get thrown in with the others.
Then 6, 7, 8 get thrown into the next group.
Yeah. And I'm fine with
That-
that. Do it.
That works?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. This is insanity. All right. Here, I gotta.
All my food's here in 2 minutes.
Oh, excellent.
So hungry. What'd you get?
Buffalo chicken burger
Mmm.
with truffle fries. How about that?
Yummy.
Truffle fries. So
I don't even know
nice.
what's is the truffle is it like a cheese
Sauce.
grating sauce?
Sauce,
Sauce, yeah. I should know that, but I don't.
I sound very British when I say that. Sauce.
I ordered
Sauce.
pad thai.
No, dude, pad thai is a great way of judging restaurants. Like, if I've been to some where when they nail a pad thai, I'm like, this is amazing, and I've been to places where they don't. And you're like, oh my god, how could you? You got to get a pad thai right. Pad thai is incredible.
This place is really, really good, and it comes with a delicious coconut soup as well.
Wow, is it a chain or a
I think it's a
like
local place. Yeah, the coconut soup. I just had this for the first time not too long ago, and it was like blew my mind. It was so good. Coconut soup with like the mushrooms, and it's got like mushrooms and chicken in it and veggies.
Wow.
So good.
Right. While you sort this out, Brian, I'm just going to go collect the food, so I will be right back.
Excellent. Yeah, almost there.
The screen might flip around for just a second, but it'll correct itself.
All right, they're saying this will take 24 comparisons to do this next part. Ooh, everyone gets moved around when camera goes off.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that, but at least when I turn it back on, it goes back, which is fine.
It does indeed.
It's because you're doing a screen capture and capturing a part of the screen in Discord, and when you remove a camera from Discord, it changes the arrangement. So the piece of the screen that you're capturing doesn't have the same thing in it anymore.
Right. I think, but my question is why does the camera placement change in Discord to begin with, just because the camera is off? I wonder if there's a setting for that to be like.
There might be a setting for it. It's doing it to optimize the amount of space. Like if there's one less camera, it's trying to give you a bigger feed from the cameras that are still here.
Oh, but AJ's tile was still there full size, like the big gray box says. had his
Do it again.
PSP on it. Yeah, it's just moving it to the end. I guess everybody who has got their cameras off will be grouped probably at the end. I'm assuming.
Do you know who else likes a bigger feed?
No.
Okay. Me neither. Might have to poll for it.
Where we at, Brian? We ready for round 2?
Madison VR versus Walkabout.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're finally here, man. We're finally talking about games I care about. Just kidding.
Dude, Madison, man. Madison is so good. I actually was I tried really, really hard to ensure that it was in my top 10, and I ended up with it at 7. Because I do think it is a top 10 game, despite its that looks good. Despite its kind of the stuff that didn't get translated to VR perfectly. There's a lot of there's some button presses to interact with some things. Despite all that, I love the graphics, the gameplay, the story was like the most surprising thing about this game was I was like, wow, this is not only one of the scariest games I've played probably since Resident Evil 7, but this is also like one of the best horror stories that I've seen in like a decade. Like it's better than most horror movies, and you get the added pleasure of getting to experience it firsthand and be in a horror movie. And wow, it is just phenomenal. It's like I cannot say enough good things about Madison VR and how amazing it is. And so Madison gets my vote here because I just think it's a brilliant game. And unless you can't play horror games, like I'd understand, but if you can, it's one of the best horror games you could possibly try.
Yeah, I almost don't even want to talk about the horror element of this when talking about how great it is because I do love how scary it is for sure. But like for whatever reason, like it's not what I think about when I'm not playing it. When it just comes up in conversation, going back to what we were saying earlier about the emotional connection to characters in video games, feeling as though Luca has something going on and, his parents are nowhere to be found and his grandparents are nowhere to be found. Like shit's gone downhill in this house real fast and he's got no one protecting him, right? Suddenly you feel like you got to protect this kid from shit that's going on. There's an emotional connection there.
With the parents in the story too. Yeah.
That's the thing though, is that the shit that he has going on is that his family has been murdered and he's being possessed. So like that is horrific, and that is why one of the few reasons why this game is good enough to be a top 5 game. Like I would have had this in my top 5 if I didn't recognize that this is not a game for everyone, and that's kind of what made me kind of knock it down a peg. Is because not everyone's going to, not everyone's going to be able to play this game, let alone enjoy it. Like it is intense.
But is it the best game of the two, Wes? Because that's what we're voting on.
It's easily the best too. One of the games is sets the standard for the genre as the best that we've ever seen in that genre, and the other game is a fun yet casual multiplayer game from Quest 1.
Ouch.
All I would. So Madison rated, when we last discussed, I think it was very high up on my list. And that was because at that point I had played it like the first 2 hours. Obviously seen you guys we'd done the spoiler cast, hearing your thoughts when you rolled credits on it. I'm yet to do it. Tune in on Halloween. But since then, and this is something I've spoken about before, I've had a lot of friends try it out at my house. And the opening of the game, like from a puzzle perspective, isn't very straightforward. But when you compound that with the fact of how, and by the way, I work with Grant who did this port and he did a fantastic job through and through. But when it comes to the inventory and picking stuff up, it is the opposite of intuitive. And like, especially in that opening scene, even colleagues of mine have had try it out. Actually, we tried it out when we were at the PAX East. We had someone in the hotel lobby doing it. and was just getting stuck at the beginning because the inventory and stuff just is not intuitive. So when I played it as an experienced VR gamer, where you're willing to try and test and try and know the different ways that things can be done, I got straight on with it. And the immersion of this game, I talk about like when you touch the walls and you get the haptics, it gives you that extra sense of claustrophobia. When you listen to the tape about the symptoms of possession, and then you start getting the headset rumble to imitate getting a migraine with ringing in your ears and blurry vision. Some of the most incredible stuff I've ever experienced. So the reason it came down a lot in my list was when thinking about other games, but also, and I know this isn't the only criteria, but I just find that like the implementation on inventory, and there's a lot of stuff that just isn't intuitive, and I just wish that they optimized it. So between these two games, I absolutely love Madison VR. I do think it is like the most incredible horror game and really sets the standard of like good storytelling and how you create atmosphere. Like for me, jump scares are jump scares, but the sense of dread and anticipation, that is what kills me, and they absolutely nail it with these environments. Whereas Walkabout Mini Golf is a game that I keep coming back to. I love it whether I play it single player, trying to master it and get better and better at it with different environments, or I want to play with friends in different capacities. So saying that, I'm edging on Walkabout, but yeah, I'm gonna say Walkabout. But at the same time, like I'm totally happy for Madison to win this round.
Yep. I mean, it was like I kicked off this conversation talking about the story in Madison, and that's something that I just don't think a lot of horror does well. I think they say, hey, you're in a scary environment and it doesn't matter why you're here, and we're just going to scare you now. And that's kind of okay with me, right? I love being scared. I love horror that much that like I don't ask a lot from my horror games. But this one delivered in so many different ways. It has like this in-depth backstory. You're discovering what's going on around you slowly with the tapes, with all the documents that you find. And so like, yeah, there's a couple things with the VR implementation, like the inventory or whatever. But like I said earlier in the show, there are games that you love so much that like when you think about them, you do not think about the jank or you know, the little issues, right? That's why I don't think about that stuff when I think about Phasmo or tell people how great Phasmo is. And I have to be like, oh, and also, right, I rave about the game, go, oh, it's so great, and then go, oh, but also just be aware. Right. And that's kind of the same thing here, although to a lesser degree, there's not very much jank here. Right. There is, you know, the inventory could have been done better. Would have loved the backpack system like Saints and Sinners. Right. Fine. But other than that, I mean, just a really well told story. The fact that like you're, you know, especially at the beginning of the PSVR 2 kills it in this game with the blacks from the OLED panel, right? To the point you look down a hallway and you're like, I can't see anything down there. And so you pull out your Polaroid camera and you take a photograph to see what's down that hallway, right? Especially at the beginning when you've never played it before and you don't know what's down the hallway that could be out to get you. And then literally the only thing you have is the flash from your camera, right? And then if you didn't catch it, you have to look at the photograph and be like, okay, I guess it's clear. it's genuinely terrifying. So, yeah, I mean, Madison wins for so many reasons in this department. And I did not put it high enough up on my list, and I knew that would come out in the wash. I knew that we'd fix that during these conversations, as I hope we're doing right now.
We got you, bro. Got you.
Anybody else want to chime in on this?
Did Wes vote?
Yeah, Wes voted for.
Yeah,
Madison.
yeah,
I
did.
Right? Okay.
Remember, I was talking and you stepped in and asked me if it's better, and like, yeah, it's better. It's better because the other one, again, is a casual multiplayer game from Quest 1 era.
You and I are the closest to getting this kind of spicy, so I'm trying at any chance I get to have you and I go at it. I feel like you're my dance partner today, cowboy. But no, okay.
Random Toxie in the chat was just asking, Miles, no curry. If I wasn't at my desk, I'd be ordering a curry tonight, but they close in like 40 minutes, so I've got a burger. It's easy. I have curry tomorrow.
So Miles, you're the only one that voted for Walkabout, is that correct?
Yep, it'll be a recurring theme, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, let's keep it moving then. Ooh, Horizon, Call of the Mountain. First time we've talked about this. Versus another game we haven't talked about yet, Moss Book 1 and 2.
This
Okay.
is an example of a game that has gone up for me because I actually returned to it and I went for the platinum. Horizon, I've got issues with. I just wish it looked better in the headset. Like, I wish it had better resolution because it's a beautiful world. And yes, there is a lot of climbing, a lot of climbing, but there's no doubt that it's a technical marvel in terms of the
Demo.
world that they have built and like the enemies you fight, even though it's not like open world as we'd like. Like, I think often in these conversations we compare it to what we'd like it to be. But okay, forget what we like it to be.
Yes.
What is it actually? And the more I've played it, and as I returned to it and completed the game and platinumed it, I realised more and more how much I love it. Especially in the later levels where you start just float, you slide down embankments, go on ramps. There were so many times I was recording footage going like climbing up this rope and looking down at how far down it is. Like, yeah, it's a lot of climbing, but I don't think I ever underestimated it. It's just that my love and appreciation for it has just deepened the more I played it. And so I understand the criticisms. I definitely have them. But when it comes... And by the way, Moss, I'm happy to talk more about maybe when we have another debate. I absolutely love the Moss games and what they do. But Horizon Call the Mountain, although it might not be the launch title we wanted to see slapped on the box, I'm so glad that we actually did get one of those first-party IPs in VR. Like, even if we feel it wasn't done in the best way, it was a great statement from Sony, and I want them to do more of it. So, yeah, Horizon Call the Mountain gets my vote.
I have tried over and over and over to give Horizon a chance, and it just doesn't happen, man. I either run into, like, surprisingly, I actually encounter some bugs in this. I noticed some things that are not impressive, but listen, there is no doubt in my mind that Horizon is like artistically, like it has some of the best looking assets and environments and character designs because it's all taken from the flat game and bringing it into VR and converting it. It is stunning. It is gorgeous. It is beautiful. The problem I have is that despite all these things, it is tied to one of the most boring games I've ever played. It's so boring. I don't care that yes, I would have wanted more than just a climbing game. I don't even care, that's what it is. It's just, even at that, it's still boring. Everything about this game, you give it enough time and it just, for me, and it just, within not too long, like it gets so boring. The best part about the game is towards the end, but it's too little, too late. And yeah, I love the visuals of Horizon Call of the Mountain. I think it's so beautiful. I did the boat ride last night. I played a little bit, but gosh, and the technical things that it does too. It does, like, yes, it does. I would have liked this as much as I hate to say it. I know, like, first gen, we complained about, the demo discs and stuff, the demos, the demo discs, the shorter experiences. But really, I didn't need a really long, boring ass game of Horizon here. I would have liked just a short experience that was like, let me do a little bit more. The biggest issue I have, I guess, is with the combat and the gameplay. That's the biggest problem I have with this. I don't really care about the story either, but man, I just, yeah, I don't know. I think like I was playing it and I was like, for the things that this does get right, I do wish that Sony would have made like a PlayStation Worlds Part 2 and have a Horizon slice where you get to do some climbing, fight a boss, get to do some stuff, get to go on the boat ride. That would have been really cool. Then have a God of War slice where you get to mess around with some God of War stuff. Then do a Spider-Man slice. Where
You want PSVR Worlds 2.
I want PSVR Worlds 2 with Horizon and God of War and Spider-Man.
I think that's a great idea, but I know what would happen is we'd play the Horizon bit and we're like, why didn't they make a full game out of this? This is so
what
good.
Happened. This is what happened last gen. That is why they didn't do that. That is why they opted. But I think that actually would have worked better considering the way that this was delivered. And I just, yes, it does so many things great on a technical level, but when you have every resource at your hand, like, this game should have been better. Like, this game should have been more fun to play. and it should have had better gameplay, and that's ultimately the backbreaker. Versus Moss, which is, like, in my opinion, I think one of the best VR games ever made. I think Quill is one of the most memorable characters. Will be remembered far longer than Reyes will, that's for sure. But I think, and I got to revisit this, and this game just brings me so much joy every time I play it. I love, I love video game mascots. I think they're incredibly important for like branding, and they. I think Quill has had so much thought and love put into her character. Having stuff like being like talking to you, communicating with you in sign language. I love the fantasy aspect of it. That I'm a sucker for animals, and so the whole little woodland fantasy world is pretty cool. And then emotionally, I think the graphics, the gameplay, everything is there. But on top of this, there's also the emotional connection to Quill and the storytelling. And listen, man, like, I'm not afraid to say it. Like, Boss made me tear up and cry, like, on several different places. And that's a sign of good, well executed storytelling. And yeah, I think Moss is just a phenomenal game and is super high quality. And yeah, so Moss gets my vote here. I think Horizon, as I will acknowledge, credit where credit's due. It does these technical things really well. Some of the interactions are really good. The environments are gorgeous. Some of the best looking environments you can possibly see, but that's not enough for me. Despite Nick Mulo always calling me a graphics whore, I'm proving him wrong right now because Horizon didn't even make my list. And if I was a graphics whore, Horizon would be number one on my list probably. And I need to go get my food.
All right, he's gone. We can talk shit now. No. I actually agree with a lot of what AJ said. I feel like I'm more middle of the road than most people are about Horizon. You take it for what it is. You don't judge the game that we wanted. You judge the game that we were delivered. And I know that's hard for a lot of people, including myself. Be like, man, I just wanted to play Horizon in VR. How difficult is that? And then, but 90% of the time you're climbing. It's like, fortunately, the climbing allowed us to see a lot of like very cool like vistas. I think it's a beautiful game, even still. Despite the reprojection and anything else that people might not appreciate about it. But the things that really drag it down for me is like they let you craft, but the crafting feels so unintuitive. You have to do it exactly, like follow the thing that tells you to where to put the rope exactly in order to craft this weapon.
I thought that was cool, but fair.
I mean, like we've played plenty of games where it's like you take the bandage and you wrap up your arm and it doesn't tell you,
that's true.
The bandage here and now specifically here and now specifically here. You do it and it feels intuitive. If you're gonna wrap rope around something, like don't make me draw a line by gradually dropping it right directly in place. These are developers that didn't understand the mission, right? It's like, get us into the Horizon world, but then don't allow us to engage in combat in any kind of freeform manner. It's like suddenly it's all. And I get it. It's probably good for people who are not familiar with VR, or this might be their first VR game because it was bundled with the headset. But that doesn't make it good. I think the overall experience from start to finish, you take it all as one big package, and I do think it's good, but I don't think it's great. And I do think the Moss games, have a much smaller scope and are able to tell the story they want us to tell. And for a small team, their reach did not exceed their grasp, or whatever the expression is. Yeah, I got to go with AJ on this one. I do have to vote Moss.
So I think that, first of all, this is a very close one for me. I think these are two very good games. I think that Horizon is in a class of game that we'll see a few of before we get to the end of this debate, of games that are kind of victims of their own expectation. When we have super high expectations for a game and it gets released and it doesn't quite meet our expectations, then the areas where it falls short are often the things that we remember about the game. Um, even in cases like with Horizon, where in the moment, like the places where it fell short were taken in the context of the overall experience, and most people were really high on the overall experience but disappointed by the few things that it kind of failed at. Over time, when people aren't playing the game and it is becoming more and more a memory, the things that people remember for whatever reason are the areas that it failed at versus the areas that it succeeded at. So I think that Horizon over time is becoming more and more underrated for what it is. And I think the criticism of the game are absolutely fair, most of them. I think obviously the reprojection. This game is synonymous with ghosting from reprojection. It's just really bad. Even the Mira is more noticeable in this game than it is in most. I think that the movement during combat sequences is ridiculous. I think it's so stupid that they lock you in place like that, and it makes you feel like they're nerfing it for the 2016 VR gamer, and it's just not necessary. And it keeps those combat sequences from fulfilling their potential and being the really next level fights that they could be. But with that said, I think the combat was fun. Like in spite of the very, very poor choice of limiting movement during the combat, the enemies that you're fighting are spectacular. They are so impressive and so intimidating, and
Underchill,
classic classic kind of like boss fight mechanics, right? Where you survive long enough to find the pattern, and then you exploit that pattern and win. This game, in spite of its graphical shortcomings in terms of performance, I guess it's performance shortcomings more than graphical shortcomings. It's one of the more immersive games in the title, or in the catalog rather, and the world that they have built here is exceptional. It's not just like breathtaking to look at this point or that point, but you're making your way through this world that has majestic vista after majestic vista. And it's not like you're just walking through it. Like traversal in this game is a big part of the game. It is a little heavier on the climbing than I would have liked. But on the other hand, like you're simulating climbing a mountain, like it should feel hard, and because it is kind of difficult to climb for as long as you have to. When you finally summit, like you feel like you've accomplished something, right? Like you've finally gotten here, and now you can look out over this area, and it's even more beautiful than you had even thought. So I could go on and on diving in about this, but let's turn to comparison with Moss, and I am going to vote for Horizon here over Moss by a hair, basically because one is a AAA VR game and has all of the things, well, not all of the things, but a lot of the things that you can only get from a AAA experience, versus Moss, which does some things great. Moss is a legendary classic VR game that has earned its place as kind of like VR royalty. I think the environments are beautiful in their own right. I wouldn't kind of class them in the same class as Horizon, which has these like super long draw distances and big vistas, where Moss, a lot of it's more confined in small areas, and diorama at that. It is a very good looking game. I think the character work is some of the best in VR, and I think the storytelling and the story they tell is great. I think that is the strength of the game. That is what makes this game special, is your connection with the characters and the story. But in terms of gameplay, I mean, the puzzles are okay. The combat, I mean, you talk about boring. Like after you play Moss for a while, you get tired of button mashing, man. Like I can do that in flat. I don't need to go in VR to hack and slash with like two combinations, which are basically just mashing this button or mashing that button. Just repeated killing the same enemies. Like I think that in terms of like the gameplay, 100% of the good part of the gameplay is in the puzzling. The combat is just boring here, and if you want to put one game's gameplay versus the other game's gameplay, I think that Moss is incredibly boring versus Horizon, even with its shortcomings with regard to movement during the combat sequences.
Listen,
crazy.
Hold on. In defense of Moss, the combat does. I think it gets better. Yeah, it's the actual Moss swinging her sword is just jamming on one button over.
Yeah,
and
it
over.
does. In the sequel, it does eventually get better. That's true. I'll give it that, but it's still.
But in first person, you're like possessing, some of the enemies, and you're using them to your advantage. I do feel like that it doesn't overwhelm you with combat, right? Because I think Polyarch is aware that, like, hey, our combat's only fun to a certain degree. We're not going to make you fight enemies constantly. Whereas what I think Firesprite didn't realize about the biggest downfall in their game was that, hey, the climbing's fun in short bursts, as climbing is fun in any game in short bursts, and they just for every summit you hit in Horizon, you're like, oh, thank goodness I'm done with climbing for a little bit, and then like 2 minutes later you're like, here we go again. Like if each summit in each place you got to let you play for like 20-30 minutes before being like, okay, here's another big climbing section, right? I didn't think the rewards for all of the climbing in Horizon were as big as they should have been, right? I think that's the problem, right? Is there too much climbing, or is there just not enough all of the other stuff? It's one or the other, but the balance was way off, and I think that was the problem with me in Horizon. With Moss, combat was like, it was all right, but they knew how to balance it properly, where it was never like, okay, this isn't the best combat, but we're not making you do it 24/7. You know what I mean? So I think Polyarch kind of understood the ratio a little bit more.
That's fair enough, because it is more puzzle than combat, but even the puzzling, they don't change what they're doing very much. Like, it's like you start with the first room, there's a button and a switch. How do you press them? The second room, there's two buttons and a switch. The third room, there's two buttons and there's two switches. And it's just kind of lather, rinse, repeat there. Again, it's a very enjoyable experience, and the gameplay is fun for a while, but it's all about the story and the characters with
Right.
Moss for me. After a while, I get sick of playing it. Like another room of switches and buttons that I have to figure the correct order out to get to another room of more of it. Like after a while, I had enough of this stuff, and would have kept going just to get the story and see all of the beautiful environments. But the gameplay just bores me.
That's how I feel about Horizon.
Mostly.
I think having everything being just climbing or circle, the whole circle ring system. The second I heard about that, all my excitement for Horizon died, and rightfully so. I think the combat, like I think Brian put it really well when it comes to the combat. The pacing of Moss is so much better. In Horizon, just everything. Why are you constantly having to grab a white strip on a thing and just like, oh, this is fun, right? This is a fun time we're having. Grab this and just climb up. And it's like, no, it has its moments, but I don't know. And then the stuff that you get, like if you explore or look around, it's like, oh, here's a tambourine you can slap. Okay, great.
But
Like,
you can
it's an
pile rocks
impressive-
on top of each other.
You can pile rocks, yay! Yeah, that to me is the definition of boring. Like I said before, I have more fun hiking in real life than I do playing Horizon Call of the Mountain. That's not good. Real life, going for a walk in real life should not be more fun than playing a video game. But and then with Moss, yes, it starts simple, but the way the mechanics like evolve, and then the second game where you've got the boss fights, these are like almost borderline. Obviously, drawing a little inspiration from like Astrobot in the way the bosses are handled. Good challenge of like jumping and your motor function skills, your dexterity. But yeah, like the way you do the interactive stuff, like taking those little roly-poly guys and you pull them back and you let them go, and now you've got this hack and slash platformer kind of pinball mechanic going on. There's so many cool things about it.
But
Yeah.
AJ, you talk about you like immersion. You've missed a very
Yes.
fundamental point about Horizon, which is in Horizon, you can pick up an apple and you can eat it, and it's like you're really eating an apple.
Oh.
Oh, I
man.
still feel bad about giving that girl such a hard time about that. Yeah,
She
it's
messaged
like,
me a lot
you know,
saying how,
fucking
she lost her confidence
VR.
covering VR after that. That's why they never cover VR anymore. They're like,
because Brian Paul's such a bad fucking person. Is that the reason? Listen,
Brian, apple hating Paul. Yeah.
Yeah. Chat, you guys better fucking step up on this voting, because this is a close vote. It is 51%
What is it?
versus 49%. A couple of votes can change where this lands, because it does look like it's going to be 50-50. Who's voting Horizon here? Wes and Miles?
Yeah. And by the way, everything that's been expressed on both sides, I agree with. Like, I do see the shortcomings of Horizon. Moss has never grabbed me as much as I wish it did, but I still appreciate it for being an absolutely stunning game with amazing characters and world building, and
Yeah, it's not an easy choice. And for what it's worth, Mad Vegan wants to change his vote. He says it's 50-50 because he wants to change his vote.
I knew these voting machines were rigged.
yeah.
I don't know, man. I think Horizon is it's an okay game. Like, it's okay. I'd probably give
It's
it like
more
a
than
6 out of
okay.
10. I'd probably give it a 6 or 7 out of 10. You think it's more than okay? I mean, when you talk about like, yes, it's AAA. Yeah, that's great, but you gotta like, I don't know, just because it's got a lot of money at it doesn't mean it's
I don't want
good.
to spoil some parts of the story, but some of the missions have been some of the most mind-blowing experiences I've done in VR. Like
Like
And
secret
the last
stuff or
levels.
stuff. Yeah, I really
The last
enjoyed the end of the game. I said that before, but you have to play 6
like-
hours before you get there.
Wait,
Yeah,
wasn't that your defense about No Man's Sky?
No Man's Sky was amazing from the get-go for me.
Okay, just clarifying, just making sure we're all on the same page.
It takes a long time to really understand and get into understand and get better at No Man's Sky, not to start enjoying.
Guys, we're closing the vote at 100 votes, so we got a
Wow.
couple more to go here.
oh yeah,
but I
100
don't-
votes is a good one to do.
Yeah, 99 votes. Yeah, nothing's gonna change. You guys decided. Here it is. 56% voted for Horizon versus
Wrong.
44.
You
Okay,
guys
now it's
let me
55
down.
versus 45. But
You guys
well
let
done,
me
everybody.
down.
I
Well
just
done, you guys.
phoned Jim Ryan asking him to get his mates to call in a few votes. So.
Let me down, guys.
Horizon
Let
it
me
is. All right, you guys. Here we go. Legendary Tales versus Behemoth. I want to point out, Behemoth was not even on my top 25, and this
It wasn't on mine either.
a
I
massive-
almost didn't include it.
massive indication as to the quality of games that are on our list. I really liked Behemoth. Obviously we can point out its faults, but it had a lot of good things going for it. Legendary Tales, just for me, continues to deliver this not only on the replayability, but like just a hardcore game, right? Like, I mean, it is the Dark Souls of VR games. You got to devise some strategies to take out these bosses. They're not easy to take down. I don't know if I could do it on my own. I might want to give that a shot someday, with maybe a very specific build. But man, just the way you can play this game in any way that you want and level up your character any way that you want. And dude, the number of cool weapons that you can find, it is Diablo. Right? It is really Diablo. It's the Diablo game I've always wanted. I say that, but I've only played Diablo 3. I never even played 1, 2, or 4. So maybe not always wanted. But Legendary Tales for me, with Behemoth not even making my list, I have to go with Legendary Tales.
So just really quickly, a moment ago I spoke about Horizon as being kind of a victim of its own expectations, and to a large extent, I feel the same way about Behemoth. I think the game is underrated now, because it does fail in some ways that it should have been better. But I think that people remember its failures more vividly than what it does really great, and it does a lot of things great. And I could sit here and go into a 5 minute thing about everything that the game does great, but um, at the end of the day, it does things. It provides moments in VR that you can't experience in any other game. It's a game that's must play to experience the high points in it. The high points are that impactful. They're that fucking mind-blowingly crazy that you need to play it to experience those. Now, I get it. Those are just a few minutes out of the hours and hours that you have to play the game. But for what it's worth, those hours and hours, it's not like those are garbage. Like the combat mechanics in this game are solid. The combat physics, the grappling hook and the traversal, super fun to do. And I love the fact that while it is very linear, it's very linear. You do have the option to stop and explore. Like you'll come to a branching path, and you can tell that this path, that's the way you're supposed to go. But if you go this way, it might just be to solve a few puzzles and get a collectible and a bit of lore. You have that option, right? You don't have to do that, but you have that option. So I really enjoyed Behemoth a lot. I enjoyed the minute to minute gameplay of it. There are problems with it. I think that the pacing is not very good in the game. I think that some of the mini boss fights are underwhelming. I think some of the levels kind of drag on, and I think there should, quite frankly, be a couple more levels and a couple more bosses in the kind of big picture. But I still think that while I love Legendary Tales, and I'll talk a minute about what's awesome about that game and what's not, I think Behemoth is a different class of game. I think it's while I enjoy them fairly close, I don't think they're in the same category in terms of production. I think Behemoth is in a way other stratosphere because of that. Now, Legendary Tales is awesome in its own right. I think it's got a progression system that's second to none in VR. Like as far as like RPG progression, it's the best. It's the best in the catalog, period. I love that it's 4-player co-op, and it has a campaign that you can play through with your friends. That's great. I love that the maps are relatively big, and that there's a lot of variety in the type of player that you can be, whether you want to be a mage or an archer, or you want to be like a tank with a sword. There's so many different weapons. Like there's a lot of variety in those aspects. But you never forget, as fun as it gets, you never quite forget that you are at the end of the day playing an indie game that while it goes off the map in terms of scope in some areas, it completely shrinks in terms of scope in other areas. Like there's not a lot of variety in terms of environments. There's some variety in enemies, but there's not a ton of variety in enemies. And when it comes to storytelling, while there is a story campaign here, like they're not telling it, like it's all red. And even when you go to an NPC that and have a conversation that's supposed to kind of point you down the next thing to do in the campaign, it's just words floating in air, and the UI doesn't even look that great in those in those instances. It's kind of generic looking. So like a lot of the characters are really generic. They don't have any personality because there's no voice acting, and the text that's there isn't the best in the world either. I appreciate that it's there. I'm glad that there's a campaign and something to do, but they did the bare minimum in terms of making this a story campaign. They literally could have done everything more in that department. So in terms of like production, I think again it puts Behemoth on in a different category of game than Legendary Tales. As much as I love Legendary Tales, and I do love it, I think Behemoth is a better game.
I mean, very, very well said on both fronts, Wes. This is a difficult one. I mean, the first thing I'm going to say is I wish that Behemoth and Legendary Tales had a baby, because I would love to see, like, for example, Behemoth, the animation of the enemies in that and the diversity is incredible. And that is what Legendary Tales is lacking. I do feel, I don't know. I don't know what the chat feels or you guys. The combat feels a lot better in Legendary Tales for me. Like when you stab a sword into a skeleton and the sword gets caught in between their ribs, like all this sort of stuff. Like there's little moments like that I'm like, this is so incredible. I agree with the environment aspect. Legendary Tales, the latter half of the game really takes off in terms of bosses and environments. I think the very start of the game is fine, but like the first, maybe not the first dungeon, but like the second, third, and maybe fourth is incredibly repetitive, and I think it is the longest part of the game. But I was someone that was having so much fun overall, I was willing to sort of stick with it and see where it goes. And Behemoth, like, I had a really good time with. I think using the grapple hook, and like swinging around is great. Again, as I've said, the animations are amazing. The spectacle with the bosses is great. But again, the fun I had with Legendary Tales, and just to let people know, I think I mentioned this before the game came out, when we were given early access for reviewing, I think I sunk 40 hours into the game. And then like a few days before it was getting launched, we then got told by the devs, just let you know when it launches, you're going to lose all your progress. And I was not happy to hear that. But you know what happened was when it reset, I went in and I did another 40, 50 hours. And I just absolutely loved it. These are very different games. I think Behemoth is definitely, in terms of production, much better quality. But the legendary weapons that you get in Legendary Tales, like, and it goes to like what your class is and stuff like that. The katana was great, but the staff where it has like all the orb in the top of it and like the particle effects, and when you charge it, you slam it into the ground and it makes a wave of fire. That never stopped getting boring. And so for me, when it comes to between these two, and Behemoth didn't even make my top 25 list. And this is a game that I want to go back to and play more, and then maybe I'll feel differently in the future. But yeah, for me, Legendary Tales wins it for me. But I love both of these games.
Yeah, I think it's a production versus gameplay argument. There is, and I think, like, what do you want to sink your time into? Do you want like these massive, screen filling behemoths that Behemoth does, I would say, so well, but not even all of them do, or do you want like this super deep gameplay? And I think I didn't really know the answer to that question. Like, I usually go gameplay over anything else, but it was only going through Behemoth where I was like, man, some of these sections really drag out. Like when you just try, it's game's called Behemoth, and it should have been called a couple of behemoths. Or like I joked before, it should be called On the Way to the Next Behemoth, because that's what you're doing 90% of the time. You're like, it is, I know that, I know that Wes is bringing up like our expectations versus what we were delivered. But like when a game's called Behemoth, you expect some fucking behemoths, right? And I just feel like I was really let down by a couple of those fights, and everything you're doing between the behemoths just it feels like it's very standard action game. Now, don't get me wrong, it's Skydance, right? And so everything that they're doing well. So even when things are kind of dragging and things aren't great, it's still like these high production values, and you're like, man, this place is still beautiful. Oh man, like the physics really work well. And so it gets a pass on some of the more boring segments because of that. And I still enjoyed the game overall, right? But like I don't think at any point was I just blown away the way that I was in Legendary Tales. Right? I think I played like 4 or 5 hours of Legendary Tales before I really fucking understood the upgrade system, and then I was like, wait a minute, this is really like you can just unlock this power and this power up and that power up and that power up, and if I keep going, and you see like, oh man, if I just keep leveling up, then I'll be able to unlock this eventually, and there's always another carrot dangling at the end of the stick. Whereas the upgrade system in Behemoth, you can pick up all these different weapons, but there's only a couple worth holding on to, the ones that you can upgrade, and those are and I never felt like those upgrades were all that special, right? So it's for me it's easy, right? Because one of them is on the list and the other one's not, so I've got to go with the Legendary Tales. Plus I love playing it single player and I love playing it multiplayer. Behemoth doesn't give us that option. But yeah, still it was still painful to not have Behemoth on the list. I don't want to make it sound like I don't like Behemoth, because I did. I gave it like an 8.2, 8.4, something like that. And I think it's really good. It's just not nearly as good as Legendary Tales. Legendary Tales knocked it out of the park.
Someone
sorry about
Headbutt in
the
the
camera,
chat
guys.
says Behemoth is easier to recommend for casual gamers or someone new to VR for sure. And I agree with that completely. Like, Legendary Tales is a hardcore game and you get out of it what you put into it. And that's why I say that if I was to, like, my main criticism of the game is I think that, with exception to the very beginning, because it has actually quite a good tutorial section, the first 10, 15 hours of the game is incredibly grindy and repetitive. There's nothing wrong with being grindy. I love grindy, but like the lack of environmental change, and like if you stick with it, once you get to hour 20, well, maybe hour 30, your first time playing it, like hour 25, 30, it then takes off, and then every area is like, oh my god, it's just amazing, and the boss fights just got better and better. So yeah.
Just want to apologize for the camera. My battery died. I'm plugged in. I have no idea. So I'm just giving it a little time to charge up, and then I'll turn it back on.
My AirPods keep dying, so I'm having to swap ears while the other one charges.
Jesus. The things we don't expect when it comes to long streaming. We're not all like Wes and are equipped for...
Yeah, I've got extra batteries ready to go.
Nice. I expect nothing less. AJ, did you weigh in on this?
No, hearing y'all talk about this though, man, I included Behemoth, but I feel like I included it because I did it for others. But hearing y'all talk about it, I'm like, man, I feel like I have more bad things to say than good things about Behemoth. Because the best thing about it, obviously, is fighting the behemoths. And we expected a lot more. Didn't have as many as we expected, which is fine. But my problem is not even all of the ones that are included are good. I really feel like there's only 2 good behemoth fights in this.
Yeah, that first one was lame, I thought.
First one was lame, and I think the last one was lame too. I think the middle 2 were really good. And for that being like the selling thing of the game, it's like you didn't even execute all of these well. I do agree that the game has really good production values, of course. But again, I don't, production values aren't enough. There has to be creative, good flowing game design. And listen, man, I think Legendary Tales is actually one of the best games on PSVR 2, no doubt about it. I think I put it in the top 10. As somebody that loves like a Bloodborne Souls, game, I love Diablo as well. I've loved RPGs all my life, especially like the dark RPGs, dark fantasy RPGs. And I feel like nothing even comes remotely close to Legendary Tales when it comes to an action RPG on the platform. There is literally nothing else that comes close in terms of a action RPG. What it does I mean, first of all, it looks great. I think the look of it is a little underappreciated. Yes, it all takes place in kind of like the surrounding a castle or whatever. There's not, there's not you don't travel the world in this. You kind of travel a castle, caves, nearby dungeons, whatever. But I think those are actually all pretty well done. They all have like a kind of like a unique features to each little section. There's some sections that actually look really, really good that I like. The weapon, the combat, I think is still like probably the best, deepest physics-based combat system there is. And then like Miles said, dude, the loot. I love loot, and I especially love like dark fantasy melee weapon loot. And this has a lot of it, and this has a huge skill tree to go along with it. This game is just amazing. I think it's easily got to be a top 10 game. I think it's one of the best. It's one of my personal favorites on the platform as well. And yeah, it's amazing. And I'm going to vote Legendary Tales. And I honestly am now even questioning if Behemoth is even deserves to be anywhere on this top 25 list.
I wonder what the chat's saying, because
probably the wrong answer.
Whoa, AJ's turning on the chat.
I am.
It's actually closer than I was expecting.
Yeah, it is closer. But the chat after that last voting round with Horizon over Moss. No. You've lost my trust, chat. You've lost me forever. Now I'm your enemy. So now they're just going to vote even harder against me, which is good for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it is very close. We got 47 votes. 53% of them are saying Legendary Tales, which is good. I mean, listen, it's two very, very, despite the fact that they're both kind of like, present themselves as hack and slash melee sword fighting games, they're very, very different in terms of execution. So I think it partially comes down to preference, partially. But I honestly think, and I'm not criticizing anyone for this, but I think for some people, Legendary Tales was just too hard. It's a
hardcore game, yeah.
And so I think a lot of people fell off of it, like long before, like maybe the end. Maybe they didn't see the end of it. And not saying you have to, right? I don't think that that's necessary in order to have an opinion on these games. If you played 4 or 5 hours of each of them, I think you're good. But man, I do think Legendary Tales just gets better and better and better, and Behemoth just kind of stays the same.
I think most people will fall off of Legendary Tales before they do the required reading to understand some of the finer points of the game and the systems that are at play. Like this isn't stuff that they teach you in the tutorial. They teach you a lot in the tutorial, but all of the stuff about the character classes and progression and legendary weapons and who can use them and how, and all of that you have to read. You have to read through menus to learn. And even then you still don't quite ever feel like you've grasped it totally until you play and gain a lot more experience. And I think that's a pretty high barrier for most like normal gamers. Yeah, just my opinion.
I have like 70 hours, like I have like 10, 13 hours in Behemoth, maybe 10 hours at best, 8 to 10 hours, I would say. And like, I feel pretty much done with it. I have 70 hours in Legendary Tales, and I want to spend another 70 more with it because there's so much more to see and do. That's awesome. And yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm gonna question your. No, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. But like,
it was about to get rough.
It was about to get personal. But I'm just like, dude, like they're hands down. This should be like easy, no question about it. Legendary Tales is a better game than Behemoth. And I don't see how I don't know. It's a better game. Whether it's hard or challenging or whatever is irrelevant. It's a better game. That's what we're voting on. We're not voting on the easiest games here. We're voting on the best game.
And let's see how the chat voted. Although, Wes, I think you're the only one that went to bat for Behemoth, or
Yeah, I'm the only one that voted for it. And for the record, I didn't bring how hard the game was into like
Yeah.
either like.
No, and I definitely did not. I didn't mean to imply that if I did. I'm saying most of what the comments that I see about Legendary Tales is it's like unfairly hard. So it's more of a response to comments that I've seen about the game. And again, that I don't think I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. I don't think there's anything wrong about being like, hey, this just wasn't fucking well balanced for some people. So
Yeah, for the record, I prefer games that are more difficult. I typically, when I start a game, I bump it up to the hard level. Like, I think it's more rewarding to have to have to struggle to achieve something. And most games are too nerfed these days, including the first boss fight in Behemoth. Like, it was better when I played it during the demo. You had to climb on the Behemoth more to get it to the point where you land the death blow on it. And by the way, even if you don't like the Behemoth, like the way that they kind of had you kill it was pretty cool.
see, I agree. The beginning of the battle was cool. I liked being able to like using grappling hook not just for grappling but actually for yanking things off. I thought that was really cool. But then the final thing was so scripted that I was like, it didn't for me. It was like, what they wanted you to do a very specific thing, and it was, for me that was like, okay, that's very scripted and kind of boring. They had this so many weird things about Behemoth. I don't want to go on about this. I think the answer is clear. The chats voted, we voted. But it just feels like there was something else going on with Behemoth. Like you could almost see the potential that wasn't reached. You see that first boss and you see all the trees and everything that are growing out of its back, right? And like there's a whole forest up there. Right? And you're like, I'm gonna be up there, right?
Right.
I'm gonna climb up this thing. That's what I'm doing. I'm pulling these things off so that I'm gonna be able to climb. I'm gonna get to the top. And it's like, no, you don't really leave the ground.
That was one of the first questions when we had that first trailer and you saw it in the distance. I remember us on Gamescast saying exactly that, which is, you think you're going to be able to go up into those trees?
Right, and then running through that forest, like looking for the weak spot, and then with the environment like moving like this all around you. Like, I mean, that's I don't know. Maybe the technology's not there yet. Maybe this game went for something that was unachievable at the time. But there are some really, really good moments too in Behemoth. I know sometimes we get so critical about the things we don't like. Some of the Behemoth fights were epic. Just wish there was more of them.
Let's vote Legendary Tales. Go on to the next one.
All right, good. In Legendary Tales, thanks for voting, everybody. 55% of the chat said Legendary Tales. So let's go. Tetris Effect versus Arcanage. This is your chance, Miles, to make your claim for Tetris Effect.
This is an example of like two completely different games, and Tetris Effect is incredibly simple, but for me, it's just so otherworldly. And I've told this story many, many times. I remember putting a friend into Tetris Effect who was new to VR, and when she took off the headset, she was like, wow, it felt as though I didn't even exist anymore. She was like that immersed into the game. And I went back to it again. Tetris Effect isn't a game I play often, but like when I do go back to it, every time I'm like, oh my goodness, I forgot how this makes me feel. The opening track, Forever is it called? It's actually just called Connected, I think. The opening song is absolutely beautiful. I love the environments. I love all the modes. It would be the definitive, and I'm caveating this because we've had this conversation before, Brian.
Yeah.
It would be the definitive way to play Tetris if it had a Battle Royale mode as well.
Yep.
But
Tetris
I do
99.
love but the connected multiplayer mode is brilliant. The fact that you have 3 players against 1, and once you've hit a certain threshold, it joins your 3 together, and now you're building in the same space. Like, there's so much great stuff. So, look, Arcanage, I'm not taking anything away. I think Arcanage is fantastic, and I totally understand why everyone's going to vote for this. But I've got to bat for Tetris Effect because for me, I think it's special. I think it is another example. There's first-person games. I feel like I'm really here. Tetris Effect is just another type of existence in VR. And also, I know it was mentioned earlier about like Res Infinite and like Thumper not being on the list. I think I mentioned this on last night's show. which is, for me, the reason I never really put any of the others is because Tetris Effect is the one that scratches my itch more than the others. And so I choose Tetris Effect and I don't put the others on the list, but I love them, but all three of them really, really well. So, yeah, I'm not going to say anything about Arcanage because we've spoken a lot about it already. Tetris Effect gets my vote, and I'll be no surprised if you all three vote for Arcanage.
I actually think I can skip out on this conversation because of yesterday's conversation we had on Gamescast, where I jumped in and was like, this is just so incredible, mesmerizing, trance-like, just loved the PSVR2 version. And somehow still does not make my list, even though I think it's a stunning, amazing game, like next level. I don't, at a certain point here, it's like while I'm playing Tetris Effect, I think it's one of the best games I've ever played. And then when I have to come out here and sit and make a list, I go, meh, honorable mention. It doesn't make any sense. There's a disconnect.
But it's because when you look at video footage of it on a flat screen, when you see Arcanage, you're like, oh yeah, I remember climbing that wall and doing stuff like that. When you watch Tetris, it's like, I'm just watching Tetris. It's when you're in it, there's just something about it with the sound design. And it's also the most immersive part of Tetris Effect is the fact that as the music is playing, they've obviously got mapped out the notes of the song. So when you are turning the block around, it is playing that note at that period of time. And obviously with the high frame rate and everything, it is so just you're in it. You're like conducting and everything. You are connected with what Tetris is. I actually listen to a lot of the songs on my Spotify playlist as well. The music's banging.
Dude, it is so much more a Luminous game than it is a Tetris game. Other than the shapes of the blocks that are falling and the fact that there's no swoopy, whatever it's called. It feels like a Luminous game. The soundtrack feels like a Luminous game. The sounds that you make by turning the blocks, it all feels like a Luminous game, and which makes me just that much more excited for Luminous Arise. However, I think we can all very quickly say Arcanage and move on. Correct? Except
yeah, I know. I'll just say, Brian, that I'm pretty much identical with your take on it. I think the minute-to-minute experience in Tetris Effect is good enough for it to be a top 10 game, even, but. In terms of like scope and what the game itself is versus the scope of some of these other games, it just didn't make my list. But with that said, like the synesthesia that you experience in Tetris Effect is unparalleled in any other VR game. You really the way that they put visuals and sound and haptics and gameplay and the way that they make them all work together in unison, it allows you to kind of get into the zone, that zone where you kind of stop thinking and you just start acting without thought. Like it does it better than any game. It's just it's next level in that aspect of it. But again, like it is at the end of the day a spectacular rendition of Tetris. It is Tetris. Arcanage for sure.
All right, we're just clicking it, moving it. All right. We got Madison versus Demio in Demio Battles. This is a tough one. Two very different games. We haven't even talked about Demio yet, but
we haven't.
Talk about a genre that I would not care about outside of VR.
Right.
And in VR, I'm like, I just want to stay here for the next 3 hours. I'm good.
My brother is constantly asking me to play Dungeons and Dragons with him. He loves Dungeons and Dragons. He does all the organizes all the thing. I've played a bit before. It just doesn't, like the 3-hour games and that of Dungeons and Dragons just hasn't resonated with me because it is just like the free imagination. I like to see something tangibly there in front of me. And Demio, I think, is a great entry point for filthy casuals like me that perhaps don't want to play Dungeons and Dragons but want something that's sort of somewhere in between. And without wanting to sound like a broken record, I actually played this with my dad earlier this year. And after we played the first mission together, Floor, he said, this was a game, I didn't think I was going to like this, but as I started learning it and it clicked, I'm loving it. And he wants to play more of it. And that's how I was with Demio. When I was playing it, I was like, yeah, I kind of see what they're trying to do here. What was the PSVR tabletop game? Was it
Table of Tales.
That's it. You know, I remember playing that and being blown away with it, and then Demio was like, "Oh no, this is how it's done." And yeah, and Demio battles, I love. For me, with Demio, you got to put a lot of time to complete it. I love that Demio battles is just much more accessible, and like if you want to jump on with a friend, you're not telling them to like book out of their calendar an entire evening to get through a game. I love the sound effects and the design in Demio. When you can zoom in, pick up pieces, look at them, the design of them is excellent. The sound design is incredible. Like when you hear the enemies, you can't see them, and you can hear them like scuttling along down the corridors and around the corner. All the classes and the designs are great. I've always said I wish Demio Battles was done as an add-on to Demio. The progression system has been the biggest disappointment on Demio because you basically need the same amount of XP to go up each level, so there's no sense of trajectory or anything like that. I love all the different books, the stories with their own like environments, their different bosses with different mechanics. So yeah, speaking about Demio, it's just a well-polished game that is great to play with friends. And I love the fact that you can play it by yourself and you can play with multiple characters, so you have that flexibility as well. And on top of that, for a game that is cross-play, very rarely play with any squeakers. Like, I've played so many games with randoms and the community is amazing. I remember when I first played it and I was playing with random people and they were just happy to help and like teach you the rules of what you're doing and stuff like that. So I've already spoken about Madison. I could happily vote for either of these, but I think that in terms of like a full realized game that is polished, it looks beautiful, it sounds great, it's got me interested in a genre that I normally wouldn't be. My vote goes for Demio.
Yeah, I love Demio. I think that it is an incredibly polished and well thought out tabletop game in VR. It is excellent. The characters in it, not only the characters you're playing, but the enemy characters are really cool and diverse. The different kind of books that you play through are cool as well. Although I would like it if some of the boards were much larger. I love Demio. I think it's a great game. Not on the level of Madison though. Definitely my vote goes to Madison here.
Nice. You won't hear me complaining about that. Like, the higher up Madison gets on this list, the better. But yeah. I had Demio higher up. What about you, AJ?
I love Demio. I do think it should be somewhere on this list, and the higher it can get, the better. But that being said, I think Madison, kind of what I said earlier, just the journey it took me through was like super unforgettable, and was I think both games not perfect, but both games just ooze quality at their strengths, and like what they're good at, they're really good at, and that just makes them like just such a wonderful time. Yeah, I love Demio. Totally agree with Miles that part of the problem is like the progression system. It's a little too grindy. It's slow to reward. If you're gonna reward people for playing, you need to keep that dopamine hit going. That's how that works. And they kind of just I don't know. Also taking out the multiplayer, or the social room, I should say, the multiplayer hub. Taking that out for PSVR 2, I think, was also a big mistake. I think this might have been the only platform that would have actually used it because of the lack of other options. And I think they made a bad choice there. They've made a couple bad choices. But overall...
What is the social room? Can you just explain that? Because I don't think I was aware
it's just... It looks kind of like the room that you do the menu in. Like, it looks like a basement, right? It looks like a 1970s basement with like D&D and arcade machines. But it had like just a social hangout room. It had music that you could put on. It had arcade machines that you could play. It had like some mini games that you could do, some mini games and activities. And it was just really cool. And with how few social hangouts, social thing, game apps that PSVR2 had. I think that was a huge missed opportunity by them to not include that. But again, who knows? They could have added it. Nobody could have played it still. And that, could have happened. So, but game to game, yeah, man, I love Demio, but I got to give this to Madison. I love Demio battles as well. I will say Demio battles. And one thing I love about that they've added to Demio too is, they've made it so you can save your game from wherever you are. So so I was playing single player the other day and I saved where I was at. I exited, I came back and I was right where I left off. It wasn't like, so I'm guessing with multiplayer, I think you have to save per floor, I would think. But single player, you can save anywhere at any time. So it's not like this was the biggest problem at launch with Demio for me, was you had to dedicate like 3 hours of your time to play it. Now you can kind of and it's great single player. Just pick up and play it, and you can save it whenever you need to. I freaking love it.
Wait, so is that 2-2?
Yep.
Okay.
But I will not complain either way because I love both these games.
I'm not going to complain either way either. We'll leave it up to the chat, and so the chat can determine which one we're voting for right now. We got 25 votes already. Let's get to 100 ASAP, you guys. We'll move this right along, and we'll help determine it. Somebody in the chat just said, "Has anyone played Hero Quest?" And I know what Hero Quest is, but when Quest for Glory, the original point-and-click adventure, came out on PC back in the day, it was called Heroes Quest before Sierra was like sued or whatever and had to rename it to Quest for Glory. And I love that game. I love that game so much. I know that's not the game you're talking about, but that's the game I think about when I hear Hero Quest. That was Talus Cat. That's who said it. All right. You know what? The votes are going way slower than they used to, so I think we got to go with 50 votes, and 50 votes takes it. And
I mean,
we're there.
I was just going to say, like, if I was to put someone in VR and put them into one of these games, it would be Madison straight away. Like, I'm like, you want to see what VR can do? Just feel this atmosphere and stuff like that. But it is just
great.
It's great. It is just the polish of Demio, which is what gave it the edge for me.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, we are voting Madison then, so we can move on. Demio versus Walkabout. All right, two games that we've talked about extensively. We don't need to talk about the game so much unless anybody feels like they really need to make a case for one over the other. Otherwise, I think we can just vote.
I'm okay either way, but I would personally go Demio just because I like the graphics and polish more. But both are awesome and can't really lose.
Yeah,
I agree. Demio here, it's a better game. Walkabout is a better arena to hang out with your friends. Demio is a better game by a mile, I think. Yes, Tiffany, I saw your comment that it does kind of suck when people drop off from Demio. Demio does get harder, but that's because it is a co-op game. When somebody drops off of Walkabout, it gets easier because it's a competitive game. You have one less competitor. So when somebody drops off from Demio, it gets harder because you have one less partner. But yeah, I feel like Walkabout's a great place to hang out with friends. It is fun, but it's really very basic in terms of like what it's doing. Like it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So yeah, Demio all day here.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that last. I mean, I understand where you're coming from and stuff. So for me, I absolutely love Demio. Walkabout mini golf, like every update they do with new mechanics, new interesting ways of reinventing what mini golf can be. I'm always blown away by it. And yeah, I was actually going to say a lot of what was just mentioned with Tiff, and that is like fundamentally they've got every aspect in terms of progression systems, things to grind for. If you want to do it, or if you just want to play, you can. I love all the different environments, and every time they do an IP, I'm always like, this is the most beautiful tribute. At Christmas time, I watched the Wallace and Gromit movie and then played the Wallace and Gromit map with my parents, and it was just like incredible. Elvis, I've never been a fan of Elvis or grew up with him, but when I went around the Elvis map and the last 18th hole is hitting the ball up a path to the front door, and it plays the notes on the keyboard as it goes into the light, and then you hear him say, "Thank you very much." I was like, absolutely stunning and beautiful. So it's more expansive, and they've nailed it, and they're always improving on it. So Walkabout for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm voting Demio, but I totally agree. I think that's nothing against Walkabout. I look forward to every Walkabout update, and even though I don't get in there and play them immediately like I used to, when I do finally get around to it, I am like, so good. I was questioning myself, why don't I get into this more often? It's just a time thing. But I think that's 3 for Demio, right?
Awesome.
Cool. All right, you guys.
That is, I'm not gonna lie, that's surprising to me, but I'll take it because I like it more. But I feel like Walkabout. I feel like my gut instinct tells me most people would say Walkabout, but I don't know.
All right, so we already talked a lot about Horizon Call of the Mountain, and it's up against Synapse.
What's up against Synapse?
Horizon Call of the Mountain.
Okay. I mean, for me, it's going to be Synapse.
No contest.
Yeah.
And that's for me as well, because I actually had fun playing Horizon Synapse. Sorry, I actually had fun playing Synapse, and it's cool that it has David Hayter. You know, there are some execution issues with Synapse, of course. The very shallow roguelike mechanics, the 4 enemy types. But it also has like really, really nice technical qualities about it. The graphics, the performance, the voice acting by David Hayter and Jennifer Hale, to have their presence in a VR game like that is super cool. It's a very atmospheric game. And the gameplay, of course, is awesome. Unlike Horizon, where the gameplay is terrible.
I love what they're doing graphically here. I love the black and white grayscale worlds. I love that there's just big statues out in the middle of the ocean. It's
looking through the portals.
Yeah, like what a dream-like environment they've created. You know, and certainly I wish that they had gone further with the entire formula. But what's here it feels so good to play. Like, I mean, it felt like there were all these different games that have been trying to do telekinesis for a while, and Synapse comes along and just does it so effortlessly. This is what they were focused on, right? And I can't imagine playing this without adaptive triggers. And people are like, people don't understand how great PSVR2 is unless you get in there and actually use it yourself. And it's not about so little about it. It's about the headset itself. It's about the power that comes from the PS5 and everything they've done with the Sense controllers. That's where the magic is with PSVR2. And so, yeah, Synapse, no questions about it.
And it's such a celebration of mastery, isn't it? Because the more you play Synapse, as you get into the flow state of it, it just gets better and better. As you're like, I know the upgrades are very shallow, but they are still satisfying. Like learning to pick up a box and then walking forward with it. But yeah, fundamentally, telekinesis is like one of the best VRAF things I've ever experienced. Of like, you want to know what you can do with this tech? Use eye tracking to know where you're looking and literally feel like you got telekinesis. Power fantasy is such a, for lack of a better term, a powerful aspect to virtual reality, and like having telekinesis in this way is like the ultimate power fantasy. Like you feel absolutely badass.
Grant Nova in the chat says Synapse is so short and so shallow, high potential. Doesn't get it over Call of the Mountain. Oh, here it is. Bosses in Call of the Mountain, he says, are a longer game than Synapse and more fun. Dude, I understand where you're coming from. This is a shallow game. There is not a lot of depth to it. And so, and my biggest complaint probably about the game and about so many games is a lack of boss fights, right? And so again, when we're able to recommend this so highly, despite the fact it doesn't have these things that I need, right? It just shows you how good how great we think the telekinesis in combat ultimately is in this game.
I think on top of all this, I think Synapse, everybody praises Call of the Mountain for its technical achievements. I actually think Synapse is a better technical achievement than Call of the Mountain is.
Because of the telekinesis?
Because of the way the telekinesis is done, yeah. the execution of everything, the way, because of the way it demonstrates the features. I think it demonstrates the
Yep.
features better. Maybe that's just me. I
Adaptive
don't know.
triggers, being able to crush barrels, how far you pull the trigger, like
The eye tracking.
that stuff is pretty impressive. Wes,
Yeah, I feel that Synapse is one of the reasons to own a PlayStation VR2. It's not only the best example of the way to use PSVR2 specific features in the library, it's also providing you a gameplay experience that you can't get anywhere else in any other game in VR. And once you get good, and it doesn't take long to get good at this game, once you get good at it, the gameplay experience minute to minute is amazing. It's just amazing. And yes, it is too short. There should be much more. They had so much potential with what they could have done with this story and where they took you with it. But that doesn't diminish what they have done here. And that they've provided a must play experience that's even though I wish you didn't have to repeat it, it's still fun from start to finish. Like, while it's a kind of annoying that you have to play through different variants of the same levels instead of new levels, it's still like amazing fun to do it. This kind of chaotic ballet that you're kind of orchestrating as you run through these levels, and the levels themselves are really, really cool. They have a lot of verticality to them, and while there aren't the boss fights like there should be, some of the enemy variants in the game are really, really cool. And when they start, when you get in the later runs, when they start kind of piling up the bigger enemies in some of these levels, it's can be really challenging and really fun. And that's not to mention that, like, the augments and things that they offer, some of those are really awesome as well. Yeah, I love Synapse. I think it's one of the best games on the platform. And while I agree that all of the criticisms of the game are valid, I think that those are the things that keep it from being a top 5 game. You know what I mean? Like, if it were longer and had a little bit more variety and depth to it, it would be like in the conversation for like the best game on the platform. It's not that, but it's definitely one of the best games on the platform, and somewhat better than Horizon, in my opinion.
So we are picking Synapse. My camera went out again. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, Legendary Tales versus Red Matter. We talked about both extensively. I say Legendary Tales.
Red Matter?
Yeah, I say Legendary Tales as a game. As a game. This is a top 25 games list. Both are fantastic, though, and both are must-have.
I mean, Red Matter was much higher on my initial list, but after discussion, Legendary Tales came down a long way since the last time. But after the discussions, I'm gonna have to go with Legendary Tales. Like, yes. Had so much more fun with it.
Behemoth versus Red Matter.
Red Matter.
Red Matter.
Red Matter.
Agree.
Okay. Arcanage versus Into the Radius. First time Into the Radius has been brought up.
Classic.
So can I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about Into the Radius first, but I want to ask you guys a question. So Into the Radius I've played quite a bit of. I've not got far into the game, and I'm absolutely loving it. And I feel that this is a game that if I had played a lot more of it, it might have ended up much higher on the list, because I just love the hardcore nature of it. Like the inventory, the weapons, the reloading, the tension, the world building. It's just an incredible game. And so I just want to hear what you guys say with it having, because I assume you've all completed the game.
Both.
Yeah. Sorry, did you say you have questions about the hardcore nature of it? I was totally listening.
I wanted to hear you guys speak first about this game because you've completed it.
Yeah, it's hard as balls.
Well, yes, it is hard, but we're constantly being corrected on this, saying that there's difficulty levels that allow it to be as easy or as difficult as you want, as needlessly complicated or as in depth as you want, so don't be scared off of this game just because you've heard that it's really difficult, probably from us, because it's something you should experience no matter what. But the challenge, I think, is part of the fun. I like that. It seems so overwhelming at first, especially if you haven't played something like Ghosts of War yet. And so yeah, I mean, like like running out of ammo in the middle of while being attacked in this game is unlike any other game I've ever played.
Yes.
Because you've either prepared for it, and if you prepared for it, you probably have a magazine that's loaded up with bullets on hand. But if and hopefully you practice reloading your weapon so that it's not going to become an issue, or you're fucked. Like it's one or the other, right? It's either you're prepared for battle or you're not. And if you're not prepared for battle, you are in trouble. And that's why I ended up with this sawed-off shotgun for so much of my time with the game, because it was so easy to reload. I got into the habit of reloading it very quickly. I was able to bring like just a ton of shotgun shells with me, just like a bucket of them, and it was sticking out of my backpack the whole time. It's like you work with what you got and you work with what you know. Because sometimes you're just like, this is working for me right now, and until it doesn't, I'm going to stick with this weapon or this other weapon, right? I did not explore the full breadth of weapons that this game has to offer because I was scared to. I got good at something, and I didn't want to move away from it because I was good at using it.
Yep, I cowered behind a table full of empty magazines so many times to my death because I just hadn't reloaded enough with the bullets.
Into the Radius is an amazing game. It's one of the best single player shooters on the platform. It is hard. You can make it easier, but don't be a pussy. Just stick it out. It's rewarding in the end. It's terrifying. There's a weirdness factor here that we don't see in a lot of games. And while it doesn't have, while the campaign isn't story driven, there's a story that they're telling. And on top of that, this world is terrifying. The things in this world are terrifying. It wants you to die.
Yes.
Which brings a real fear factor to anything that you decide to do. I love it. With that said, I've made no secret how I feel about Arcane Age. I think it's one of the best games on the platform, and it is better than Into the Radius, in my opinion.
I agree with Wes. As much as I love is Into the Radius, and I'm upset about where I put it on my list. God damn it! I hope that these conversations bring it up the list higher. I have to pick Arcane Age. Arcane Age is phenomenal.
AJ.
Oh, this one's tricky, man. First of all, both of these are my babies, and I love both of them equally. They're kind of different though. Like, I really think the big thing that separates them is just kind of, so I personally think Into the Radius is overall the better game. But I do think it is more challenging. It is maybe even less appealing or less accessible to some people. But I don't think that really matters. I think that the style is great for both of them. Yeah, they're both fantastic. But Arcane Age, and I hate to say anything negative about it because I feel like it's perfect, but it does feel a little bit like a chapter 1 to me, while Into the Radius felt like a little bit more like a complete game. So yeah, there's really not much separating these two, but I just feel like, even though I think I don't know, it's tough because I think Arcane Age might be more enjoyable to most people. but I think like in terms of like content and design, like I just feel like Into the Radius goes a little bit farther. What do I think is the better game? I'm gonna say Into the Radius, but that's tough, and no mortal being should ever have to be subjected to having to answer this question.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
hoping
actually.
you were all... Yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say I'm really happy that this game was given some love after launch, because even the things that I complained about in my review, I think that dropped it down to an 8.9 because I was like, it's so close to being so good, right? They fixed that stuff, right? Frame rate's better now. The what's it called? Some of the interactions were a little janky. They're so much better now. So
You know what? No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say Arcanage. I'm gonna say Arcanage. I
So where
just
does that
feel
leave-
like
where does that bring you, Miles?
Well, I was hoping you were all three going to say Arcanage because Into the Radius is super low on my list, lower than I think it should be.
Mhm.
I like from what I've played of it, I've enjoyed the hardcore nature of it. It's so rewarding, even though I'm getting my ass kicked again and again from just like panic reloading and just failing at it. And I'm and you know, every game that we discuss on this list, we're not going to have all played them as much as we'd like to. And this is a game that I definitely feel deserves a lot more time from me. But Arcanage was much higher on my list anyway. Like that is a game that I've been enjoying in a different way. And I think overall probably has much more wider appeal and stuff. So I'm happy to side with Arcanage on this.
Cool. Well, then let's fucking give it to Arcanage. Oh my god, I don't even know where my windows are anymore.
yeah, it's the polish, man. The polish is the thing. Like it's so visually stunning,
Mhm.
and the gameplay is so good. I mean, the gameplay in Into the Radius is really great as well, but little bit less polished visually, especially. But yeah,
Is
it's a tough one.
The sequel's good, right? From what you've played so far, have any of you played number
I've
2?
not played.
Yeah, the sequel's good.
Is it a
It's
good step up?
it's an incremental step up. It's very early access right now. It's a work in progress. It's much better than the early access version of the first one
Right.
was.
Gotcha.
It was a train wreck, like terrible, bad. Like, I would have never gone back into that game had my certain community members convinced me to give it a second, third, and fourth chance before
Right.
it finally became good. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, the next
which
one, I know what I'm voting for here.
Let's go.
It says Tetris Effect or Into the Radius. My vote is Tetris Effect. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, let's knock this one out fast. Into the Radius.
The Radius.
I'm sorry, Miles.
No, don't be.
I want to side with you here, but Into the Radius.
All right, might start
I'll be
getting a little
happy
bit
if
more.
Tetris Effect ends up in the top 25 at all.
Might start getting a little. Oh, yeah, I don't think you're gonna be very happy.
I know, yeah.
We're all gonna leave here very unhappy, including the 239 people watching currently. Synapse versus Madison VR.
Madison
For me as well, no question.
Synapse definitely, obviously is a little bit better polished, better VR implementation, but I think just as a game overall,
Yeah,
and fun and content and experience, yeah, as great as Synapse is in some ways, like Madison is just like, again, that's a top 10 game for me.
Madison VR takes advantage of eye tracking in different ways, like jump scares. The jump scares happen where your eyes are looking. If that's not that, cool as fuck, I don't know what is.
Gosh, yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, again, although I've not completed Madison and I'm very familiar with the story and obviously speaking with you guys on the spoiler cast and stuff, like Madison is no doubt feels like a more fully rounded experience. Like, although Synapse did have its own story, it was the roguelite sort of aspect to it, whereas Madison is one of the better told and written horror stories, I think, for a VR game. And there's like collectibles if you want for additional stuff, but like the immersion of everything, I'm probably going to go with Madison on this one.
I agree. By a hair, not by much, but Madison again is a genre-defining game and one of the most immersive experiences I've had in VR. So
Scariest games ever made. I've lost track of
For
our
real.
bracket a little bit, Brian. Like I don't know what's in one. Like I've
Don't-
got 1 through 5. I don't know what's in 6 through 10.
that's where
That's
we're
what
at.
now.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't you worry about a thing, young man. You just sit there and I'll take care of everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've still got a ways to go before the next bracket is completed.
Gosh.
But hopefully we've talked about a lot of these games and hopefully we'll be able to move along a little bit faster. Which brings us to Synapse versus Demio and Demio battles. I'm going Demio.
Oh,
Synapse.
Oh man, Synapse.
AJ, just say Synapse so we can move along. This is the time.
I have
part
these-
of the show where I
these
just
are-
go. I don't care anymore. We've been
these
here
are-
for 5 hours.
I know this is. I have these right next to each other. They're number 20 and 21. Demio is number 20. Synapse is number 21.
Want me to put it to the chat?
I'm gonna say Demio. Let's put it to the chat.
All right, tell us.
Because I just, even though I
Leap.
expect Synapse to win this, but I don't know. A part of me, a little piece of my heart says Demio is better, but I
All
don't know.
right, you guys, decide for us.
Looper in the chat says if only someone gave you a way to do this all under 4 hours.
Yeah. I still thought this is the way he suggested it. I was so lost when I woke up today and I saw Looper's instructions. I was like, I don't think we've ever done it this way before. And he goes, No, that's the way you did it last time. And I was like, I don't think so. and then I was like, so wait, we don't do Pub Meeple? He's like, no, Pub Meeple's the second part of it. And I was like, I'm so confused.
So should we start again and do it the way Leaper told us to?
Yeah, apparently it only take about another 4 hours, which might still
Which would be
shorter
quicker.
than continuing down this path. All right. Well, 54 votes. Let's see what the votes say. We've got Synapse by a mile. All right, you guys, you chose it.
Man, Horizon really got a lot of extra time to take the lead at the end there, didn't it?
Speaking of
For that-
Horizon,
for that
Horizon
last one.
Horizon versus Demio in Demio battles.
Demio.
Demio.
Horizon.
I'm going. I'm going Demio.
Horizon versus Walkaboot.
Horizon.
Team Miles.
Walkabout.
Hashtag
Walkabout.
Team Miles walkabout.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
All right, we got Arcanage versus
Yes,
Legendary
that just
Tales.
happened, Miles.
That-
Legendary Tales.
Two titans.
Arcanage.
Oof. Oh, it's so tough.
Yeah, Legendary Tales. Like I know there's a lot of comparisons with these games because the way the combat is. You know, both have like really good physics based combat. I just think our Legendary Tales just does. You know, like it delivers the dark fantasy RPG that we need. Like it's the full length. Like I said, it's like 70 hour. It's 30, 40 hours long. But you can put like 300, 400 hours into it. It's a real RPG. I love Arcanage. It obviously visually it looks a little bit more like stunning. But it's not always about graphics, Nick. It's about, I don't know, everything. And I love that Legendary Tales delivers a Diablo / Souls experience where you can you could power bomb a skeleton through a table and it breaks. The physics are just awesome. The interactive environment stuff is awesome. The loot, I think the loot definitely wins with Legendary Tales.
Yeah.
I don't think anything can beat Legendary Tales in terms of loot and skill tree. I don't even think like that defeats flat games in
I'm going
terms of
Tales.
loot and skill tree.
Legendary Tales. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of freedom in Arcanage, which is nice, but
Yes.
but man, Legendary Tales just takes it to another level, and we're going Legendary Tales. Arcanage versus Red Matter.
Oh, fuck! This is getting hard.
Is it?
So many of these conversations
yeah,
have
it's like-
switched how I feel about this stuff. I'm gonna be going with Arcanage.
Same.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Sorry.
Red Matter.
Already.
I love that you're struggling so hard, and you're like, I don't even remember which two games are in
My brain hurts.
contest.
We've been here a long time.
Yeah, for real.
Shit,
My
this is another
buttons.
one that I have right next to each other. You know, I had Red Matter above Arcanage. I'm gonna give it
Same.
to Arcanage here.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice and easy. Red Matter versus Into the Radius. Oh, shit, I don't
Red
even know
Matter.
where I put these on the
Ah,
list.
jeez, it just gets harder.
Yeah, it does. This
I'm
is
gonna go Red
really
Matter.
difficult.
I'm gonna go Red Matter. Yeah, like I don't know, because they're very different. Like if it's weird because different scenarios, I would recommend each game above the other. Like if it was somebody that I wanted to just jump into VR for the first time, I put them in Red Matter. If it was somebody looking for like, you know, a really hardcore shooter, obviously I put them in like Into the Radius.
I feel like I used to like Red Matter more before this stream. What happened? Like throughout the course of this stream, I started liking the Red Matter games less somehow. What have you guys done to me? I think Red Matter's like 10 on my list. And
Yeah, it
Into
was
the
10 on
Radius
mine,
is
too.
16. And I still want to say Into the Radius for some reason.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Into the Radius.
So it's a poll.
I'll say
then, I
Into
think.
the Radius.
Okay, never mind.
All right, I guess that takes care of it.
Cool.
Red Matter versus Tetris Effect. Now I can say Red Matter confidently.
I say the same.
Red Matter.
Red Matter.
Red Matter.
It's very curious what we think of Tetris Effect. Tetris Effect versus Behemoth.
I'd say
Tetris
Tetris Effect.
I say Behemoth.
I've changed on
s-
Behemoth. I don't even think I don't even think like at this point I've kind of changed. I've changed on Behemoth. I haven't had a good experience with it. Maybe some people will, but I have overall, even after patches, like before patches, after patches, I've had a rough go with it.
I'm
Brian.
listen. I was just saying neither one are on my list, so it's tough for me to say. But I did just play Tetris Effect, and I was like, "This is beautiful. It's amazing. You can't make my list." But you know what? I got to say Tetris Effect because I love it. So what a weird vote.
I love you guys.
Legendary Tales versus Madison.
Legendary Tales.
Madison.
I'm just gonna say what
Like,
everyone else says.
The VR implementation, the systems, so many systems.
Fuck, man.
Love
If
Say
I was,
Legendary
I know,
Tales.
I know
Say
this isn't the.
Legendary Tales.
I was going to say
Legendary
something.
Tales. Say Legendary Tales.
I was gonna say-
Don't do that, bro.
Okay. Don't say Legendary Tales.
No, no, Legendary Tales because I had it one above Madison. That'll help me decide. Yeah, Legendary
Woo!
Tales.
Legendary Tales. All right.
That's a close one.
Arcanage.
Though. That's a close one.
Yeah, for sure. These are all so good. Arcanage versus Madison.
Oh, why does this hurt so bad?
Yeah, this is rough.
Arcanage is a better game, but
But yeah, what?
what do you think?
Oh,
I had Madison, so I'm going to go with Madison.
I'm curious what Wes is going to say.
I know what Wes is
I
gonna
already
say.
said it. Yeah, I
Oh, did you
already
say
said
it?
it. Arcanage. Yeah.
Arcanage.
I'm
I
going.
do
I'm going Arcanage because I love Madison and it needs to be higher on the list than I put it. But this not in this particular case. These two
Yeah.
games, Arcanage.
I think Arcanage does some things better than Madison, obviously, but I think just as a full, complete game, I think Madison is better.
Wait, so we have 2 versus 2? Who said Madison?
I said Arcanage. You
Oh.
said Arcanage. Wes said
It's
Arcanage.
three.
Okay.
3 versus
Yeah,
1.
it's 3-1.
I sorry, with too many votes.
That's okay.
can't-
I love Arcanage as well. I'm cool with
Madison versus Into the Radius.
that.
Madison.
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 Okay, doesn't matter.
Okay. Into the Radius versus Synapse. Into the Radius.
Into the Radius.
Synapse.
Synapse.
Okay, chat, get ready. Here we go.
I'm gonna get a drink of water while that happens.
Let's see. Let's see
Yeah,
what the
I gotta-
chat says. I'll be curious.
I gotta brew another 3 pots of coffee. God, I couldn't even remember what we were. Tell us what you think. Into the Radius versus I'm spelling mistakes and all. Synapse. Wow. Yeah, not even a question in my brain. Not even a question. You tell us,
between
chat.
these two.
I don't think there's a question. I think Synapse is, missing so much. Again, an amazing experience.
What is the better
Everyone should play
game?
it. No question about that. Except when it comes down to like, feeling like a full-fledged game that they didn't deliver. Dude, like, I mean,
Well, the thing is, the things
last
that
level is such a fuck you to every gamer. It's like, oh, here's 400 steps to climb, and we're just gonna keep throwing enemies at you because we didn't have time in our 9-month dev cycle to create a final boss for you.
the cool
just
things
feels like
about
such a fuck you. It's like, oh, then by the way, do that 3 times. Like,
yeah,
okay,
no.
whoa,
Like the things that Synapse does well, it like I think it does do better than Into the Radius, like presentation, and which Into the Radius is no slouch there either. Like it has a wonderful presentation. But Synapse is just next level in terms of that and some of the technical things it does. But yeah, it gets absolutely, in my opinion, Into the Radius absolutely trounces Synapse because of just what is the better game, period. Into the Radius.
Into the Radius takes it. Thank you, chat. 40, whatever it was, 56%. I don't know, but it's Into the Radius. Thank you. Red Matter versus Synapse.
Synapse.
Red Matter.
Red Matter.
Jesus Christ. Red Matter.
Synapse versus Tetris Effect.
Synapse.
Synapse.
Yeah, but Tetris Effect for me. But I am happy with both.
I'm gonna let the chat decide. I'm gonna say Tetris.
Wait, is Synapse on your list, AJ?
Yeah, but it's like low.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's allowed to do that.
that's fine. And while we let the chat decide, I can figure out where these bugs are coming from. It's
What
like, is there rotting fruit in here? And I didn't even know it. Like, there's bugs appearing. Like,
I think Synapse will win. But I just wanted to
okay, fine.
give Miles some props.
I'll read some tips while we're doing this.
Yeah, that's actually tips time.
Synapse versus.
Don't ever say I never did anything for you, Miles.
The last tip was release the Madison files. That's been a demand for ages, and just like the government, we're ignoring the calls for releasing the files.
Listen, if there's any credible Madison files, we'll release them.
What files?
If there's any credible ones. Thank you, Prozac, for the $2 tip. We appreciate you. GC13 the Diet Pepsi Cat with a $25 says, I really love the spoiler streams. I'm still hoping Brian will do. You can hold me though. That's fine too. I need some
Hold me.
I haven't snuggled in a while. I'm really hoping that Brian will do Let's Plays again, even if they are retro games. Love all your content, Parole Board. Amazing talent here. The 4 of you and this chat is the best. Indeed, the chat is keeping us entertained while we're trying to keep you entertained. Guys, while we've got a little bit of a lull here while we wait for everyone to vote, make sure if you're not already subscribed to Miles at youtube.com/Miles or AJ over at The Underground or Wes and his PC friends, not just PC friends, PSVR2, Quest, all those friends, at Virtual Strangers. All those links are in the description below. Make sure you go and subscribe to all of these guys. Their content is awesome. When I'm slacking, they definitely pick up the slack. And while you're at it, click on the link to join our Discord. Come hang out. It's free to join, man. Come hang out. It's good times.
Into Radius.
I'm calling it. Synapse has it. Synapse has it.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, 55% Synapse. Yeah,
All right.
and Synapse, which splits the vote, right?
That's it. All right. Thank you, everyone, for voting and helping us out. Synapse it is. Tetris Effect versus Demio and Demio battles.
Tetris Effect for me.
Demio.
We'll go Demio.
Yeah, I personally like Tetris Effect more, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Demio.
Demio.
Both awesome.
Tetris
Get both
Effect
of them.
versus Walkabout.
Walkabout.
What versus Walkabout?
Tetris Effect
Tetris.
versus Walkabout.
Uh,
Bum, 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 bum.
what did you say, Moss?
I said Walkabout.
really care.
But just pretend you did care.
Are we
If you
getting to
did
that
care.
point? Do we need to?
Can
do
I-
we need to wrap up part one?
Can I just not care?
If you guys, we can pause this at any point. You know, I'm fine if we go all night, but I don't think I want that for any of you guys.
I think what?
I'm up for doing one more bracket after this. At least. We'll see how we do.
Well, the next bracket is all of them. We're putting dumping.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
yeah.
Whoa.
Right. But again, I think we're going to be able to rapid fire stuff.
Yes.
More the further we get.
Yeah.
And we don't need to go in depth about like a lot games that are going to fall like below, number 15.
I agree. And for what it's worth, I've got Tetris here easily.
Okay. 2 Tetris. Oh no, sorry. I was Walkabout. 1 Walkabout, 1 Tetris. I'm getting confused now.
AJ, Tetris or Walkabout?
Walkabout.
Oh, well, look at that. My fire alarm's going off.
It's probably a false alarm.
I'm gonna turn my volume down here.
Chad had to help me answer that one because I don't think I could have. But I did include Walkabout because even though I love the gameplay of Walkabout, the visuals still bother me a little bit. Like I don't like the art style of it. If they would just upgrade the graphics of that game, it'd be like no contest almost. Like it'd be like a top 5 game. Yeah, just gonna go Walkabout. The gameplay is so good, but man, I do love Tetris as well.
Well, we're gonna find out how much you love Tetris Effect because Tetris Effect versus Horizon Call of the Mountain. I'm going with Horizon.
Tetris Effect. Absolutely Tetris Effect.
Tetris.
Yes, let's have the oldest fucking game in the world beat Horizon Call of the Mountain.
All right, I'll put the chat.
Epic win. I don't listen to everyone who loves Horizon Call of the Mountain. I'm just I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. Like I think it's terrible. You're allowed to like it. I'm not judging you for liking it. Okay, I get it. There's lots of really nice things about it. Like I said, I love the graphics of it. I just think it is a terrible, disappointing game and a failure. There's so many bad things about it. So, meanwhile, Tetris Effect is awesome and fun.
Wait, is that the Michael Jackson version you put there, Brian? Horizon Call of Mountain.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going for.
That's it. That's what I thought. How's the fire going?
I mean, I'm not dead yet, so far so good.
It's amazing to me though. Like, I was playing the boat ride in Horizon last night. I'm like, man, this fucking boat ride's boring. Like everything about the game is so boring. It looks beautiful, man. It looks beautiful. It's gorgeous, like stunning, jaw to the floor, gorgeous. But fuck, it's so boring.
AJ, the chat disagrees with you. 63% of them have gone with Horizon
that's
Call
okay.
of the Mountain. Let's fucking
Totally fine.
go. How annoying is this sound? Can you guys hear it very clearly?
Wait, is this? Does this
let's
mean
have
that,
a poll. Let's have a poll on how annoying it is.
Does this mean that Horizon is making it into the top? Is it the 15 right now?
Don't you worry about a thing, young man.
I want to know
you
where
just sit back
Horizon
and
is landing.
answer
If
questions?
Horizon lands top 10,
My God.
I'm gonna jump out my window.
No, it definitely does not mean that. And what we've been doing right here is we took 2 from the top, from the first bracket and put them into the second bracket, which already had about 10 games in it. So now we've got about 12 games fighting it out for 5 spots. So no,
Okay.
it definitely does not mean that.
Okay.
Tetris Effect versus Moss Book 1 and 2.
Moss, baby.
Tetris.
Moss.
Moss is so quality, man. I mean,
Wes,
Tetris is too.
Wes, I don't think I heard you over the fire alarm.
Moss.
Thank
Definitely
you. Moss it is. Thank you.
It must
Okay,
be must.
We did it, you guys. Which gives us a list here. This is a mess.
By the way, Brian, I just want to shout you out real quick and tell you that I appreciate you for always saying sirens on my end. Because yesterday I was listening to you and Miles on Gamescast, great show by the way, and I was driving, and I heard this violent alarm, and I got really scared. I was like looking around. I was like, "Holy shit, where's that coming from?" And then I heard you say sirens on my end, and I was like, "Oh man!" So it is appreciated that you say that constantly when you do, because it literally sounded like a police car was like gunning toward me.
Okay, let's see here. I gotta bring the tier maker list up here.
Smash Fuller, I would love a Snickers bar. I haven't had a Snickers bar in forever. They're pretty good. How close is Halloween? That's probably when I'll have one.
Okay, let's see what we're looking at. Why isn't the tier maker showing up? What is happening right now? Where's tier maker?
Let's see who's number one in the chat leaderboard. See who we got here. Oh, it's Tiff with 4,200 XP. Absolutely way ahead of everyone else. Super Nintendo, second place with 1,150 XP. And in third place, Carver with 925 XP. There we go.
Melaya Vasuta, your face needs a Snickers bar.
Whoa.
Wow.
Just
Wow.
kidding.
Okay, I don't know why I just had to do that this way, but here we are. We're bringing tier maker up again. We got ads all over the place. Just ignore those. Holy crap! What a mess this is.
Actually, the truth is nobody needs a Snickers bar because it's terrible for you.
Yeah, let's try it this way.
I thought it was one of your five a day.
Eat some sautéed zucchini.
When did you get so old?
Last 5 years doing this with you.
Yeah, I do have that effect on people for sure.
Yeah.
We've all
Plague
aged
Dread.
about 5 years
Plague-
just today.
Played Dread Halls
No.
for 2 years straight every Saturday. Definitely
We do a
took
live-
about 10 years off
You
my
do-
life.
Well, you do a live stream, and then before you know it, it feels like it's been 6 hours. You know.
Right. Okay. Okay. So number 6 is going to be Legendary Tales.
Okay.
Number 7 is going to be Arcanage. Number 8 is Madison VR. 9 is Into the Radius, followed by Red Matter series at number 10. Guys, we've gotten 10 spots done. We're so close to the end.
Wow.
Almost halfway there. Just minutes away.
Whoa. Okay, oh my god, this alarm is going to drive me up the wall. I can't even think straight.
As long as you're not smelling smoke.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's
Sure, it's
stopped.
fine.
Oh,
It's
there
fine.
it is.
No. Oh no, it has not
It was-
stopped.
yeah, that was just the noise canceling.
Okay, yeah, good thing the noise canceling is doing something.
That is a pretty damn good top 10.
All right, I think the top 10 is looking really good. Now, so I mean, are you guys okay with for the rest of this? Because I mean, listen, as much as I appreciate, everybody's wanting us to go in depth on it, all of these games, and pick them apart and do all that. We're gonna be here for another 6 hours if we try to do that with the rest of the games on this list. There's a lot that we haven't talked about, and there's a couple that we are gonna want to stop and be like, hey, we need to talk about these. But for the most part, I think even if they're games we haven't talked much about, we do need to rapid fire quite a bit of this conversation.
Yeah, there's going to be some, especially the ones that we uniquely brought into the fold. We need to be able to, plead its case. I want to give them the chance. I want to have the chance. So other than that, I'm fine with just the faster head-to-head.
Good. I'm hearing people leave their apartments en masse. So, guys, I just want to say, in
You
case
want to go
this is
check on
the
that real quick?
No, it's good.
Yeah.
In case it's the last time I see you guys, you guys here and everyone out there, I just want to let you know it's been a pleasure, and this is how I've always envisioned going out. So let's go.
Brian, was Kill It With Fire on your list?
Kill myself with fire.
Yeah, I Brian, this isn't life and death, man. You can go check on it real
Go
quick.
check.
And just make sure it's fine.
We're good.
Fucking video games.
I don't smell smoke, but my eyes feel like they're drying out from
Okay, hit the screen.
Okay, let's see. Tetris Effect is still in consideration here. Ghost of Tabor is going to be on here. We got Alien, Rogue Incursion. We got Ancient
I'm gonna
Dungeon.
step
Why is-
away for just a minute.
Okay.
I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
Time.
I really want Brian you to go check.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
You guys
And Brian,
take a break. I got work
go
to do.
check on that.
The chat is asking as well. We want you to check.
Listen, if we weren't doing this, I still wouldn't leave. I'll make you feel better, right?
Oh my goodness.
I got a bottle of vodka in the freezer. If things get real bad,
Got a bottle of vodka and a pack of cigarettes for the end of the world.
yeah, right. You know, just it's like that whole break glass in case of emergency thing.
Just want to say a massive shout out to all the Game Cats who are still with us, or those that have just joined us. Hope you are doing good and having a
And
wonderful
all those who have
Saturday.
unsubscribed because they're like, "What did I sign up for? This is ridiculous." Shout out to those guys too.
Yep. Do hit the like button if you haven't already. We just need 80 of you to hit the like button, and then we will match the number of people who are watching live right now.
Sun series. I can't spell.
Miles, you gonna watch? Have you watched Twisted Metal at all?
No. What's it streaming on?
Peacock.
Man, what is? I wonder what that translates to because we don't have it. Is it Peacock a part of?
I don't
Not
think
Hulu.
it's part of Amazon.
Oh, is it,
Yeah.
is it not?
It's
Hulu's the
NBC.
one.
It's NBC's streaming channel.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Twisted Metal Show UK streaming. It is on Amazon.
Oh, it's on.
Oh,
Amazon
and
TV?
it's on Apple TV and Paramount Plus. Okay,
No.
I got Paramount Plus because I've been using it for watching Dexter. New
Oh, I
Dexter.
watched episode 4 of was it 4? Whatever the most recent one of Resurrection
Yeah,
is.
I'm like a third of the way through it at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
thing.
it's good, man. I really feel like there's a lot of love put into Resurrection. I feel like they're really taking a lot of care to make sure that they give the series the respect it deserves.
That's awesome.
All right.
Aces did not just stealth drop Emily Baxter.
Okay, there we go. So we got 28, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. It's over.
Is it? I can still hear it.
I
For
can
me.
feel it too. It is hazy in here, though. That is. Good thing I didn't open the door. Good thing I didn't open the door and let all the smoke in. Okay. So we have.
Did you hear
28
about the
minutes left.
fire at the circus? It was intense.
Oh,
Intense, like a circus fire.
Miles wins.
It was very
Vitality.
intense. Vitality. That is great. Should get a show.
All
of
right, guys.
that.
So we have 28 games, but only 15 slots left.
Wow.
28
Okay.
games, 15 slots. We can do this.
Yep. All right. So let's see here. I got to get back.
Ancient
over here.
Dungeon Hell Sleeper Bundle? Huh? Anyone?
All right, you guys. Arizona Sunshine versus Moss Book 1 and 2.
Moss.
Moss. Now, can I just say, all I want to say on this was Arizona Sunshine. I
Oh,
was
good.
going to be putting in my list, and then I thought I'm going to put Metro, even though it's a different game. I wanted to put one of their games in there. I prefer the remake to Arizona Sunshine 2 as well, but I'm going with Moss.
Yeah. Me too.
Listen, yeah, I do want to point out one thing real quick is that in my review for Metro, I almost put this is the best Arizona Sunshine game yet, right? Because it feels like one, but like with deeper mechanics and more stuff to do, and that's how I feel about it. It really does feel like an evolved version of Arizona Sunshine. That's why it's on my list, and the Arizona Sunshine games are not.
I never
Okay.
really got that comparison. You made that comparison a lot. I never saw it. But hey. They're both
Okay.
Vertigo games. So,
But we're good with Metro. Not good with Metro. We're good with Moss. Is that what we decided?
Us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Subside versus Tetris Effect. I want to say very quickly. I love Subside. It is like a top 10 game for me. I don't know if it made it in my top 10 list. It's just one of the. I love exploration, and there's so much exploration in Subside, and practically photorealistic. Just like really shows you how good games can look on PSVR 2, and I know people will call it an experience. I don't care. I absolutely love this game.
I will just say to this, Tetris Effect was higher on my list. Subside was on my list. Was Subside on anyone else's list, or was it just mine? Was it on yours, Brian?
I think both of ours.
Yeah. All I'm going to say is when I can tell a lot from a game from how long I play it when I do a Let's Play. I aim to do an hour. I'll do a bit under. If it's a really terrible game, I'll play like 90 minutes if it's pretty good. I think Subside, when I first live streamed it, I was on my knees on a pillow on the floor to help me with the immersion. I played like 2.5 hours of it, and like I'm just surprised how much I've played of like, I know it's a collectathon, but like there are upgrades, there is a progression system, and I don't know what it is. This game, obviously, other than it looking completely stunning, I just find it completely mesmerizing. So I am going to vote Tetris Effect, but that is why Subside is also on my top 25 list.
Oh
Love
man,
both of these. What?
I just felt I felt like Miles was gonna go with Subside. I feel like he was teasing. All right.
No, it's just so I don't have to talk about it again later. But yeah.
Yep. Fire engines on my end. They're coming to put out the fire.
Honestly, I don't know if either one of these is going to make it at the end. And
Yep.
this is a pretty tough one because I really like both of these a lot. What is a better game? Tetris.
It is. That's true.
But I get the whole I get the love for Subside, and I love it too. I think it's great. I'd love to see them expand upon it.
Sorry,
All right, so-
Headbite's comment in the
cool.
chat cracked me up.
So you guys, everyone saying Tetris Effect, but me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Moving on. We got Zombie Army versus Metro Awakening. Metro.
Metro.
Metro. Both of these were super low. Actually, no, one of them was on my list and it was super low. Sorry, Metro.
Yeah, I think
Metro
Wes was
was
the only one
kinda-
with Zombie Army on his list.
Metro's like middle for me. It's like one of the king of the 8s. It's like the king of the 8 out of 10s.
Synapse versus Behemoth.
Synapse.
Yeah. Synapse.
Oh,
Synapse. Don't worry.
We've
VJ,
already
you don't
voted on
have to
this.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I know, but now
Perfect.
when you put those two together, now I'm like, I feel something change when you put those two together.
vote. Oh, understandable. That's why
Yeah.
we do it this way. Demio and Demio battles versus Maestro. AJ, were you the only one with Maestro on your list, or did anybody else have it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the only one with Maestro. Maestro's freaking fantastic. I think it's one of the coolest, most creative VR games. That being said, like, yeah, it's that 25 spot of mine was a little suspect because it was literally like changing constantly, and I don't know. I originally had Maestro, and then I changed it to Res Infinite, and then I put it back. Really, my top 25 spot, my 25th spot is like insert any rhythm game here, either Maestro or Res Infinite or hell, even Smash Drums. Like we didn't even give Smash Drums a nod today, which I meant to. Shit, what was it? I'm sorry, what versus Maestro?
Demio.
Fuck.
Demio gets my vote.
As it does mine.
As
Yeah,
it
I'm
does mine.
Yeah.
Excellent. Star
I do
Wars
love
Tales
Maestro,
from the
though.
Galaxy's Edge versus Pavlov.
I'll just quickly
Pavlov.
say on this, Star Wars was my 25th.
Yeah.
I felt like it had to go on there somewhere. I have very mixed feelings about the Star Wars game. It's amazing being in that world. It's not a very consistent game. It's amazing at its highs, and it's all right at its lows. Pavlov didn't make my list, and it didn't make my list last time, and I always regret it because Pavlov is some of the best mechanics when it comes to shooting. It's so effing good, but it is a sandbox without any progression system or anything you're grinding for, which I wish it would have. And there are just a lot of other shooters on my top 25 list that I feel scratch that itch. So I would be really stoked if Pavlov made it on the list. But yeah, out of these two, I am going to say, oh shit, man, I'm actually going to go Pavlov, even though Pavlov wasn't on my list and Star Wars was my
Interesting.
25th. Yeah,
It
yeah.
happens. It definitely happens.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever laughed as hard as anything at playing as much as I did when playing Pavlov multiplayer with different people. Like TTT was super funny, but also the hidden object game, the Counter-Strike, even just the regular modes like Counter-Strike, Team Deathmatch. Like I laughed so hard with the people I was playing with. So
good.
You know, you do have a little bit of the navigating the shitty shitty user base that tends to, you know, occupy a lot of these competitive first person shooter games, but can't judge the game. That's not the game's fault. That's, you know, for individuals, you know, people issues that you run into. Game is still very active and still super fun. And yeah, I love the different modes, dude. Yeah. And the biggest critique of Pavlov, besides like, you know, really no matchmaking or whatever, not really good matchmaking, is yes, there's no progression system, but it's not really. That's usually 9 times out of 10 that would be a deal breaker for me. That is not the case here because it's just so much fun. Like Alvo had a progression system, yet I found myself playing Pavlov way more. Like,
but if Pavlov had a progression system, it would become an exceptional game. Like this would then become like a definite like top 15 contender for me every time.
Yep.
There is no without Alvo. There is no Pavlov.
Mm-hmm.
But is Alvo better than Pavlov?
No, I'm just the letters aren't there to spell Pavlov. If you
I can't believe I took that at face value to begin with.
I
Okay.
can't believe I missed that one. That's amazing. So what's your vote?
Yeah, what is your vote, Wes?
I really have no preference on this. I mean, I like the Star Wars game a little more, but I recognize Pavlov for what it is and its popularity and what it does well. So I'm honestly, I have no opinion here. So if you guys want to just vote, I'll abstain.
I think.
What'd you think?
The three. I thought
I haven't voted. I haven't voted.
Okay.
Did you guys both say Pavlov?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote Pavlov as well. It's always been really high on like the other list. It didn't make my list this time, but you know I think it deserves some credit. I love Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, but Pavlov, really good.
Star Wars is okay. Star Wars it's not bad. I just don't think it's like best territory, but it's very good.
All right, you guys, this is where we stop being friends.
Okay.
We got Phasmophobia versus Hellsweeper VR.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
Because I'm going Phasmophobia all the way. It's like
I know you are.
Replayable. They keep adding to it.
It's
love
so
ghost hunting.
janky. It's so janky. You know it's not janky? It's Hellsweeper. No, look, this is the thing. Hellsweeper, what I've discovered recently about Hellsweeper, which I should have discovered a long time ago, and really, Hellsweeper is one of those games where it's like, if you sleep on this one, it's going to be a big mistake. What you can do in this game has been mind-opening to me. The fact that it has this Devil May Cry aesthetic. I mean, the best part is, of course, is getting better at it and chaining these combos together. And the more you play, the better it gets because the more you're able to pull off these amazing combos. And it's insane. But I just think that the reason I've been really pushing so hard for Hellsweeper lately is because, first of all, it's super polished and super quality now. But being able to perform Matrix-like moves in VR is something I think everybody needs to experience.
Yes.
I think that's one of the reasons you should have a VR headset, is to be able to do things like that.
Running walls.
Dude, yeah, the wall running, flipping over, and once you really get good at like slowing down time and just like the stuff I was doing the other day, like in slow motion, doing like a cartwheel somersault in midair while throwing chakrams and slicing demons in half. Also the whatchamacallit, where you can like pick people apart, kind of like in the dismemberment system. The dismemberment, and I think the dismemberment and the combat is really underrated in this, but it has the best locomotion system. Nobody would, I think, argue against that. Hellsweeper has the best locomotion of any VR game ever made. Does anybody argue that? Because I would love to hear it. I don't know. But in my opinion, it's Hellsweeper. Nobody does
Down and
locomotion like they do. Down and out.
The click
But
turning cycling is unmatched.
The combat is also completely underrated, and man, it is a wonderful experience. And the fact that they got you able to have bullet time with multiple people in multiplayer makes absolutely zero sense. But that is like technical wizardry right there. That my mind can't even comprehend, man. Phasmophobia, by the way, it was on my last list. It wasn't on this one because the last couple times I played it. Listen, I love Phasmophobia. I think it's incredibly fun, and I think it should make the end of this list somewhere. But it was the experience the last couple of times I played. It was so janky, and it was the frame rate issues were terrible. The bugs were really bad. It was so janky. Despite all these things, I still had fun. But because of those things, which is the better game to me, it's Hellsweeper because of the polish, the fun factor, the gameplay, without all the issues, performance issues or everything. But I love both of these games. They're both awesome, amazing games. And I do think Phasmophobia should end up on this list if it can somewhere. But Hellsweeper, dude, after giving it the time that it finally deserves, my mind has been open. And that's why I'm here jumping up and down about it, telling you like how amazing it really is.
So what are our votes?
Hellsweeper.
Man.
Hellsweeper.
All I'm going to quickly say is Hellsweeper, I've just had a really rough time with it from the very beginning. I mean, it was very rough at the start. I said it was like looking through treacle. And then I know
I wanted to tell you to play it. I wanted to tell you to play it before this, but
I did.
You were so busy. Okay, good. Awesome.
Yeah. I know it is massive improvement. I didn't get to play it enough to try because I used to have crashes. I never completed a full run until recently.
Yeah.
And I love it. And all the mechanics are just great. Like the way that you can use weapons, swords, the way they reload in the air. Absolutely excellent. Phasmophobia, I'm having so much fun. But when I think about the fundamentals of like what they are as games, I still think Phasmo has a way to go. And I do think Hellsweeper just offers something that's a lot more VRAF. I don't actually find Phasmophobia that scary to play, which surprised me.
Wow. Did you play it by yourself?
No, I haven't, which would probably change the
that
dynamics
changes
quite a lot. But
everything.
yeah.
It changes everything.
But I do love playing multiplayer. I love the hilarity of jump scares and stuff like that. So Hellsweeper is going to get my vote. None of these were on my top 25, but I wish both of them were because they're both excellent games. But Hellsweeper is going to be mine.
All right, you guys. Hellsweeper not only took the vote here with us, but swept the chat as well. So everyone's on the side of Hellsweeper. Let's go. We got the Dark Pictures Switchback VR versus Puzzling Places.
Ooh.
Neither one are on my list. Puzzling Places, I think I give a 9 to, and it's an even better on the PSVR 2. Switchback, it's good. It's not great. I'd go Puzzling Places.
Man, I love Switchback so much, and it's come such a long way. But Puzzling Places is something that I think is always underrated because of what it offers. It's an example, shows you of something that can be enhanced by putting it into VR. Again, just with casual players that I've recommended it to and seeing them doing it, they're like, oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever done. Obviously, there's a lot more VR games for them to play. And Puzzling Places is something they just keep adding content to. They keep doing patches to upgrade the quality. They have co-op mode now and everything there. But Switchback, I love it. If it maintained the quality of like the opening levels all the way through, I would definitely put Switchback first. I don't think it sticks all the way through. Obviously, I love Rush of Blood and wish that came across. So Puzzling Places gets my vote, but I understand the arguments for Switchback.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Oh, good, Beth.
No, just go ahead.
No, please. Make the case for Switchback here.
No, I love Switchback. I think this game's been underrated from day one. I think a lot of that had to do with nostalgia for Rush of Blood,
Right.
which which of course, we always remember games better than they are. Not to say that Rush of Blood's not great. It absolutely is great, but I think that the expectations for Switchback were to the moon and uh, pretty impossible to meet. I think for what's here, I think that this is a solid sequel to Rush of Blood, which was one of my favorite games from the first generation. Um, I think obviously they could have done more. They obviously, like, you can always do more. I think that they could have implemented the eye tracking much better. Um, the don't blink sections were
Right.
kind of stupid because you had to blink to move on in some cases.
Horde mode fixed
Um,
that a little.
but I love the kind of variety that they give you with regard to your run. Like, it isn't
Mhm.
completely linear. Like, there are plenty of opportunities to go left or right, or to this level or that level, and which means that, unlike Rush of Blood, you can play through this game multiple times and take a different route. Um, I liked the environments much more than you guys seem to. Even the later level ones, I thought were pretty awesome, and especially after the upgrade, the visual upgrade patch that it got. I feel like that patch not only made a noticeable difference with the game aesthetically, which it looked good before, it looked better after the
Yes.
upgrade. And a little known thing that a lot of people didn't notice is that the gameplay got better after the patch as well, because they had enabled some form of aim assist in the game originally, which nerfed a lot of the gameplay. You didn't have to aim perfectly to hit your target. And when they updated the game, they very quietly um, took that out, and then the game became much more honest and challenging. Um, but it had some nice big moments, some scary moments, and some just overall cool stuff to look at. Uh, and the same formula that made Rush of Blood what it was, a classic. So I love this game. I never thought that it got its just due from day one, and it pains me that so many people write it off these days.
I think a lot of that is very well said. I think that this is heavily underrated, especially in the form that it is now. Like, they really worked on it, and they said we're not gonna do the patch until it's fully updated, and it just made leaps and bounds. Just to be clear on my criticism, I actually like the environments all the way through the game. I think for me it's more of a pacing thing, and I understand that this shouldn't be compared to Rush of Blood, but like,
I think
this is
that's
honestly
I think that's a fair comparison.
when I get to the end, when I get to the end of a level of Rush of Blood, I feel like, oh my god, that's amazing, I want to do that again. In this game, the levels are so much longer. I don't feel the need to go back and try and beat that score, because some of the levels are like 15 minutes long. So they're good in their own way and stuff like that. But for what I look for in a rail shooter, I don't know. Again, the first levels in this I absolutely love, and I wish it just kept that pacing and energy throughout. But anyway, that's just me.
I'm 100% with you here, Miles. Like, I do think the update helped. The horde mode update helped a lot too.
That was awesome mode.
That's a cool addition. That actually, it's the second half of the game it's the second half of Switchback that kills me. That, and how bad of a roller coaster game it is. It is a terrible roller coaster game. The pacing is awful. I remember playing and being like, why am I bored on a roller coaster? Like, that is literally the roller coaster's one job, is to entertain you and make you have fun. But Switchback does have a lot of really, really good qualities about it too. The graphics, I think it's one of the best looking games actually on PSVR 2 after the update. It is gorgeous now. And that, like, aesthetically, the whole way through is fine. It's just gameplay and pacing that of the second half that kills me. I'm 50-50 on this with my vote. I don't know, man. I could go. I could make a case for either one. I'm gonna go with my heart here, though. Don't hate me, Wes, please. I'm gonna go with Puzzling Places. Like I think, that hurts. That hurts me though. I don't want to because I like Switchback more.
Then
But
don't.
I
Go for
really,
Switchback.
this isn't about what I like more. This is about what I think is the better game. And I hate to say it, but I think Puzzling Places is a better game. I just not as fun as a concept or anything.
I think the pacing is terrible on Puzzling Places.
It is. It's
Yeah,
really,
that
really
is-
slow paced. It is
especially
really slow-paced.
when I play.
Especially when I play.
Yeah,
Where the fuck
the
does this go?
pacing is really bad when I play.
In all fairness, the first half of Puzzling Places is always way slower than the second half. It's just so hard to get into sometimes. Yeah, listen, I think Switchback is the Devil May Cry 2 of the Rush of Blood, Until Dawn Rush of Blood series. I really hope that they fix all the mistakes that they made, and correct everything. I don't listen. I think it's very fair to compare Rush of Blood to Switchback
Yes,
because
absolutely.
they're both from Supermassive. They're both roller coaster rail
It's the
shooters.
same concept.
They're both
It's literally
horror
the same-
games. It's
Yeah.
literally the same concept. It's just from a different series of games from the Dark Pictures. And God, I hate those cutscenes. Sitting in that stupid subway, watching characters you're not familiar with because we didn't play Dark Pictures. And it's like, this means nothing to me. I don't care about this. Like, you don't have to play Until Dawn to be scared of the things that that Rush of Blood throws at you. You don't
be
have
scared
to.
or appreciate.
Or appreciate it. Yeah, really. And so, because I didn't love Until Dawn as much as everyone else, but I loved Rush of Blood, despite the fact that I didn't love Until Dawn. So
I will say though, I did like Switchback. Go ahead. Sorry, you were.
I like it. Right.
Yeah.
I think I gave it a 7 at launch, and then and it's gotten better since then. So I like it. But yeah, not enough to make my list. And I know you guys don't see it. There's still frame rate problems with this game. There's a stutter that drives me up the fucking wall. Ever since they upped the resolution, there's a stutter, and only people that are gonna like be as annoying as I am about frame rates, right, and notice every little thing are gonna see it the way I see it.
I never noticed that.
Anyway,
I've-
Puzzling Places takes it, I think. Let's click it and move it. Horizon Call of the Mountain versus Ancient Dungeon.
Hey,
We haven't even talked
Brian,
about Ancient
you're
Dungeon.
gonna love me now. Is Brian finally? Am I gonna finally make you happy? Listen,
I don't know.
Ancient Dungeons is really cool. Both of these are like kind of 7 out of 10s for me, though.
No, you're no. I guess you answered your own question. You're not going to make me happy.
Yeah, I'll go first.
7
Yeah,
out of
okay.
10. Wow. I don't. What am I doing here? What am I doing? I should just made this list myself.
You need to make
Ancient
your case
Dungeon
for
number
Ancient
one.
Dungeon here.
Listen, Ancient Dungeon is beautiful. Like when it came out, it was single player only. And it was so much fun to get into those, into those dungeons and the, super high res, super high frame rates. Everything looks and runs great. The haptics are incredible. Just cutting the vines, like it's just like those little things. You want to cut every single vine you walk past because it just feels good to do. It cuts at the breaking point. It's so cool, right? But then like the combat's really fun. All the upgrades. There's persistent upgrades that you get from going through this game. There's different perks you get on every run. It's the perfect roguelite. And then they added multiplayer, and then they added more content, and there's tons of stuff to unlock. So it always feels like you're progressing. And then and then you get the ultimate risk reward every single time you finish a run. Right? You can say you're with a group and you're doing pretty good. You can go New Game Plus and risk dying and not taking anything back with you for all the time you put into it. Or you can beat it again and be rewarded, and then you can do New Game Plus and risk everything all over again, or go for all the rewards. It's the ultimate risk reward. It's the ultimate roguelite. And man, again, I thought it was a 10 out of 10 when it was single player, and now that you can play with 2 friends, 3-player co-op, it's like an 11 out of 10. It's one of my favorite games on the platform. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know what they're gonna say.
You want to watch a grown man cry? Go ahead.
Ancient Dungeons is such a well polished game. I like straight away I can describe things that I loved about it. What you were talking about with the vines, like you play a lot of dungeon crawlers top down on flat screen, and there's vines around, and you cut them, and it's just a nice thing to do. But when you're in the game, literally you're cutting them so you can see what's through, and they cut exactly where you swipe them. If you're dragging weapons across the wall, it makes the sound. You got the haptics, so you feel in this in this in these dungeons. And then also like when you look into the holes in the ground, the blackness is so dark. Like
Yeah.
so like and then the lights are like it just really shines with the OLED panels. When it first came out, I loved this game. I didn't love it as much as Brian. I wish there was a bit more variety with the bosses, but they have constantly been adding stuff. And the new class and multiplayer was the thing I was most looking forward to. And I'm so annoyed I've not played more multiplayer with my friend now it is out. But I just want to get back to it. And yeah, I just love this game so much. So even though Ancient Dungeon was lower on my list, this was one of many that kept going up and down on the list. And I think out of these two, I'm going to vote for. Oh man, I don't know what I'm going to vote for. I'm going to vote for... Oh god, this is so
You just think about it for a second. Headbite with the
Yeah,
25 plantain says, thanks for keeping it going. What a great show. Thanks for sticking around and keeping us company. You guys are all awesome out there. Thank you for all the support, not just the financial support. You guys being here and engaging in the conversation. It's half of the fun. Trillex with the... Oh no, is it crashing? Hold on, I gotta refresh. Gotta refresh the tip window. Sometimes it just crashes randomly. Come on, you can do it. I thought it was going to be a faster refresh. I don't know what's going on. There it is. There it is.
Chris in the chat says, Call of the Mountain is literally higher on your list, Miles. I appreciate you've not been here for the last 6 hours. Our lists are a starting point, and then we have discussions, and we listen to the chat and think about stuff, and we're willing to move. I mean, yeah, go for it, AJ.
I was just gonna say, yeah, this one's really difficult for me, actually. Like, shouldn't be.
Trillex with the 30 plantain says, hi guys, I'm one of them who don't say a goddamn word. But huge thanks for your years of dedication and work for the community. Behemoth #1. Oh no. Oh, sorry, Trillex. We totally let you down.
This might sound crazy, but I'm gonna go with the game that I thought was okay versus the game that I didn't really enjoy.
That would be a sensible thing to do.
And I'm going to say Ancient Dungeon.
Okay.
Like Horizon smashes Ancient Dungeon in so many categories, but just at the end of the day, what's a better like game? Like I feel like
this is where I want Wes to help me out, because I think you're going to go with Call of the Mountain. So I think Call of the Mountain is a better game in scope in so many different ways, but the fundamentals of like within its constraints and what it does well, Ancient Dungeon just feels like a much more like they've nailed it within everything they've done, and I have a lot more fun in it. Yeah. But I do think Call of the Mountain, with the scope and everything they've managed to do and some of those set pieces, is just far superior.
Every time I try to go back to Call of the Mountain, it just gets worse and worse. And you know, when I play Ancient Dungeon, at least I have a good time. So sorry, go ahead, Wes.
Yeah. So I honestly can't believe that we're having this conversation, but
that's crazy.
So I had come into this resolved that I was not going to vote on any of these Ancient Dungeon matchups because I haven't played Ancient Dungeon.
Oh, okay.
I'm very familiar with it. I know what it is, and it's easier to execute on something when you have such a smaller kind of scope of what you're going for here with, you know, be it the art style or the procedural, you know, roguelike aspects of it. Like they're not trying to make a AAA blockbuster. like the other one. But with that said, like one game is a AAA blockbuster that is flawed. It is flawed, but it's still an amazing game. One is one is an indie game that's way better than you ever expected it to be because they execute perfectly on what they're trying to do. The other one immerses you from the minute you get into it because it's a big budget AAA VR game. So I mean, I'll let you guys.
I'm way more immersed in Ancient Dungeon. Way more immersed. And I know it's being difference between being immersed in a a world that's attempting realism and supporting lots of detail versus being immersed in a world that's 3D voxel art Super Nintendo game. I get it, right? But I feel way more immersed in the voxel art Super Nintendo game than I do in what Firesprite tried to do. And I think this has been kind of a constant.
It must be
thing.
Magical.
It is.
The gameplay is great.
Yeah.
The gameplay for Paint the Town Red was great.
Yes.
Why is it not
Exactly.
here?
I
know
considered
sad. Yeah.
because there's just better games. It's on my hidden gems list.
So I'm going to refrain unless Miles wants to vote with the correct choice here. If you vote for Horizon, Miles, I'm with you. But if you vote for Ancient Dungeon like these other guys, how can I argue I didn't play it?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's fair.
I want to go to the chat with this, so I'm going to be going with Call of the Mountain. That's not the only reason why. I do think, because basically Wes was saying what I was saying as well about the two opposites. One of bigger scope, but doesn't quite meet it in all the ways. One of them smaller scope and is completely optimized and owned it. Yeah.
We'll leave it to you.
Get to the chat.
The people. Thought VR was your ally.
And let's go. Get your voices heard. This is what you're here for, you guys.
Oh, can I vote too or no?
Thank you, Emily. I see you.
I don't even know. This one's tricky, man.
Okay.
Like,
listen. The second you thank Emily for their opinion, you've already lost the plot.
She
Okay.
What one did she like?
Guarantee you, she's never played that cartoony piece of shit, Ancient Dungeon. Okay.
Because she knows what's good.
Good on you, Miles, for leaving it to the people. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because they're completely different games. You play these games for two completely different experiences. One's like really good as a game. One's a really good like experience.
It's weird that you're calling Horizon either of those things, because that's not what you've been saying this entire time. You literally said 5 minutes ago, I fucking hate Horizon.
As a game, yes.
All right. I mean, what are we doing?
The graphics. I like because there's other things that are okay.
Yeah.
No, but the circular combat thing is so immersion breaking for me.
I wasn't even paying attention. We're way past 50 votes.
I do like the climbing in Ancient Dungeon because you can just yeet yourself. You just like get the momentum and go woo, and fly across the room. That would feel weird in Horizon Call the Mountain, but it would be nice, wouldn't it, if you could just do that and throw yourself to the top of the mountain in one. Just
Horizon 1, okay.
All right, good job, you guys.
I think I honestly would have been happy with this either way, but it's sorry, Brian.
No comment. No comment. You know,
I tried.
A lot of
I
shit.
voted.
Yep.
I voted for Ancient Dungeon.
No, listen, people like to give other people here a lot of shit for not playing certain games enough before voting on them. I'm not going to do that. But fuck you all. VR Skater versus Walkabout Mini Golf.
I just want to say that I think it was really admirable of Wes not to vote Ancient Dungeon because he hadn't played it. So I'm grateful that he did the right thing and voted for Call of the Mountain, which he had played and was right to have an opinion on.
Yep. I'm not even a little upset. I'm sure you can't tell that all by the look on my face. Everything's fine. I'm not about to cry. Don't worry.
You're not crying. You're not crying.
I'm not crying. You're crying. Don't worry. My camera's just going to shut off anyway in a couple seconds, coincidentally.
This is another
VR
one
Skater
I'm torn
versus
on.
Walkabout Mini Golf. I say VR Skater, one of the most unique, interesting, intense games on the platform. VR skating has never been anything like this. This isn't great. Until another skating game comes along that usurps what this one's doing.
Yeah, VR Skater's phenomenal. And I jumped
Yes.
back in and I was wondering about it. I was like, how long is this going to take me to remember how to play? And I jumped back in and I was like, within a minute, I was like shredding these huge
Really?
and like
Really?
busting out these huge combos, dude, like Tony
Amazing.
Hawk style combos.
I was
And
shit every time I come back the next day, learn it again.
Yeah,
that
6
did
hours
happen
later.
to me. That did happen to me for like I think like once or twice, I think, but now it's like a bike. Like now it's like
Nice.
it's totally burned in there. And I think that's a testament to the controls being very intuitive. Yes, there's a learning curve on this game, but once you get past a certain point, I think it just sticks with you and you stay pretty good at it. And holy crap, dude. Yeah, VR Skater is phenomenal. But the only problem is so is like Walkabout Mini Golf in many ways as well.
I'm really glad this was put on the list because this was like in my first listing when I had the top had 50 and I was like, I want VR Skate to be on it. But as I was chipping away, VR Skater is a hardcore game. Like there's no doubt about it, but it's why it's so rewarding and that's what skateboarding is, right? Like when you do your first kickflip, it feels amazing because it's really hard to do. And so like it is learning those simple steps. And they've captured the nostalgia with the music choice. The music choice is amazing. And when you do the big air levels, there's just like watching this footage now, I want to go back in and play this again. So look, VR Skater wasn't on my list. Walkabout Mini Golf, I rated incredibly high. I would be happy if VR Skater won this vote, but I am, and it's not just because. Well, I have to vote for Walkabout Mini Golf because I think overall it is a better game. But VR Skater, I fucking love this game.
So-
Everyone is a must play. It's a must play.
I like VR Skater a lot more. But I'm going to say Walkabout. With others in mind, with what I believe is in good faith of having others in mind, I'm going to say Walkabout.
That's kind of where I'm at too. Like I think that VR Skater is a better game in most senses, right? Like what they've built here is remarkable and unique and surprisingly accurate to the real life kind of experience when it comes to skating. But the barrier to entry in this game is steep, man. It is not easy to get the hang of it. And Walkabout, in all of its simplicity, is very popular and it is fun every time you play it. I mean, so there's that. So I don't know how to vote here. Honestly, I don't know which way to go with this.
Headbite says those are both so high on my list. I had to look at to content wise. So Walkabout won with tons of that for him.
VR Skater doesn't have multiplayer, does it at all? It's just leaderboards, right?
No, but there's a new one coming that it does have
Yes. Yeah.
multiplayer and looks cool.
Which I'm
A new VR Skater?
No, a new skating
It's
game.
called Skate.
yeah.
I forget. What
Oh,
it's
that
called.
one. Yeah. Okay.
And it's 360, so you can actually like move
Yeah.
completely around. Whereas this, it's like you're only going in one
But I
direction.
love the design of VR Skater. I think it's fine the way it is. Like,
Yeah.
It's like Tony Hawk's
just-
Downhill Jam or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, I would like it if the city were like alive and more realistic, and there were
Yeah.
pedestrians and like
Yeah.
there are a lot of ways that VR Skater feels kind of generic and unfinished. Even though the mechanics are awesome and the music's pretty awesome too.
music is great.
Um,
I thought they might have added some music to it too, but and graphically, like it is super sharp and clear and runs
90 native.
buttery smooth as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, like super
It's
sharp.
I feel like I don't know how much longer VR Skater has to be on one of these lists, right? Because if the other skating game comes along and delivers on the full Tony Hawk experience, where you actually do get to explore and skate around everywhere, and it makes its way to PSVR 2, then as long as it does everything really well, it could totally take this one out. But we're not there yet, right? So I really appreciate what this does until something else comes along and does it better. these are right next to each other on my list. I'm not going to be upset no matter which one gets chosen. But I'm saying VR Skater, even though Walkabout I think has the lead on my list.
So what's that? Is that 3-1? Or is it,
I'm going to go Walkabout with this. Yeah, but mainly in the interest of time, honestly.
Walkabout.
But I'm kind of split on it.
Me
I'm
too.
kind of like you.
I
could
actually
go either way with it.
like my heart actually says that VR Skater is better, but I see why Walkabout is, held in such high regard and why people love it so much. And I have a lot of fun playing it as well.
the fact that one of these was a game that I had in my top 5 and one of them wasn't even on my list, and I still had to pause to think about the choice between the two, is like evidence of how difficult doing a top 25 is. Like the quality of all these games is just phenomenal.
Yeah, going in today, I was definitely thinking about like I actually feel like I have more positive things to say versus like because I know Brian was talking about how sometimes we have to break these games down a little bit. We have to critique them just to try and make a point or make a whatever. But I'm like we could literally just argue which one is better in some of these cases versus having to say, well, this one has this problem, this one it's like, no, this one's really good, this one's just that little bit better, and that's one thing I saw that was going to happen going into this list that I was really excited about. And so far,
well, good luck with this one.
like
we get Song in the Smoke Rekindled versus the Light Brigade. I played both of these this week, and man, just fell back in love with Song in the Smoke. And was like, I didn't know there was a performance mode there before. I don't know when that got added, if it's always been there, and I just hadn't had a chance to checking it out properly. But I fell back in love with this game. The crafting is amazing. The combat's amazing. The exploration is amazing. There's just so much happening in this world, and story takes a backseat. It's like the story is you, what's happening to you and your survival. And then I checked out the Light Brigade, and I was like, man, this isn't as sharp as I remember it, but the gameplay is there. Right, everything feels good. The combat feels good. It's super intense. It can be scary at points. Right, just really, really well done. But despite the fact that I ended up really enjoying both of them this week, the Light Brigade still didn't make my list, and Song in the Smoke shot really high up on my list, and I can't believe my camera died again.
This is easy for me. I love both of these games. Wait, did you pick Song in the Smoke?
Song in the Smoke. Yep. Yeah,
this is really easy for me. Both of these, I think, are two of the best hidden gems, wink, wink, on the platform. Yeah, dude, I mean, going back into Song in the Smoke and turning it to performance, that really solved a couple issues I was having. And dude, I think Song in the Smoke is one of the most criminally underrated and underappreciated games in all of VR. It's one of the best survival games. You get to run around these beautiful, lush jungles with this really cool, almost like Asian fusion art style. And then there's like raptors and dinosaurs and panthers and tigers and like all these like exotic
Monsters.
animals. And yeah, there's demons literally. Like, I don't know why more people don't play this game. It will never make sense to me. But that will never stop me from going to bat for this game. This is one of the GOATs, one of the all-time greatest games. So as much as I love the Light Brigade, I think it's one of the most original, it's like one of the most refreshingly original, atmospheric, and just such a great visceral shooter. I love the charm that it has. I can't stop. Like, I have so many good things to say about it. But Song in the Smoke is just like god tier of just gameplay and mechanics and fun and like I love the visuals. I love that you get to have a game where you're in the jungle clubbing raptors on the head. Like, that is so cool, man. Like, to be able to do that. Like, I was chasing a panther or something the other day with a club and was tracking them down, and there's details like you do the damage and then you can trace their little blood tracks and stuff to find out where they are. And it's not like a realistic blood. It's got this cool, like, there's like this magical, there's like this supernatural element to the game as well. But dude, Song in the Smoke is just, I think it is almost a perfect game. So I'm going to give my vote to that.
Yeah. I also just want to point out before I let these other guys talk, this didn't make it on the last time we went through this and debated. This didn't make it on the list at all, and I really want to correct that travesty.
Yeah, that was
today.
crazy. I could be wrong about this, but I think I had it on my list last time, but it didn't make the list, which I thought was crazy because you guys were like 10 out of 10. Like I thought you overrated it when it came out. I love it. I think it's great. I think it's the best the best survival game in VR by like a mile.
I love hearing you say that.
But
Yeah, for sure.
But like you guys said 10 out of 10, I was more like 9 out of 10.
I'll take it.
So I was surprised. So I was surprised last time when this didn't get its just due. But with that said, I love the Light Brigade. These are two games we should have talked about 3 hours ago, honestly. And it says something about the strength of our library that we're only just now getting to these.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the Light Brigade just based purely on it's a game that I enjoy more. I love it. They're both kind of hidden gems, although I feel like the Light Brigade is known as a hidden gem, where Song of the Smoke is not known. So I'm gonna show the Light Brigade some love here because for the longest time this was one of my favorite games in VR, and I want to represent for it here. So I'm gonna give it my vote.
Love it. Quickly on these two. So I think last time we debated it, I only just really started playing Song in the Smoke. I never played it on PSVR. So PSVR2 was my first experience of it. And I do like survival games, and there are a handful of them on PSVR2. This one is just so polished. It shows you that you can have a non-realistic art style, and you still feel immersed in a survival setting. And I love the crafting with the haptics. Dealing with sticks or hitting stones together. It took me a while to understand the mechanics. I was like, why do I keep passing out? And it's because when you kill an animal and you take meat out, that takes some of the day out and pieces like that. Like there's a lot to learn. And so it's a game I found myself restarting quite a lot, trying to get better and better at it. The movement and everything in it is just beautiful. And although I haven't seen this through to the end, again, this is another example of like, I want to totally jump back into it. Absolutely stunning. The Light Brigade, I know it's such a cheesy thing I always mention. That mechanic of praying, that just makes me smile every time. I'm just like, I don't know what it is, but the fact that is this like symbolic thing that you do in VR is so fucking cool, and I love it. The amount of classes that they had, and they keep adding, each giving a different vibe for the runs that you do, and I just love the art style and the aesthetic of it. The Light Brigade, it feels too beautiful of a game considering what you're actually doing in it. Like it's a shooter, but it just feels so, I'm going to say artsy, but that's probably for lack of a better term.
The art style is wonderful.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's just...
Can I jump in real quick?
Go for it.
The Light Brigade art style is interesting. I think it starts off really, really strong. And there's some great things that they do with like, silhouettes in the distance and
and
kind of using a muted color palette. I think it works really, really well. Yeah, the fog is great. And then you get to like the sewers, like the underground stuff, and I was like, this is like a fucking Quest 1 game. Like I just think it takes a nosedive. It looks terrible. And I'm like, so I'm just really disappointed that it didn't keep up that great art style like for the entire game. Like it really the cracks start showing at that point.
It's been touched up a little bit, but what I will say is that the campaign is actually like the weakest part of this. The sun run and the actual true roguelike mode of this game is actually the strength. Because the campaign, I actually think is the weakest part. But yeah, once you start completing runs or going on special runs, the sun runs, and you get this, it's like procedurally generated, and you get all these like way different areas and everything. And I remember thinking that the same thing, Brian, when I played through the campaign. I was like, this sewer area does not look impressive. This looks questy. I never really encountered that same issue on the sun run, even when revisiting that area for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, man, the upgrades, once you actually see like the upgrade tree and the unlocks that this game has, which is really complemented with the sun run mode, it is like, holy crap, you can spend so much time in this game. I spent several hours upgrading all that stuff, the skill trees and whatnot. And like it is a fantastic roguelike game.
And it's a VR game with boss fights.
Yes.
We gotta
And it
point
has
that out.
bosses.
I enjoy the boss fights.
I just want to say,
go ahead.
I agree with Brian with what you were saying actually about the sewer thing. I did remember that going, oh, okay, this isn't as like beautiful and stunning as the other stuff. Not that sewers are meant to look nice, but I did think it was a bit of a step back. My vote with these two, again, both exceptional games, and I love them in their own ways. But I am someone who I like a survival game when it's done well, and Song in the Smoke is like scratching that itch. You've always got something to do next. Like it's the carrot on the stick, and it's that in the most intense form. You're in this world, and you're like, "What do I have to do now to progress and survive and do all these things?" So yeah, Song in the Smoke gets my vote.
Take your time. That's what I would say. Don't progress. Don't be in any hurry to progress, because it does not get easier.
Twitcher shouts out the sound design in Light Brigade. I do want to shout that out. I think
Oh yeah,
Light Brigade might have like one of the best sound designs in PSVR 2. The music and the atmospheric ambient sound effects. Oh, just
yeah, those
perfection.
soundscapes. Yeah,
Song and Smoke has good soundtrack too, but it's very ambient, like wilderness. It's different.
So did we get any votes? I got Song in the Smoke.
I think everyone but me voted Song in the Smoke.
Is that right?
I think so. Song Smoke
Right.
for me. Yeah.
Then let's go.
But both exceptional games.
All right, we got Vertigo 2 versus Propagation Paradise Hotel. And these are not games we talked about before. Man, I'll kick it off with talking about Propagation a little bit, I guess, and then anybody can jump in with Vertigo. Propagation, I mean, listen, the horror games are a dime a dozen, but super polished, quality ones are not. Right? I'm a little tired of people saying that PSVR 2 has too many horror games. It doesn't have too many horror games. Or maybe it has too many horror games. It doesn't have enough Sirens on my end, quality horror games. And Propagation Paradise Hotel is quality from beginning to end. Feels like a old school Resident Evil game. It looks like a game that Vertical Robot would have designed because of the high graphical fidelity, the frame rates, the resolution. It just pops so well on PSVR 2, and it's terrifying. It's really, really scary. It's really, really well done. I think the only criticism I have against it is that it's pretty short. Like 3 or 4 hours. Short.
Yeah, it's very short.
That's the only criticism I have. But other than that, I absolutely love it.
Propagation. My first thoughts playing it, I was absolutely blown away. I felt like I was in Resident Evil 2, like the classic Resident Evil 2. And the thing I loved most about it was the unpredictability of the enemies, not knowing if they were dead, if they were going to come back up, when they were going to find you. And even more so, when you hear banging at the door and then a zombie comes through, it was the animation of the way they're flailing at you. And there were so many times where I'm shooting a zombie and I can't tell if it's coming towards me because it's lunging or it's dead. Like, because of just the physics of it. And it's one of the most immersive, and it might be one of those things I go back to it again and feel like, okay, maybe on reflection I was imagining it better than it was, but it genuinely felt like the best animations of an enemy, of like, it felt immersive. I didn't feel like I was fighting something that had an animation setting. So like when you shoot, it takes damage and does a certain animation. Like, it was all very fluid, and it made it more grounded and scary. And I had a fun time. I love this game. Obviously shorter than we would like, but for what it was, excellent. What was the other one, Brian? It was Vertigo 2. Vertigo 2, I've had a great time with, but it's been a game that I keep coming back to, and for some reason it's not sticking with me. I love the weapons. I love the world building and the enemy types, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know if it's because of all the problems at the start. I mean, a lot has been fixed, but unless I'm mistaken, I think there's still a lot of performance issues in the game with it. And so, although Vertigo 2, I love the scope of it and everything it has to offer, when it comes to these two, it's like Propagation Paradise Hotel in many ways is the complete opposite. It's super small in scope, but they've made an excellent optimized game based of what it is, and I value that more in these two contexts.
Wesley.
You go ahead.
There's a reason I told you to go first.
Look, man. I feel like I'm in a similar situation here as we were in with like Horizon versus Ancient Dungeon, where we've got two vastly different games in terms of what they're trying to pull off, and you have a smaller game that pulls off the smaller scope perfectly. The larger, much more ambitious game has some flaws. But if the larger game, fully corrected all the flaws, it would probably in the top 5 or 6 games here. I love Vertigo 2. I love Vertigo 2. I think it's one of the craziest, most insane adventures that you can go on in VR. It's games like this that makes me love being a VR gamer. And I'm partial to horror games, guys. Like, I love Propagation. I think it is extremely polished and well done for what it is. I do enjoy that it does have some boss fight element to it. Most of what it does I've seen before in games. I do appreciate though the way the zombies get back up, because ammo conservation is a big deal, especially when you get on in this game. Because if you take your time exploring too much and looking around, the zombies will come back. You'll have to kill them again, and then you'll be out of ammo, and then you'll just kind of be stuck, because there are certain places you have to get by zombies to get through the area. And if you don't have any ammo and you're in like a tight corridor or something, you're stuck, you're screwed. So you have to be very mindful of that. And I do think the zombies getting back up, that's one of the things that make that game really special. But I have to go here with the bigger vision and the more ambitious game, because it is so such an amazing world, story, characters, weapons. Like everything is just so out there and weird, and I absolutely love it. So that's where my vote's going to go.
Well put, Wes. This one's tricky as hell, because I actually like Propagation more, but I think again I'm just gonna trust my gut here, and I 100% agree with Wes. Yes, they both kind of have the little things against them. Propagation basically is just kind of short, and then Vertigo has a little bit of performance issues, not much, but just a little bit of frame rate issues, little tiny janky things here and there, but overall, like, yeah, the story, well, not the story, the characters, I should say, the characters, the gameplay, the comedy, the creativity, and yeah, like, and the gameplay itself is really fun. So yeah, this is a tough one. Like I said, I want to give it to Propagation because, like, it's perfect for what it is. It's got boss fights. I love that there's boss fights.
Voice acting shit. Somebody should say that.
Voice acting is not that great.
But voice acting isn't good in either one of these games.
I was going to say the voice acting is not that great in
right.
Vertigo either.
Yeah, listen, Vertigo would have done one hands down. If it would have been on my list, it would have been high on my list. We didn't get a great port. We just didn't. If you're running on the base PS5, then there are a lot of sections that the frame rate just tanks. In sections that it makes no sense for the frame rate to tank in, which means it's just poorly optimized. And then even if you're on the Pro, when you get to the bigger areas, like the World War II sections, kind of like the more open worldish areas, it's going to be choppy, man. It's going to be choppy. And so it's just not well optimized. And then to make matters worse, there's like almost no haptics and zero adaptive trigger support. This is a first-person shooter, I'm sorry, it pales in comparison to every other first-person shooter on the platform because you're missing the thing that makes things immersive on PSVR 2. Awesome haptics and adaptive triggers. And those are missing. I feel like I'm playing a Quest game.
This could
So you
really
voted.
go. Well, to be honest with you, I'm very divided on this one because I think Propagation is the better, smaller game. Like I think it's a better game, but it's so much smaller.
Let's get a poll ready, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we can. Is the only thing that matters like the production? Is the only thing that matters like the scope? Because I mean, because
No, but that does matter.
so many developers go for a bigger scope and they don't land because they went too big. They went bigger than they were able to manage, and that's what happened here. And so I'd much rather have a developer who delivers something extremely polished that was within reach for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Propagation. Although this was a tougher one, but I'll go Propagation. I just think it is a. Yeah, I'll go Propagation.
Is that 2 and 2? Do we need to do a poll?
I was Propagation.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
nobody else
3.
voted for Vertigo except for me.
But you made a hell of an argument for it, Wes, and yeah, like I want to go either way, really.
I'm gonna give a go 2 another go, and then like who knows, next time it might shoot up more.
I had fun when I jumped back in.
We have Moss versus Stilt. I
Oh
want
my
to clarify
goodness.
real quick. I want to clarify real quick. Miles, are you the only one with Stilt on your?
That is correct. So I will do a quick elevator pitch for Stilt.
Yeah.
Stilt, literally, and it feels weird saying this after Propagation Paradise, saying, "Oh, that brought me into a Resident Evil 2 game on PlayStation." But Stilt definitely feels like I'm in an N64 game. It is a full-fledged game, Stilt. It is a game that from the beginning I'm like, okay, these mechanics kind of make sense. And then the more you play it, the more I was like, oh my God, this is great. And you start doing like difficult platforming and you really get a sense of it. And not only that, there are different ways of completing the levels. It's completing it in a certain time. I think there's completing like getting all the collectibles. There's all these separate rooms and that. Stilt for me, it is a hidden gem. But for me, I think it's one of the most underestimated VR games. Of course, if you're into this kind. And then they created all this multiplayer and they started adding like Fall Guys kind of multiplayer. And yeah, for me, this is a must play VR game. So I could say a lot more about it, but I was the only one that put it on the list. But still is something, is a game that I think is highly underrated. And I think it deserves to be on this list.
Agreed. And Stilt is so much fun. But at the end of the day, for me, Moss is a top 10 game. One of the greatest of all time. And there's not really anything else like it.
I'm voting Moss, by the way. It was higher on my list as well. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm not saying Stilts.
Yeah, no, I just want to shout out some love to Stilt as well because I think it's a great first person platformer and I love how it looks like a N64 game, but it's also like it gets like brutally difficult. Like you kind of start out and you're like, oh, this is gonna be a boring kids game again. Like, and then it's like, no, it's like this game will kick your ass. The multiplayer is really fun too. I laughed a lot playing multiplayer with you guys actually.
Yeah,
It was deceptive. It was like surprisingly really good. But yeah, Moss is just like to me one of the richest VR games in existence that everybody needs to play. Is a must-have title. It is an essential title, and yeah, so Moss.
Yeah, I think Stilt's good fun. It's one of the better first-person platformers in VR. With that said, this is a no contest. These are two different classes of game, and Moss is VR royalty, like I said earlier. So no brainer here, Moss all the way.
Yeah, I do want to give credit where credit's due, Miles. I was making my list in Stilt when I only had 7 or 8 games on my top 25, and I was adding and adding and adding and adding. Stilt was definitely there. I love this game. I think it deserves a lot more recognition than it gets, and I love that there's adding multiplayer modes and adding content for single player. Like it's just nonstop. There's a lot of stuff happening here, and if you haven't played Stilt, you should pick it up.
The power-ups are amazing in it. Like you have one that turns your hands into fans so you can glide, and then you got one that turns it into like a swing rope. Like there's loads of really cool VRAF platforming mechanics they've added, and like one to use it as a gun. Watching this now, I need to jump back on it and play some more.
Yeah.
I got stuck
All
on a
right.
level. I need to go back.
But
and
we
try
all
it.
have chosen Moss, though, right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Moss. Stilt versus Arizona Sunshine series. Man.
Again, I love Stilt, but I was very, very impressed. I did not, for the record, I did not like the original Arizona Sunshine when everyone else did.
Same.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh wow. I thought.
Yeah, you forgot about the death threats that I got for like 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Gamers are awesome, AJ.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Yeah, man. Arizona Sunshine remake. I was really impressed. I think it's better than 2, actually, like Miles said earlier as well. But I guess we're kind of bundling those together, right? Arizona Sunshine
right.
remake. Yeah, I just even by the first one alone is enough to go by. Second one's good too. Second one has some really cool cinematic moments. But yeah, I really like these on PSVR 2. I did not like the first one as much. It was way too janky and simple on PSVR 1, but wow, the graphics overhaul, the mechanics overhaul, the dismemberment overhaul, the just everything is just super polished now. To take Arizona Sunshine and make it super polished, that's awesome. So AZS gets my vote.
Agree. 1,000 times over. Again, different class of VR game.
Yeah.
Arizona Sunshine was my gateway drug into domestic VR gaming, as well as Job Simulator. When I played Arizona Sunshine 2,
Brian thought the same thing I did.
yeah.
Now I love it.
Yeah. When I played Arizona Sunshine 2, I loved the new engine, and I was like, I feel Arizona Sunshine, the first one, was a better game, but clearly this is better in the engine. I'd love to see the first one with this, and of course they did the remake, and I thought, great. I tried it out, and at the end of it, I was like, yeah, the first one, the remake is better, superior. Arizona Sunshine, I wanted to be on my list. It didn't end up being on my list. Still was on my list, but with that said, putting these side by side, Arizona Sunshine gets it for me.
Yeah, despite the scores I gave these games, I do think that the Arizona Sunshine games are better. And so I'm going to vote with you guys. Metro Awakening versus Tetris Effect. We talked a lot about Tetris Effect. I don't think we've talked very little about Metro Awakening. Great story.
Yeah.
Great VRF mechanics.
Great.
Great world.
The great world, yeah, and the complaints that I've lodged against it have been about having played Metro 2033 prior to playing Metro Awakening, so I could be familiar with the world, and that was a bad idea because the flat screen Metro games are better than Awakening, and so there were things I was looking for, certain enemy types, being able to get out of that underground environment and experience the outside world for brief moments of time. So I felt like the game didn't deliver on these things that I think most Metro fans were looking for. But still a fantastic experience overall. Great story was told, and they made some really mundane things like opening doors. Pretty cool.
Metro's so badass, man. And yes, you should have did what I did, which is play Metro Awakening and then read Metro 2033, the book. Because with the Metro series, man, it's all about the world building and the lore and the storytelling and the atmosphere. That's what the strength of this series is. And on top of that, you get all that with Metro Awakening, but on top of that, you also get a really good shooter with optional stealth as well. Like, it is a really good, polished first-person shooter as well. And I love that there's the option that you can, sneak around. That's really, really cool. But I loved this game. It was kind of my gateway into the series. I had played some of the flat screen back in the day, but not much. And I liked the flat screen versions, but I never really got to it. What I loved about them has always been the story. That's the thing for me. The story, the characters, the lore, that's what makes this special. And my vote goes to Metro because I just feel like it's something I would love to see more of. It's so memorable. It's such a memorable game. And it reminds me, not the best direct comparison, but this type of game, I like to make the comparison to Spec Ops: The Line, just an unforgettable story with a really cool, dark storytelling and fun action. And it reminds me, it's like, to me, for some reason, it's just like this Spec Ops: The Line adjacent type experience for VR, which is really cool.
Yeah,
The-
I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miles.
No, you go, dude.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just another example of a victim of its own expectations. I was shocked that so many VR reviewers underrated this game. I feel like, and I said this to Brian the other day. I feel like if this was a game that was called something other than Metro, that it would have gotten, a much higher score on everyone's review list. But it didn't, for whatever reason.
Lesson
but
learned,
I
Vertigo. Don't do that again.
But I agree with pretty much what AJ said here. This is a game that's pretty much solid in every department. I think I had it at 24 on my list, and I probably underrated it. Like, it probably deserves to be even higher, because the atmosphere and story is really cool, and there are some like really cool VRAF things that they put in this game that stuff you never really thought of before, and it was just
so immersive. The diegetic UI, the backpack, the hand crank with the flashlight.
Yeah.
yeah.
No text pop up, no menus, no nothing. It's just you and the fucking game, and it's like you're there. It's so brilliant.
No, it's great.
It's-
And so yeah, my vote goes to Metro here easily.
Yeah. Just the opening of Metro when you're walking through the camp. I remember when I was doing it, I was like, The Last of Us VR could so happen, because at the beginning of The Last of Us, you go walking through a camp, you can sort of hear people talking and stuff like that, and you walk through it. And here you're doing it, and like there's all these items, you can kind of see what were people. Oh, someone's playing chess here, or they got a guitar, and there's all these conversations. And there's a lot of times in VR games where there's all this world building, and you're like, I just want to get through it. Like, yeah, I'm sure it's nice. Whereas here, I was like taking my time with it because it felt so immersive, and like all the things that have been listed, the backpack, doing all the power, the cranking of the lights, the weapons feel great. I mean, Vertigo games have always been pretty exceptional. I say pretty exceptional, that's an understatement. Are very exceptional when it comes to weapons and making the most of haptics. And I know that there are other games that have done this, although I don't know if I've actually played them. But the biggest smile was on my head when I realised you could wipe the condensation off your mask.
Yes,
I was like, it is often the icing on the cake, which makes a game feel like even more immersive. Of like, what if someone does that, and like, how can we incorporate it? So I'm not going to say much else. Metro Awakening was very low on my list simply because I haven't rolled credits on it yet. I've played a lot of it, and I definitely want to play more of it. Tetris Effect was much higher on my list, but at the end of the day, when you put these side by side, Metro Awakening gets the vote, no doubt.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'll say one more thing here too. Absolutely amazing environmental sound design. Like
Yes.
you're in a very alive world here. You're in an environment that should be making a lot of ambient noise, and it is. There are creaks and bumps, and
Yes.
every footstep makes an appropriate sound. Like the sound design in this game is excellent.
All right, guys. Looks like we're all voting for Arizona Sunshine 3, so let's go for it and move along. Zombie Army VR versus Tetris Effect. I had to go Tetris Effect. Neither one made my list, but I love Tetris Effect, and I didn't like Zombie Army.
Yeah, I'm going Tetris.
It's gonna be Tetris Effect for me. Zombie Army. I had a decent time with it, but I just felt it was closer to fine than good, which breaks my heart because I was super excited for the game. Not in a overblowing expectations, but I just like the Zombie Army games, and I just found it was fun to begin with. It just didn't stick the long term with it. And obviously Tetris Effect.
I couldn't even finish Zombie Army because I got so bored.
Yeah.
But it's
Were you trying to
was that what?
were you trying to play straight through it, or were you just going into it and playing it
Yeah.
when you felt like playing it. Did you play co-op or did you play single player?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
So I've had a great time with it so far. I haven't finished it yet. But I was super like stoked for the game. And the game has been exactly what I expected it to be so far. Like Sniper Elite VR was one of my favorite games in VR so far, like one of my favorite single player shooters. And I expected this to be a lot like that, but with zombies. And that's what it is. It's a lot like Sniper Elite, but with zombies. I've only played co-op and I've played multiple times with multiple different people, and I've had a blast every time that I've played it. Not a super deep game, but I didn't expect it to be a super deep.
No,
It's a
it's
fucking
arcade.
it's a zombie game. Yeah, yeah.
I think it's a
But
well
the-
done port. It's a well done port. The one thing that kind of gets me though is that there's no bullet time in co-op, and this is what we were talking about with Hellsweeper earlier, where they do bullet time freely. It's somehow with 3 people, and it's like I don't even know how they pulled that off. And that's the bullet time is like the best feature of the Sniper Elite Zombie Army games, and to have that taken away, and I'm not crazy about the bullet time or
It is
the
different
X-ray
now.
cam.
Because if it cut away from you, you could be attacked by another zombie around you. Whereas in
Yeah.
Hellsweeper, you are always in control, even during the bullet time moment.
Yeah, but
I'm
I
with you.
think the Zombie Army port is, I think it's a well done port. They obviously took a lot of the feedback and made sure to add 90 native, native frame rate, eye tracking, things like that. Like they did their best to make this the best they could, but I just think the game itself is it's a little too simple, basic, and repetitive. And there wasn't like a hook. There was nothing to like hook me to like make me want to keep playing.
All right. We all vote Tetraspect other than Wes.
Sorry.
Let's go. Zombie Army versus Subside. You guys know which gets my vote. I'm voting Subside.
Zombie Army.
Yeah, I'll do Subside.
Don't make it sound like you were reluctantly saying Subside, AJ. He's like, I didn't
I
finish
can-
Zombie
I
Army because I was
consider-
bored.
I considered Zombie Army. I like
Okay.
Subside,
All right.
Subside would have benefited from a World War II sniper rifle, though.
Yeah, definitely.
And Zombie Army would benefit from coins to pick up off the ground.
That is true as well.
All right, you guys. We got Synapse versus Crossfire Sierra Squad.
I love
mean, for
Crossfire
me-
Sierra Squad. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Go on.
No, that's cool. I was going to say Synapse, but I'd love to talk about Crossfire because I fucking love
That's
this
ex-
game.
That's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to try to make it quick though, because it is getting
Mhm.
late. You guys know how I feel about Synapse. Obviously, Synapse is going to get my vote here. I feel like it's one of the top games in the library. I feel like Crossfire Sierra Squad has gone quiet over the course of the last year and a half. People have forgotten just how polished this game is, just how fun it is alone or with friends, and just how much content there is in this game. Super immersive, high production value, even if a bit arcadey, a huge arsenal of weapons, great haptic support. Does this game even have, it might even have B haptics, I want to say.
No, it doesn't have B haptics, but it does have some of the best haptics, best nuanced haptics for the weapons,
Yeah.
I would say.
And on the
Yeah,
arcadey
no.
bit, Wes, I love the fact that this game has 2 modes: realism and
Yeah.
like bullet sponge. So you can play it where everyone has sort of health bars, or realism mode is just one shot and they're down. And it's not like realism is easy. It's like it's its own challenge because now you can be taken down quickly as well. And so like loads of content and can be played the way that you like, and all the weapons feel amazing. Like the sniper scope work is great, and yeah, dude, this is. So
I think
much
the
fun.
arcade mode is terrible, which is unfortunate. But the realism mode is fantastic. Is
I like the
fortunate.
arcade mode.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't like how spongy they are. I tried playing. This is one I revisited, and honestly, this fell off a little bit for me. I used to be really, really high up on this game, and I don't know what's happened. I really don't. I think being forced to play on realism mode makes it extremely difficult, and I don't know. It's with another person, with a co-op partner. Yes, it works fine. But with trying to play it solo, it's hard to enjoy it on solo because Raul's such a fucking moron.
Yeah, that's true.
He was literally standing in front of an open door with an enemy standing right in front of him, and he was not moving or shooting him or anything. And I'm like, what the fuck? And that really pissed me off. I think Raul is almost a deal breaker for this game. But if you have somebody to play with, it's like one of the best shooters. It's like one of the best shooters on PSVR 2, no doubt about it. But I hate that the arcade mode is, the enemies are so spongy. Like, because I want to play on different difficulties. I don't want to always play on insane difficulty to enjoy this. But that's what I'm kind of forced to do. So it sucks because I used to be really, really high up on this game, and now I feel like I've fallen off a little bit.
Arcade mode is like Time Crisis. Realism mode is less like Time Crisis. Like I like both for both reasons. I don't give a fuck about Raul.
Same.
It doesn't make a difference to me. These are both very close on my top 25 list. I kind of don't care which one gets the nod. I guess if I had to pick
Synapse.
Crossfire.
Okay, Synapse is my vote.
Synapse.
Oh, I just changed my vote. I just changed my vote to Synapse. Oh shit, crazy.
Synapse.
AJ.
For recommending to others, I'm going to say Synapse.
Moving on. Behemoth versus Crossfire Sierra Squad.
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
I guess that's it. It doesn't matter.
What would you say though?
Yeah,
I'm
we
I
curious
would
to
say
know.
Behemoth. I would go Behemoth.
Okay.
There.
I don't know. Let me think about this a little bit more. Give me a second.
Second, go.
Both of these have flaws.
Not now. Not now, AJ.
Let's see.
We just to FYI, we have a very long way to go.
Okay.
Crossfire.
So I mean I am all about like at this point we gotta rapid fire some shit.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I feel like we should rapid fire unless it's a new game that we haven't talked about yet.
There's
Still
gonna be a
some of
few
those.
Yeah.
There's still a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crossfire what? Behemoth?
Cross.
It's time for realism mode.
Is what?
Nothing.
He's like, what do I say, Brian?
How many
What's
bullets?
your vote for?
Will this be a bullet sponge or will only one bullet work right here?
Realism. Please be realism mode. Please be realism mode.
Realism mode.
Fuck. This is tough. I'm so sorry to hold this up. I know you guys are in a rush.
Not
this
a
point-
rush, just aware of the number of hours we have left.
We're halfway.
And the number of
We're
hours
halfway
left in the day. It's already tomorrow for Miles.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here.
I'm gonna go Behemoth and let the chat decide.
Miles from tomorrow. Yeah, okay, so it's going to chat. All right, got a vote.
Yeah, I love both of these games, but I said it before.
Yeah, they're both worth
One
having
of-
for sure.
One of the two has some must experience moments in it.
I think
than
both.
Okay,
the other
yeah.
one does.
Let's go.
I think both do.
Chat started. I mean, poll started.
My hope is that Zero Caliber comes and ends up being just the definitive FPS.
I think if we get Zero Caliber 2, and it's as good as the PC trailers are making it look like it's going to be, I think that it can be a slightly better version of Crossfire Sierra Squad.
Real quick. Shout out to GameCat Andrew Ehrenreich with the $2 tip. Says these top 25 debates go longer than most VR games. He's not.
Yeah, this was
Exaggerating.
designed to be faster than the way we used to do it. So good job, Looper.
Looper's going to tell me.
I'm calling it. It's Behemoth.
This is me. All right. Also, shout out to GC13 Tiff, the Diet Pepsi Cat, with the $25 tip. It says, want to give support to all you doing this marathon streams. Throwing my support to the rhythm genre, Synth Riders, Ragnarok, Beat the Beats, Thumper, Beat Saber, Pistol Whip, Trombone Champ. Lots of good stuff. Like fucking.
Yeah, rhythm games got a little left out here. I think maybe I'll do a top rhythm games list. And
Oh,
then-
perfect. I know what I'm doing for Gamescast on Monday.
There we go. I was waiting for it. I was like,
All
that's
right.
the only reason you haven't done one yet. It's because I didn't say I was going to do one.
Miles, you said you called it already. What is it?
Behemoth.
Okay. I don't know.
Or
where
Behemoth.
I don't know where the poll went. Okay.
Or
it's gone.
Beaky.
I don't even know what's happening.
Mother.
Oh, yeah, Sal.
There
Enjoy
it
those
is.
tacos. Thanks again for this legendary Funko Pop.
Right, we got Pavlov versus Demio battles, or Demio and Demio battles. We've talked about both of these games. Let's vote. Rapid
Demio.
fire.
Demio.
Demio. Pavlov versus Maestro.
Pavlov. Oh. Did everyone vote? Everyone voted
Yes.
Demio over Pavlov?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pavlov
Yes.
versus Maestro.
Pavlov.
Pavlov. Maestro versus Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Maestro.
Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Hellsweeper versus Alien Rogue Incursion.
Oh,
Wow.
fuck.
Okay. Alien Rogue Incursion.
We haven't talked
Yes.
about Alien Rogue Incursion yet.
No.
I think I actually had these right next to each other, and I had Hellsweeper one spot next to it. So this is not the important battle for me personally. I'm gonna say Hellsweeper because, but fuck, I love Alien Rogue Incursion. I think Alien Rogue Incursion is kind of underrated actually and underappreciated, especially after the patch. I don't think it gets. I thought it was good at launch, and I think after the patch, dude, I jumped back into this game last couple days, and it was the way they fixed this, like the xenomorphs coming at you. Holy shit! It's such
Yeah,
a
it's better now.
true experience now. Like it's and I love the cinematic moments. The graphics have been enhanced. It looks better than it did at launch. Holy shit, Aliens is so good, but I'm gonna give Hellsweeper just a hair because of that crazy Matrix shit that you can do.
All right, that's 2 for Alien and 1 for Hellsweeper, right?
Alien.
Uh,
I'll go Alien. I don't know if I said that yet, but that's where my vote goes.
Miles,
Yeah, I'm just
Totally.
going to say about Alien, such a well polished game. I just like being in that world. It feels lived, and like
Yes.
it's the small things like the foldable map, wiping blood off a monitor. I mean, that's Alien
so
AF.
cool. Dude,
Alien gets my vote.
Yeah,
It's
Alien
so
gets
good.
my vote too.
It's so good.
Horizon Call of the Mountain versus Puzzling Places.
Horizon.
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 Puzzling places.
Puzzling Places versus Ancient Dungeon. Ancient Dungeon.
Ancient Dungeon.
Ancient Dungeon.
I recuse myself.
Walkabout versus Ghost of Tabor.
Walkabout.
I don't feel this is the
Ghost of-
one to talk about Ghost
Actually-
of Tabor on, but I mean,
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm not going to talk about a bunch about Ghost of Tabor. I think we've talked it to death in recent weeks on every show. I'm even wearing the hat, I think. Or no, I didn't. I took it off.
I'll wear it for you.
What would I have?
But I do think that these are polar opposite games. A lot of my big criticism of Ghost of Tabor is that it's a little too hardcore for most players, myself included. I'm a hardcore gamer, and it's too hardcore for me. And Walkabouts is like the polar opposite. It's just so casual. Like I've been downvoting it all day because of how casual it is. So which way do I go? I guess I go with Tabor here, because I am more of a hardcore than a casual. But
I will say Tabor seems more hardcore than it actually is, which is really nice. That was one thing, because I thought the same thing. I was like, man, I love first person. Like, I'm a big fan of games like Firewall, Crossfire, Pavlov. I really, really like those. I'm not the biggest competitive multiplayer first person shooter guy, but I enjoy them. And I was very intimidated by Ghost of Tabor. But once you actually get in there and start messing around with it, like, it's just fun at the end of the day. It's just straight up fun. And it's not this like, I mean, it can be a time sink, but it doesn't have to be. There's tasks and quests that you can do, and you can do like little chunks at a time. There's smaller levels, there's bigger levels. So it's not like every session is going to be like an hour long or whatever. You can have really quick sessions with it, which was very, very nice to discover, because that was the big thing. I was like, oh, I don't want to have to commit my life just to play this game. But if you wanted to, you can, because it does have that much content and things to do, and it's extremely grindy in many ways. But yeah, ooh, tricky. So I'm gonna let y'all vote on this one first.
Oh, I'm glad.
I mean,
Tabor.
Yeah, Tabor.
I'll just quickly say, like, Walkabout Mini Golf was high up on my list. Ghost of Tabor was low on mine, and it's literally because I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of the game. Like, I've sunk in hours in it, and I'm having such a great time. I definitely want to do more, like, playing with friends. Need to find times. But even going in on your own is great. I just love the tensity of just going upstairs and not knowing when you're going to see someone around a corner. The inventory system, like Into the Radius, I feel like this is the multiplayer version of that. Obviously, different scene, but in terms of the hardcore mechanics with the weaponry, and it's a really, really great time. So yeah, I love both of these games. I just feel like I've barely scratched the surface of Ghost of Tabor, and Walkabout Mini Golf gets my vote here.
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna go Walkabout.
what I said, I think earlier in this show, God only knows it was so long ago. I can't remember the beginning. I think I said that, you know, this shows us how simple Firewall had been the whole time. It felt like Firewall was like this really, you know, deep kind of hardcore, you know, PvP game, and it's like, God, you have no idea what deep means when it comes to this kind of stuff until you play Ghost of Tabor. And so yeah, I mean, listen, I'm really enjoying it, and so far my time with it has been, I've played enough to know what I don't know, and to be like, holy crap, I've got a lot to look forward to in this game, and I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. I agree, it's not as hardcore as it seems.
The biggest, oh sorry,
I'm voting for Tabor.
Yeah, the biggest problem I have with Tabor is some of the jankiness and the design. That's the big flaw that the game has. It took us an hour to get a multiplayer game going because of a weird bug that it has, and it has a horrible menu system that is god awful, especially for newbies. And Walkabout is just so incredibly polished. I think because I want Tabor to make this list, but that's why it's low on my list. I think I had it at 24. Is like, it's kind of like another Phasmophobia, where it's like I want it on the list as an essential title, but at the bottom of the list, basically.
All right. Was that 3 for Tabor? I don't even know. What did we do?
Walkabout.
They
Walkabout.
both voted for Walkabout.
And we both voted for Tabor.
Let the chat decide. Yeah, I mean, I could see this going either way. I think both are good, and yeah, like I can see an argument for either one, to be honest with you.
I don't think either one of them are going to make it on the list, but
Yeah,
That's very, very possible.
I think they will.
Walkabout's
I think
gonna have a big drop
Walkabout will.
from the start.
Yeah, Walkabout to me seems like this game that like should definitely. I mean, both these games should definitely be on the list. However, I do find myself voting against Walkabout, like for whatever the game is that's opposing it more frequently than I expected to, meaning that it's not going to be nearly as high on the final list as I expected it to be. So I don't know. I guess I got to be careful with some of this stuff.
Get the votes in, guys. Got it is.
GC13 says, does Tabor invite toxic gameplay? I think all first-person shooters.
Only when Bam's playing. He's toxic as fuck, as you can see in the chat. Calm down, Bam. Stop insulting our friends.
Hey,
Jesus
Bam's
Christ.
great. Bam's awesome.
When we get
No, I
to
love
50
Bam.
votes, we're calling it. Get your votes in.
But be nicer. Be nicer. Not everyone's familiar with your aggressiveness.
Well, he's just, it's like his favorite game right now.
I know.
Okay. It's
But
cool.
then
I appreciate the passion.
Then what's his excuse for the rest of the stream, AJ? Okay, it's Walkabout. Let's go. Ghost of Tabor versus VR Skater. God damn it.
VR Skater. VR Skater's damn good.
Miles, whatever you say, I'm going to agree with you.
Damn good.
I'm going to go VR Skater.
Me too. VR Skater. Propagation versus Song in the Smoke. Oh, why?
Song in the
Song and Smoke.
smoke.
Yeah, Song and Smoke.
I'm outvoted already, so I don't even have to make a decision. Song in the Smoke. Propagation versus the Light Brigade. Propagation.
The light,
The Light
brigade.
Brigade.
Light Brigade.
Okay. We got Metro versus Moss.
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 Everyone said Moss, yeah? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like
we said it in
fast.
harmony.
Metro versus Arizona. Metro versus
Metro.
Metro.
Arizona.
Metro versus Arizona. Metro.
Metro. Agreed. Arizona versus Tetris Effect.
Tetris
Arizona.
Effect.
Arizona.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna say Arizona. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Tetris versus Stilt.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Cool. Subside versus Stilt. Subside.
Stilt.
Subside.
What's got the lead?
Subside.
It's subside versus stilt.
and
I
right now,
vote for
Subside has-
subside then.
There we go. Zombie Army versus Stilt.
Stilt.
Zombie Army.
Stilt. Demio and Demio Battles versus Synapse. I'm going Demio.
Synapse.
Synapse.
Ooh, I had Demio higher, so I'm going to do Demio.
Okay, chat, get ready. Let's do this.
But yeah, leave it to the chat. I'm either way. It's not going to upset me. Don't worry, Bam. I'll do my best to get Tabor on this list, man. Just for you. Just for you. It's just going to be at the bottom of the list. If I can make it happen. If it deserves to be there. If it is decided.
It's going to come in at number 27 on our top 25 list.
It
Oh
might.
my God.
It might. And again, it's because of the jank, man. Like, you know it's janky. You admit it's janky, yes. But it's still fun. I 100% agree. Even with the jank, even with some of the terrible menu stuff, it's still just so much fun at the end of the day. And I think, that goes a long way. That goes a really, really long way. Does it go top 25 long ways? Find out at 11.
Yeah, I think it does something unique, right? For PSVR 2, it's definitely unique, and that's why I hope it finds a place. I like to have a lot of genre representation on a top 25. I think that's a nice curated list when you have that.
I love not to pick. There's two people in the chat that have made me laugh the entire 7 hours. One of them constantly losing their shit about Walkabout mini golf, and one losing their shit every time Tetris is mentioned. So even if they both don't make it on the list, I hope that they remain strong contenders in debate all the way through.
So you see it the whole time. Yeah, man. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, Bambino, I like Tabor more than Walkabout, but I try to do my best to vote on what I believe is the better game for the bigger amount of people.
Chat pick Synapse. We're going Synapse. Now it's Demio and Demio Battles versus Behemoth. I picked Demio.
Behemoth.
Demio.
Now it's Pavlov versus Behemoth. I picked Pavlov.
Behemoth.
Pavlov. Sorry, Wes.
Now it's Tales from the Galaxy's Edge versus Behemoth. I picked Tales.
Behemoth.
Behemoth.
All right, good. Crossfire versus Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
Step into the cave.
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
Horizon, Call of the Mountain versus Alien Rogue Incursion.
Alien Rogue Incursion. 100%.
What was the first choice? I didn't hear it over Crossfire.
Horizon.
Horizon
versus
versus Alien
Alien.
Rogue Incursion. Dude, easily Alien Rogue Incursion.
No, I think Horizon here.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think. Oh man, this is really tough, but I think it's Horizon.
Ugh.
Yeah, I have Alien on my list because it's more of a crowd pleaser. It's something I thought that the cats would like.
And
you guys
were
already know my
correct.
thoughts on it. But we're voting with our hearts, AJ. I gotta go with Horizon, better game. Ancient Dungeon versus Alien
look at
Rogue
the chat,
Incursion.
Brian.
I don't,
Look at the chat.
bro, I don't have time for the chat. We love you guys, but I'm not going to base my decision based on 5 people who are making a decision in the chat. Ancient Dungeon versus Alien Rogue Incursion.
Y'all didn't do your homework enough, apparently. Ancient Dungeon versus Rogue Incursion. Rogue Incursion.
Ancient Dungeon,
Ancient Dungeon.
obviously.
I'm just kidding. I like it.
I'm going with Ancient Dungeon.
That's why you put me in these positions.
Should have went with your first instinct, Brian. That's what you always go with. You go with your first gut instinct. First gut instinct is always right, Brian.
I said I would
Ancient
recuse
Dungeon
on.
should be number 1.
I said I would recuse on Ancient Dungeon questions, and I'm going to honor that.
All right, that takes it. Puzzling Places versus Alien Rogue Incursion.
Alien.
Yeah. Alien Rogue Incursion.
Yeah, same. One of these made my list, the other one didn't.
Yeah, I'll let you have that.
Puzzling Places versus Hellsweeper.
Hellsweeper.
Yeah, Puzzling Places.
Puzzling Places.
Nice. Chat, get ready.
Puzzling Places versus what?
People and your fucking jigsaw puzzles, I swear, man.
I just remember
there's literally still people
explicitly
saying
my
Alien.
dad trying it, going, "This is the best thing I've ever experienced in VR."
Why are you hung up on a poll that we don't need to take, AJ?
What's that?
Because
What
you
do
made the wrong decision.
Well, then
Oh, see.
then we need to take about 40 steps back, and I can continue to berate you guys when you voted against Ancient Dungeon. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. All right, we already got 51 votes. Holy crap, that was fast.
Yeah.
Hellsweeper owns it.
Hellsweeper 64%. Let's go. All right, Puzzling Places versus Phasmo. Phasmo.
Yeah, I agree there.
Puzzling.
Puzzling Places.
All right,
Wow.
Jack, get ready. AJ's just trying
This is
to
going to
waste
just
everyone's time,
antagonize
man.
the
That's
chat
what's
to
happening.
keep booting Puzzling Places out the park every
I'm leaving
time.
it to the chat. What's wrong with that, Brian?
No, that's good. I like it. Even if they're
No,
definitive.
I'm
against
glad
me.
you're voting with your heart, AJ.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Audience capture is an
wait,
ugly
no, I'm
thing.
sorry. For real though, what was the games?
It's too late. We're in the chat decide. Hurry up, guys. To first, you feel free to vote along with the chat, AJ.
Yeah, I'll vote with the chat.
There you go. Wow.
Don't forget
Yeah,
you're voting for something, not against something.
People were leaving, but then they came back like with a vengeance.
It's like that
oh,
they've asked to take some
Phasmo.
food back to the kitchen, and then we've just given them the same food back again. And they're like, no, every
All right.
time, take it fucking back.
All right, Song in the Smoke versus Walkabout Mini Golf. Oh my god.
Song in
Song in the Smoke.
Song in the Smoke.
Song in the Smoke.
Light Brigade versus Walkabout Mini Golf. Walkabout Mini Golf.
Walkabout.
Light Brigade.
What did I have? I had Walkabout more. Walkabout.
The Light Brigade versus VR Skater. VR Skater.
Light Brigade.
I'm going to say
Light Brigade.
Light Brigade, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Propagation versus VR Skater.
VR Skater.
Propagation.
Propagation.
Oh, crap. I don't even know where they are on my list, but I was going to vote VR Skater, so get ready, chat.
None of them on my list, so it was easy.
I can't believe the time I finally vote for propagation, Brian's not with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, against VR Skater. Oh, my God.
Dude, VR Skater is
Right?
next level.
Yeah.
Propagation's good, but it's like it's not original. There's nothing different really that it does. It's not even the best zombie game on the platform.
Right, you guys are voting fast. I love the participation. This is amazing.
Wow.
Oh, and there's no question about it, man. No question. 84% is saying
Propagation.
propagation.
It was a bloodbath, man.
Let's go. All right. Vertigo
They
2
shot
versus
the Oscar
VR
in the
Skater.
face.
Vertigo 2.
VR Skater.
VR Skater.
VR Skater.
Vertigo 2 versus Ghost of Tabor. I'm saying Ghost.
Ghost.
Vertigo 2.
Ghost of Tabor.
Synapse versus Moss.
Boss.
Synapse.
Synapse.
As is a full game.
Crap, Moss is higher on my list, so I got to go with it. Like way higher on my list. So let's do it, guys. Ready for this? Poll time.
This will be interesting.
Moss. I forgot what the other game was. Oh my god, my brain's.
Everyone's
Synapse.
voting fingers are getting pretty exercised at the moment, so they're voting fast.
I got to say, with these quick votes, we kind of hypothesized before the show that when we got to the point where we would just be doing lightning round, that it might get boring for people. I think this is more entertaining. Just
Yeah,
watching how
I
It's
agree-
more
I agree,
engaging
Wes.
too.
Big time.
100%.
Okay, Moss took it 58%. You guys are
Oh, I
fast.
love you,
it.
chat. I fucking love you. Y'all, I love you guys so much.
All right, Synapse versus Metro Awakening.
Metro.
I'm go-
Synapse.
I'm sorry,
Synapse.
Synapse. I like
crap.
you.
Look, we're doing it again.
I like
Sorry,
Synapse. Let the record show.
Yep.
I like Synapse a lot.
Synapse, Metro. Here we
Metro is
go.
the better game.
Only the first 50 votes count. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry
So
about
who
my
voted
camera,
with
you
me?
guys.
Who voted
Me.
Synapse with me? That was okay. Cool.
Misa.
Yeah, Metro, hands down.
I could see that one going either way, but yeah, I think just yeah. The
Synapse
content is-
versus Arizona Sunshine series.
Ooh.
I'm saying Synapse because Arizona wasn't even on my list.
Synapse.
Thanks.
Synapse.
Yeah.
Wow. Synapse it is. Okay. Demio series versus Arizona Sunshine series. I'm going Demio.
Demio.
Dino.
Arizona.
We got Pavlov versus Arizona. I'm going Pavlov.
Arizona.
Pavlov.
Arizona.
That's 50-50. Here we go. Start a poll.
I'm really curious about this one in particular. I don't know which way this is going to go.
Okay. Start poll.
I think
Only first 50
Arizona.
votes count. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
But I know Pavlov has a lot of love too.
Arizona's
Rightfully
really
so.
good. Both of these are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone just showing up and asking where what happened to my camera? Battery
In
keeps
Arizona,
dying.
you can put a sausage in your mouth.
All right, Arizona it is. Man, you guys are fast. This is good.
Wow.
Pavlov versus Tetris. Pavlov.
Pavlov.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Mother. Can I change my vote to Tetris?
Yeah.
I'm changing
Yeah,
my
you
vote
can.
to Tetris. Okay.
Yeah.
Pavlov versus Subside. Subside.
Pavlov.
Pavlov.
Subside is a vote.
Here we. Oh god, I do not feel confident that the chat's gonna go. They're gonna help us out on this one. Go for it.
Yeah, I think Subside is going to be.
Welcome,
knocked out of the
Snafu,
water.
to lightning round.
All right, here we go. Subside versus Pavlov. Come on, you guys. Let's
The
go.
chat
Let's
loves
go.
it.
Let's go.
Pavlov destroys Subside
I
As
love
a
it
game.
too, man.
as a
We're-
game.
Next time we do this, it's just gonna be we're just gonna do constant polls. We're not going to talk about the games.
Yeah.
I'm down. I'm so down.
Oh my god, hold on. It's
Oh wow,
Pavlov's
it's
got it.
pretty tight.
It's tight, but Pavlov's got it.
Okay.
All right. Subside versus Behemoth. I hate to say it. Subside.
Behemoth.
Behemoth.
Subside.
Get ready, chat.
Oh man, Behemoth.
This is what it was going to be towards the end anyway.
Behemoth
This
is
is going to be a
about
lot
to
of split
step
votes.
on this. It's about to step on Subside.
Yeah, I know it is. I just love Subside so much.
I do too. Well, I like it. I don't love it so much, but I like it a lot.
Distract said Brian just tried to influence that. Come on, dude. I care so little about what's happening right now. That, like I am not. I don't care what the results are. What? Wow. Okay, Behemoth. No question about it. You guys trounced. Okay, Subside versus Crossfire.
Crossfire.
Crossfire. Yeah, for sure.
Crossfire.
Good. Since I just didn't want to. Star Wars versus Subside.
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 Subside. Holy crap! Subside gets one.
Hey.
Tales from the Galaxy's Edge versus Stilt.
Stilt.
Galaxy's Edge.
Ooh. I think even. Ugh.
Stilt. I gotta go Stilt.
Galaxy's Edge.
Get ready,
To
chat.
the chat.
Yep.
This is not the tech demo you're looking for.
Tails versus Stilt. Start poll. Let's go. First 50. First 50.
My
Oh,
guess
man.
is Tails will win.
Tails is definitely Tails already took it. Holy crap! Already
Go with the game
57
Stilt. We should.
votes. Yeah, 87% said Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. Now it's Maestro versus Stilt.
Maestro.
Stilt.
Yeah.
Y'all haven't played Maestro. Fuck you.
Now it's
I've played loads.
be quiet over there. Maestro versus Zombie Army. I'll give you Maestro on this one.
Maestro.
The armor.
We got Song in the Smoke
Maestro
versus
versus
Horizon
fuck
Call of the
you.
Mountain.
Song in the Smoke
Oh,
versus Horizon.
No.
Yep.
Song and Smoke.
Have we
Song
done it?
in
I
the
thought we'd
Smoke
done that
versus-
one, or was it on the previous round? I can't remember.
I don't care.
And by the way, whenever we talk about Horizon Call of the Mountain, my internal voice is Jim Ryan's voice every time.
Ah!
Nice.
Ah!
All right. So I didn't even hear anybody's vote. Song in the Smoke
I
or
did.
Horizon?
Song and Smoke.
Horizon.
Song in the Okay.
Horizon.
Mother.
Come on, chat. Song and Smoke, baby.
Oh my
Don't
God.
let me down. I'll call you a bunch of filthy
Uh,
casuals.
I love that the alien footage is still on screen.
Yeah.
We don't care
Uh,
about that. We're just trying to get this.
I know.
done
I know.
in the next 10 minutes.
It's great. It's
Next
great.
10 minutes. Hey, I know.
Song in the. You forgot to put Smoke.
Yeah, I also forgot to put everything in between Horizon and Mountain.
Horizon
okay.
Mountain.
Wait, whoa, this is really close. But Horizon won. Horizon won.
The
All right.
pain. You casuals. I'm
All
just
right,
kidding.
Song in the Smoke versus Ancient Dungeon. I hate everybody right now.
Song and Smoke. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? It's like your two babies going against
Song,
each other.
Song in the
Ain't-
Smoke wasn't even on my list, but the conversation's definitely swayed me on this. And it was Song in the Smoke versus what? Ancient Dungeon.
Yeah, two of my favorites. I'm
Oh,
going
man.
Ancient Dungeon.
I'm going Ancient Dungeon still.
I think that's stupid, but I said I would recuse, and I'm going to stick to that.
If you say so. Song in the Smoke versus Alien Rogue
Song in
Incursion.
the Smoke is never going to get the thing. Never going to get the support it deserves because not many people played it. Song and Smoke versus Alien Rogue Incursion.
Alien.
Song and Smoke.
Song in
Alien.
the Smoke. Oh, God. Don't disappoint me, chat.
I'm okay with either one of these. I love both of these games. I don't care.
You do care.
I mean, I care a lot, but
I know.
I love both of them.
We
So this is
care a
this
lot.
is a win-win
Dun, dun, dun.
about the people of the world.
We care
About you people.
First 50 votes. First
Alien
50
gonna
votes.
win this.
Brian, I think it's spelled Let's
And
Go.
he's gonna win this again because nobody
Yep.
plays Song in the Smoke. Go
Rogue-
play Song in the Smoke, people.
Yep.
You'd be voting differently if you freaking played it.
I'm an
Ugh.
alien.
Yeah, you're right. It's time to get Song in the Smoke on this
Alien.
list. And it's up against Hellsweeper, Song in the Smoke. Come on, everybody vote
Hellsweeper.
right. Come on, you guys.
No,
you know what the
yeah.
right vote is.
Song in
I'll
the Smoke.
I'll go small in the smoke with this one for sure.
Or Smoke.
Song in the Smoke.
Smoke.
Whoa. All right,
Smoky-
Walkabout versus
smoky
Hellsweeper.
pancake. Have you spoken
Hellsweeper.
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 Good, I'm not voting. Walkabout versus Phasmo.
Walkabout.
Walkabout.
Phasmo.
Scratch my back. I scratch yours, Miles.
I gotta say Walkabout, even though I love Phasmo.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was
like-
I was surprised you because I know you love Walkabout as well. I was surprised you weren't
Yeah.
jumping up and down about it more, but there it is. I was waiting for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. The Light Brigade versus Phasmo. I go Phasmo.
The Light
Light
Brigade.
Brigade.
I'm going with Light Brigade on this one.
All right, Light Brigade takes it. Phasmo versus Propagation.
Oh, that's tough.
Ooh.
I'm going to go Phasmo.
I'm gonna go Propagation just because of the Jenkins Phasma. But I know. Ugh. Phasma.
I'm going Phasmo.
Even with the
To
Jank, it's a better
whatever
game.
the lead, whatever's got the lead there, I'll go with.
All right, we got Propagation versus Puzzling Places. I'm going Propagation.
Propagation.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Puzzling Places.
Moving on, we got VR Skater versus Puzzling Places.
VR
Puzzling Places.
Skater.
Yeah. VR Skater here for sure.
VR Skater, yep. We got Ghost of Tabor versus Puzzling Places. Go ahead, do it. Just
Ghost-
piss off Ben.
Puzzling
Go ahead, do it.
Puzzling
Miles.
Places.
Ghost of Tabor takes it. We got Vertigo 2 versus Puzzling Places.
Puzzling,
Puzzling
Places.
Places.
Oh wait. What say you, Brian?
I mean, listen, neither are on my list. Like I do like both of them. I love it.
Guys, can people stop typing PP in the chat? It's really immature.
Yeah.
Um,
I got to go with Puzzling Places. I
Yeah,
just wish
same.
Vertigo Port was better.
PP. PP.
No, I'm sorry. I meant to go. Shit, did you click it already? That's literally the opposite of what I meant to say.
Okay, shit.
I meant
PP.
to say Vertigo.
Okay, in West voted Vertigo.
Yes,
Yes, I
All
did.
right, so let's get a poll going.
I do like PP though.
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Vote.
that's
Do
PP.
the
call
right
it
thing.
Poopla.
Okay, PP versus V2. Tell us.
Yeah. VV versus PP.
Oh my god, this chat summary. Why do they constantly want to give me some AI chat summary? I'm trying to look at the goddamn poll that the AI chat summary is hiding.
Shit here.
I am gonna
Don't
fucking
you
lose it on
fucking
YouTube.
chat.
Okay, Vertigo 2, no questions about it. Let's go. Horizon versus Moss.
Boss.
Horizon.
Horizon.
Moss. Get ready, chat.
Oh, this is the ultimate test. Come on, little Quill. You can beat the big ass AAA monster. Do it, Quill.
That is
Be
true.
brave.
PP does have loads of add-ons to pay
You can
for.
do this. I don't care if you're small. Oh my god, this thing is dusty.
Your PP can have you have add-ons for your PP
I
every
don't
month.
care if you're small in stature, Quill. This is where heroes are made. Come on. Come on. Come on, let's do this, Quill. Come on.
Okay, we got it. It's Moss.
Yes. Yes.
Horizon versus Metro.
Horizon.
Metro.
Horizon.
Oh, I love
ready,
you,
chat.
Chat's on it.
It's the final countdown. I had that in my head for the last 6 hours.
That with the little Discord lag there was
That's horrible, right?
that was some crazy noises right there.
All right, hey guys, real close, but Metro took it.
Woohoo.
Whoa.
Okay, it's Horizon versus Synapse.
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 I'll say
Synapse.
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 Horizon versus Demio.
Demio.
Horizon.
Horizon.
No, you're ready, chat.
Demio's coming out swinging today.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm glad to see that it's got
Yeah.
legs.
Getting some love, right? It feels
If
good,
in the
right?
chat says, no, I'm enjoying Brian's disintegrating poll titles. That's such a great way of putting it. Yeah, I don't know if on replay, everyone, you'll see in the live chat these poll titles. Looky this.
They are.
Is the question.
Yeah, people are enjoying my descent into madness, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the
it's
end, it'll just
Horizon.
say, get help.
I mean, this
Get
is
help.
like longer than a full shift at my real job. This
Oh
is
my
crazy.
Yeah.
But
Brian, when
I
you
actually feel okay.
when you do the wrap up video for this, you should spend the first half of the video on the top 10 and then put the last 15 in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Speed round.
All right. What is next? Oh my god. Okay, we got Ancient Dungeon versus Demio.
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 Oh, it doesn't matter if you vote or not. It's just going to be Demio. Ancient Dungeon versus Arizona.
Ancient.
Ancient Dungeon. Come on, you guys can
Arizona.
say Ancient Dungeon.
Ancient
Dungeon.
Dungeon.
Arizona.
Sunshine.
Oh, and Wes is excusing himself.
I
Right.
recuse. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Alien Rogue Incursion versus Arizona.
Alien.
that was cheap.
Yeah, I say Alien.
What's Alien versus
Don't worry about it.
Arizona.
Song and Smoke versus Arizona.
Song?
Song.
Song and Smoke.
Arizona. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I must have
I think
missed AJ,
three.
did you vote?
I think song. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
Song and Smoke won 3-1. Yeah.
Okay, good. Hellsweeper versus Arizona.
Hellsweeper, baby.
Arizona.
What?
Said Arizona.
Like the T?
Arizona.
Arizona sounds good. Let's go. Hellsweeper versus Tetris Effect.
Tetris Effect.
Sweeper.
Hellsweeper.
Hellsweeper.
Walkabout versus
Brian,
Tetris.
if we're gonna put all this time in, just remember that you should care about what you vote on.
I do care. Just because you don't agree with
good.
what I'm saying.
I just want to make sure you care. You just the way you said it sounded like you didn't care, but okay.
Dude. It's not your baby. It's okay.
It is my baby.
I have games on this list that are very important for me to make it on. I'm the one who has to spend 20 hours editing this list and writing voiceovers for a list that is not going to represent what I think are the best games. And so I'm keeping my mouth shut about that, though. You didn't hear me say that, did you? Not until just now, huh? Until you really pushed me to my goddamn limit, did you? Walkabout versus Tetris Effect.
Walkabout.
Tetris Effect.
Walkabout.
Walkaboot.
All right. The Light Brigade versus Tetris Effect.
Tetris.
Light Brigade.
Light Brigade.
That was powerful in harmony then.
Phasmo versus Tetris. Phasmo.
Tetris.
Tetris.
That was 2 and 2, right?
Close.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of faith in this one.
TE versus
Poll.
B.
TE versus P.
Imzani. Hello. Good morning. Aceville in the house tonight. JB in the house tonight. What up, Great Tantrum? Yes, I know your secret identity still. Almost 10 years later. I know his real name. Before he changed it to Great Tantrum.
44 votes. What is happening? Why isn't it 51? Oh, and Phasmo took it by 1%. Let's go. Propagation versus Tetris. Propagation.
Tetris.
Good job.
Why can't you run through a camping ground? Because it's past tense.
I don't know. Either one of these is fine.
41 votes. Propagation's way ahead. 51 votes. Propagation's way ahead. Good job, everybody.
Tetris is really good. Distracted. You should play it.
Yeah, Tetris is great. VR Skater versus.
Can we get
Tetris.
him a game key? He might like it.
VR Skater.
Tetris.
VR Skater.
Tetris.
Get ready.
Both great games.
All right, let's see. Looks like VR Skater's out in front. No, Tetris is taking the lead. Tetris has the lead, and it's Tetris by 7%.
I no longer like Tetris.
VR Skater versus Pavlov. VR Skater.
Pavlov.
Sorry, repeat it.
VR Skater versus Pavlov.
Pavlov.
Okay. VR Skater versus Behemoth.
VR Skater.
VR Skater.
Ghost of Tabor versus Behemoth. Tabor.
Behemoth.
Ghost of Tabor.
Tabor.
Vertigo 2 versus Behemoth. Neither were on my list. I'm going Behemoth.
Behemoth.
Cool. Vertigo 2 versus Crossfire Sierra Squad. Crossfire.
Step into the cage.
Crossfire.
2.
Vertigo versus Subside.
Vertigo.
Vertigo.
Oh, is that half and half? I'm just going to give it to Vertigo. Subside's not going to win. You guys, it keeps getting trounced in every chat.
Sure.
I'll do the poll just to prove it.
Just do it.
Prove it.
What are we polling?
Do it for the sake of just seeing your next crazy post.
Just to prove that we're never going to get any DLC for Subside.
To prove it. I'll prove it.
22 votes. Vertigo's way out in front. 44 votes. Vertigo's way out in front. 56 votes. Vertigo takes it by 7%. That's not true. It's way more
Pretty
than
close.
That. Yeah. Vertigo. Good job, guys. Puzzling Places versus Subside. Subside.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Puzzling.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Never back down, Miles. Never. You hold
Puzzling
that crowd.
Places versus Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Puzzling Places.
Galaxy's
Let's
Edge.
go, Miles.
Puzzling.
Let's go.
I'll say puzzling places. Let's move on. How about this one? Two that didn't make my list at all. Switchback versus Tales from the Galaxy's Edge.
Switchback.
Switchback.
I will actually bring Switchback above my 25. Yeah.
I'll say Switchback. Hey, guess who made a list? All of us.
Whoa, is it done?
Right. It is in fact done.
We actually did it. What the fuck?
Okay, but
And
this-
I mean, it's been
Bye,
8
everybody.
hours.
And then we're going to debate the 26 to 15 now
right.
yeah.
as a
So
bonus show.
This is where it gets. Wait, hold on. Can you guys see what I see here? Hold on.
Then we've got to debate each rung to see.
What I see.
Okay, so you guys can see this. I just need to fix it on the screen.
I
here.
can
see
see
Where?
clearly
Where can I see it?
now the rain
on
has
the stream.
gone.
I'm trying to make sure that everybody on who's watching can see the stream.
Bring the stream up.
I
I
guess-
never let it run in YouTube, but I think I need to in this
Go
case.
to 4 times speed so I can get caught up.
God, I don't know why it's cutting off like that. That's so weird. Why is it doing this?
Yay! We did it with minimal bloodshed. Too.
All right, it looks funky. I don't know why it's half of it is being weird, but
So funky.
okay. So putting these in order here. Let's see. Moss is going to start off the 11 through 15 category, and then
See.
Metro Awakening is going to go in there right next to it. Where the hell is Metro? Oh my God, there it is. Okay, and then Synapse is after that, and then Horizon.
Can't even get the damn thing to load.
Horizon
Stream won't load for me.
Oh no, everything's.
So you
breaking.
say Moss, then Synapse.
Horizon, and then Demio. Okay, and then in 16 through 20. Don't worry, I'll read off all this in a second. I'm just making sure these are all in the correct place first. So in 16 through 20, it'll be, oh dude, Ancient Dungeon made the list after it got voted against that many times. Okay, this is promising then. And Alien Rogue Incursion made the list. And then Song in the Smoke made the list. Wow.
Yay!
That's insane. With all the stuff that, all the times it got voted down. Arizona made the list.
Yay!
This is so confusing. Hellsweeper made the list. AJ's happy.
Yay!
Walkabout Mini Golf made the list.
Yay!
Well, thank fuck for that.
The Light Brigade made the list.
Yay!
Phasmo made the list. This
What?
is crazy.
How?
I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on a second. We'll figure all this out in a second.
Because fun will prevail.
Propagation and Tetris Effect. And then I just want to give a read off to the ones that didn't make the cut. Behemoth, Ghost of Tabor, VR Skater, Vertigo 2, Crossfire, Subside, Puzzling Places, Pavlov, Switchback, Stilt, Zombie Army, Maestro, and Tales from the Galaxy's Edge. None of them made the cut.
Tetris
The
made
only
it.
one that really surprises me there is I
VR
thought
Skater.
Crossfire got more love than I thought, but maybe
Yeah,
not.
same actually.
So did VR
Yeah.
Skater. I think
Yeah.
we should.
Well, hold on. So based
Yeah.
on the answers that we gave and the answers that the chat gave. Number 25 is Tetris Effect. Number 24 is Propagation Paradise Hotel. 23 is Phasmo. 22 is Light Brigade. 21 is Walkabout Mini Golf. 20 is Hellsweeper. 19 is Arizona Sunshine. 18 is Song in the Smoke. 17 Alien Rogue Incursion. 16 Ancient Dungeon. 15 is Demio. 14 is Horizon. 13 is Synapse. 12 is Metro VR Awakening. 11 is Moss. 10 Red Matter. 9 Into the Radius. 8 Madison VR. 7 Arcanage. 6 Legendary Tales. 5 No Man's Sky. 4 Saints and Sinners. 3 Gran Turismo 7. 2 Hitman. 1 Resident Evil.
You know, I gotta say that's a great list. It really is.
Yeah.
It was a great list.
Good mix.
I think we would all kind of disagree and reshuffle it a little bit, but I think that most of the games that deserve to get recognized are in there. So yeah, and I'm really happy with where Metro ended up.
Yeah.
After I've kind of felt like that game's been short sold since it launched, to see it up there in the top half.
Not over here. We've been singing
pretty
its
cool.
praises since launch.
Yeah, good job, everyone.
And I'm just really glad for. I know Ramos in the chat was really worried throughout the 7 hours that Tetris wasn't going to make it. So I'm glad it just got there at number 25 for him. So got you covered, buddy. Got you covered.
So I mean, can we officially call the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 games that didn't make the cut? Are those honorable mentions, or do
Yeah.
I would handpick some out of it.
Actually, do we have an order for them?
I
on
think
how they rank?
Behemoth. I
Yeah,
think
we actually
Behemoth. Yeah, put them in order.
Let's see how they're
do
ranked.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. The very last one was Tetris Effect. So that means Pavlov would be the first honorable mention. VR Skaters the second. Ghost of Tabor is the third. Behemoth is the fourth.
And then Crossfire.
Crossfire is the fifth.
Yep.
Nice.
And boom. I think those 5 should be the honorable mentions.
Can you tell us the rest, even though we're not going to do them as honorable mentions? I'm just curious to know how the rest ranked.
Yeah, Vertigo 2 came in next, and then Subside after that. Puzzling Places after Subside. Switchback after Puzzling Places. Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge after that. Then Stilt, Maestro, and Zombie Army.
So as usual, my only like real complaint is that Switchback is massively undersold in the whole deal. But I'm glad Behemoth at least made it into that it's going to be mentioned. I think it's criminally underrated, but at least it gets recognized as being a great game. So
Call me crazy, but I think this would make a really good top 30 list in its current order.
Hmm.
And I think the essential titles are included. I think we should make this a top 30. That's just me. Feel free to disagree. But love to hear your thoughts, what the chat thinks. I think we should make it a top 30. It's a badass top 30. It's a really good top 25 as well. It's very unique. It's different. It highlights both AAA, indie, creative titles and popular titles.
All right, chat. Tell us what you think. Top 25 or top 30? Let's go.
Yeah.
Or
top 27 and a half.
Yeah.
Right. Scott says add 2 more and you get a top 40. It's like, yeah. We might as well just go all out and do top 50.
This track says he wants it to be top 33, which
top 33
for Puzzling Places, just so it can fit in there.
Oh.
For him.
All right. Well,
we need to get.
I think I saw Distracted say that too.
Chat by a very wide margin. 80% of them are saying it should be a top 30.
Wow.
Okay.
The ultimate top 30, Brian.
But sorry, that's not what we
30.
agreed on when we were ranking. Otherwise, I would have done a different order. So can we come back tomorrow and do it properly? Yeah.
Shut up,
I mean,
Al.
listen. I mean, if
I'm retiring
if I was
after
making
this.
a top 30 list, I would have added Vampire the Masquerade Justice at
Exactly.
26, 27.
That's
I
not
would have
even
added
go down
Koi.
that
I would
road.
have added
Probably
Koi
would've
Koi.
done.
Koi Koi Love Blossoms for some variety as well.
Let this
All
be a lesson that next time, if we want to have a top 25 list, let's just all turn in 20 games. Right. And,
Yeah.
and then we'll end up with a good 30 list probably.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
a good point.
I don't know. I feel like this is talking about VR Skater. I feel like we voted that over so many games.
It got voted down a lot. It got
Did
voted
it?
down
A
a lot.
lot,
Yeah.
a lot.
I must have missed that because I
didn't.
thought it was
I felt every
crushing
single
it.
one. It felt like yeah. It felt like a personal attack every single time you guys voted against it.
I love every game in the top 30. I like some of the ones above that too, but
I don't feel like you love Behemoth. And
Yeah,
I
I
really
feel
don't feel like you
Behemoth.
love Horizon. I feel like you hate
Oh, yeah.
Horizon.
I do hate Horizon, but I just have to accept that. That's just a me thing.
I can't. Yeah, dude, I can't believe how much love Horizon got. To be honest, like I think it's good, and I think it deserves.
There's
to
a lot
be
of
on
new
the list.
PSVR owners, Brian.
Yeah, we should definitely let them feel the disappointment we felt. No, I'm
Yes.
kidding. I
When-
like
when-
Behemoth. I mean, no, I do like Behemoth, and I like Horizon. I just did not. I was just surprised how much love they got. That's all.
When you think about
yeah.
someone who gets a PSVR 2 for the first time, and you're like, those
Beat
25 games alone is like worthy of, getting a headset. And then there's all
Beat
the other
Saber.
stuff that will be more specifically to you. Like, it's incredible.
Beat Saber.
Screw you, Beat Saber. That is my one victory that I'll take for eternity.
Ben L, the Ghost Cat with the level 3 membership, says, congrats on getting the list set. I ended up popping in an earbud and listening while I ran some runs in Ancient Dungeon. Does that mean you weren't voting when we needed you, Ben L?
Ancient Dungeon needed you.
Right?
I will point out,
voting for Ancient Dungeon.
I think I will point out that there were many times that I could have voted and sent Ancient Dungeon to the chat, but I refrained, and Ancient Dungeon ended up way up there. So
Yep,
sure.
I think
Can we take a poll saying, should we call this the ultimate top 30? Because it was a group effort from the community and everybody working together. I do think it's the ultimate top 30.
I think we should commission a radio bumper jingle so that whenever the videos come on, it goes PSVR top 30.
Well, let's clip
Like
it.
it
Let's
would
clip
on
that.
yours.
That's the one. That's the one.
That's the one.
Just add a bit of reverb on it. We're sorted.
Wow.
Bit of a tambourine in the background. Be great.
Anyway, Ben Hill said he had an earbud in while listening, while doing some runs in Ancient Dungeon, worked on his Dex character in Legendary Tales. Pretty good day. It sounds like a pretty good day to me. And Ben Schroeder with a $20 says, oh my fucking God, this thing is still going on. You guys are all rock stars. You're the real rock star, Ben Schroeder. Thanks so much for the support. We love you.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, this might be in the top. This might be one of the top 5 longest streams I've ever done.
Okay, let's take it to the chat and find out.
Let's vote. Let's vote.
All right, guys, listen. Oh, we just lost Wes.
Am I gone?
We find
My battery finally died.
In the nick of
mine
time.
dies. Let's move.
What's up with all these people with cameras or batteries in their cameras?
We don't use
Mine's-
webcams,
I don't
bro.
know.
Mine's
Solidarity.
USB-C.
Y'all are using like all this fancy equipment. I'm sitting here with like the same.
Literally, the 3 of us, AJ, all have the same camera.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Ben L, the Ghost Cat with the $2 tip, says, I actually voted every time. I only died twice for it. thanks for contributing, Ben. Like I said, we needed your votes.
That's awesome.
All right, listen, this has been a really long stream. Obviously, we're all very, very tired, so I don't want to keep everyone here, but I do want to thank everybody again. For hanging out super, super long, way longer than we expected to be here. We'll streamline it next time. I swear. I think we said that every time. But thank you guys, and thank you everybody in the chat that hung out. We had like over 200 people watching the entire time, usually much more than that. So you're awesome. Thank you very much. I don't know. Please remember to subscribe to everybody's channel. Come hang out with us on Discord. Any final words before we get out of here?
I love you all. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you don't. Have final word, Miles? Okay.
Miles, did you have something you want to say?
Just like there was a famous philosopher had a really not good phrase. I remember what he said. It was I don't know. He said something, but it was pretty cool.
Great. The embolism is forming as we speak. M's Reality with the $10 says, thanks for the entertainment on a very slow workday. Hey, we're glad we could be here for you, just like you were here for us. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Good job, everyone. We appreciate everyone's help. This was not an easy thing to do, and I think everyone is leaving fairly happy. So have a great night. We love you all. That's it. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.